Boom, we're live. Hello, Eternal Life fans. Welcome. I am joined here by my wonderful transhumanist life extension friends. We got Bobby, we got Brent, we got Alex. Hey, say hi, you guys. In case my audience doesn't know you guys all. Give your intros.
You know me by now. I'm the guy who always argues with deathists in Rowan's comment section. So I need no introduction.
Yes.
What's up, guys? I'm Brent Nally. I have a YouTube channel. It's called Brent Nally. I have a Facebook, Twitter, and an Instagram. They're all called Brent Nally. Very creative.
Brent does like these tons of interviews with lots of different people in the life extension movement. Highly recommend his channel.
Brent Valley. Hey, so can you guys hear my audio pretty good?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, dudes. What up?
So we're going to talk about the big picture today. We're going to talk about freaking aging, how it sucks, how we're all trying to live forever, trying to not age. Yeah. And we have a quote by Keanu Reeves.
Brown's not talking about a picture of his mom either.
All right.
So what we really want to get down to is like the kind of foundations for our movement. We need to get this progressing forward, because I noticed transhumanism, it's not nearly as successful as all these other movements like the social justice movement or the alt-right movement or like the communist movement. We need a solid foundation to make this marketable to the average person.
Check out what I have.
I think we need to start at the foundational universal values that are shared amongst all humanity.
Check out what I have.
What do you want us to call you, Bobby? They, them? Your pronouns? Okay, everyone. Yes. Bobby's pronouns. Don't fucking misgender.
You literally have to.
Bobby, or I'll come kill you. Seriously.
Hey, this will be an experiment. Let's actually try to call me they or them. Okay.
My pronouns are Robor, and Roboself.
Oh, dude, that's a good one.
Brent, and you have any pronouns you'd like to share with the audience? He, him?
Okay. Call me whatever. I really don't care.
Anyway, so
call you black.
What I think the most common universally shared human value is this idea to eliminate death. And you channel that into all sorts of different venues. You channel that into culture. You channel that into religion. You channel that into even like the Nazis, like they channel that into like I might die, but the white race will live on or whatever. So every little subcultural movement has this in common. And I think if we get at the foundations of this drive to live forever, that could be the first building block for this movement to make it marketable to the entire world. Because right now, like transhumanism, it's what are we in the thousands? Or a fringe ideology within a fringe ideology. So we really need to
live forever, dude. Okay, you're not gonna make the longevity escape velocity.
No, what I'm saying is the first thing we need.
I'm just kidding.
The first thing we need is awareness, and then it'll grow. But
yeah, dude, bro, we're making it in like 15 years from now.
Hey, Brent, what do you think is the biggest thing the life extension transhumanist movement is just lacking? What's the biggest thing what we're not doing right?
The brand fucking sucks. The marketing and the branding is really bad. I've studied marketing and branding quite a bit, and transhumanism is just
so bad.
It isn't a good name, unfortunately. I mean, I'm a transhumanist. I think everybody watching is probably a transhumanist. I get it. I get the ideas. I love it. The name sucks. You know.
So here's the problem with the name. If you just type transhumanism into the search bar, the first shit that'll come up, mark my words, is a bunch of fucking conspiracy videos by boomers calling it Satanism. Like, you fucking scroll down for fucking 5 minutes, and that's all you see is these fucking boomers. Like, oh, transhumanism, mark of the beast, we're gonna put the fucking chip in your skin. That's all you see.
Oh, right. Like Mark Dice, Alex Jones, and those guys.
No. Talking more like Truth Stream Media and Nicholson 1968 or whatever. These fucking boomers who make these videos about like transhumanists being like these elite government whatever conspiracy theorists or conspiracies to fucking depopulate people. That's what they think transhumanism is.
Right.
And the average person fucking watching these is going to think like, oh, this is just like an elitist movement for billionaires, and they're not going to give a shit. So I think we need to make this a more marketable movement to the average person. So like I said, this first building block we're going to use for our movement, the idea that death is bad, that's universal across all cultures.
Yeah.
Not just all cultures, all fucking species. Every species on this planet just wants to live. That's the one universal value on this planet we call Earth. So the next foundation is we need to create at least one policy decision that sort of helps that. And I think what we could start with, maybe, is tackling the US healthcare system and why it's so fucked up, Like whether you're a communist or a capitalist or whatever, whatever you,
whatever kind of idea that you subscribe to,
yes,
right?
whatever political ideology you subscribe to, I think we can all agree that the American healthcare system is fucked. And essentially, I'm going to explain why it's fucked. You have the insurance companies on one end, you have the healthcare companies on the other. And if you've ever seen a bill for your healthcare, if you've ever had any kind of, I know a lot of you might be below 26 and still on your parents' healthcare. Believe me, once that wears off, and you get hurt in some way, shape, or form, you're gonna get this giant bill. It's gonna be maybe like maybe you broke your leg, get a fucking $6,000 ambulance ride, fucking $20,000 for a room if you're lucky. It's gonna come out to like $100,000 or some bullshit like that. And it's I think you and I both know it does not cost that much to fix a fucking leg,
Right.
or to treat, or a fucking ambulance ride. It's not. And here's why it's like that. Here's why these prices are overinflated. So what the insurance companies do is they have this agreement with the healthcare companies. So the healthcare companies essentially they give you these ludicrous prices. They don't lowball you. They what's the word? They give you this like ludicrous price for something like insignificant, like you were in a car accident and not actually seriously injured and you got a fucking cut on your leg or whatever, and they give you this ridiculous price that it took to fix it. It does not cost that much. What they do is they have this agreement with the insurance companies to make you think it costs that much, so that you will buy the insurance. So now that only in America are the prices so fucking ludicrous. So you're now motivated to buy the insurance. And now here's where the insurance companies make money. It's to the healthcare companies and say, hey, we know that it doesn't cost that much. We're going to give you 10,000 instead of 200,000. The healthcare companies say deal, but they'll keep charging you 200,000. So essentially, they both trick you into thinking something costs more than it really does. And this is not a free market capitalist. I know you libertarians in the comments type in, this is not free market capitalism, because these people eliminate all fucking competition. They lobby the government to fucking eliminate any competitors that does not fit into this little oligarchy they have going on. Whether you're a communist, it's not going to work to just like, oh, we're going to seize the means of production and suddenly everything will fall into place. We need a very specialized solution to tackle this problem of collaboration between the insurance companies and the healthcare companies. And I think once we get that down, we can have this first policy decision, this first uniquely transhumanist solution to this problem, and everyone will like it, because everyone does not want to die. That's the one universal human value I believe we can all agree on. So
right. Hey, you know what else I think is wrong with the transhumanist movement? All this like focus on like becoming a freaking robot. Most people don't want to become a robot. They don't.
Yeah,
they want to have their flesh. They want to keep their flesh. That's sexy. The flesh, man. And so people, they don't want to be a robot. That scares them off, I think, personally.
So yes,
I completely agree.
Once we have those first building blocks, the third thing we have a core value, core public policy. The third thing we need is a new name. And I don't like immortalism either, because immortalism is kind of, let's say it's Hollywood's fault for demonizing immortality in movies.
Yes.
We can't say we're for immortality because they think we want to make people into like these fucking zombies that are just old forever. Like usually when we mean life extension, we also mean youth extension, but most people don't fucking get that. So I think we need a better name than immortalism. Do you guys have any ideas?
I don't have a name, but one thing that I always try to communicate in all of my videos and when I'm talking with anybody in general is what I'm trying to do, the work that I'm trying to promote and that I'm working on myself and the lifestyle I'm living in my daily life is the science of extending my health span, which then has a higher probability of increasing your lifespan. And it's just really that simple. It's basically what Alex just said. It's trying to keep me as biologically young as possible. And so I don't care about getting robotic arms or this and that. If that technology comes along and it's safe enough and there's a reason to, maybe I'll adapt and do that stuff at some point. But I really am only interested in staying as young and healthy as possible. That's all I'm interested in. So
definitely.
What's that, Bobby?
That's an important aspect of what we're doing.
Do you guys have a
maximum lifespan?
Do you guys have a favorite example of one of these characters that Hollywood uses to demonize people who want to live forever?
Let's take a look at the movie Transcendent with Johnny Depp. So that's the example of a computer programmer who's This is back in the days of New Atheism, so New Atheism was still cool, so to speak, in the public sphere. And essentially, he gets killed by like a group of religious extremists who are like, "Oh, we should be all natural, we should be natty, we shouldn't live forever or whatever." And he fucking kills Johnny Depp, and then he puts his mind into the computer. And you think he's gonna do like nice things for people, but he ends up like conquering the world and like making nanobots and shit that kill soldiers. And that's really a bad look. Another thing is like Dorian Gray. You ever seen that? The picture of Dorian Gray?
Yes.
That's another way in which they demonize immortality. And then the third thing is like Dracula Untold. Like any attempt to make your lifespan longer is seen as like a pact with the devil. So when you see all these boomers making these fucking conspiracy theory videos, you know why. They just fucking eat whatever Hollywood shits out. Like they just hold out their fucking mouth. Give me that shit.
Yeah.
And just they propagate it.
One of my favorite examples is freaking Harry Potter when they had Voldemort. They had Voldemort say, "Only I can live forever." Like one person.
So like that's another example. Like the fucking J.K. Rowling and the Horcruxes. It's like creating backup mind files of yourself. That's also fucking evil. Like we have no power in the media, so to speak. And I think we need to take steps to fix our image before we can actually like create a serious political movement.
Can you guys think of an example of where Hollywood actually did something in favor for our movement? Nothing at all?
Nothing at all. It's all bad.
Wow.
It's mostly negative. Just look at my channel. Every time I make a critique of a technology, I'll use fucking Hollywood as an example, and people instantly get it.
They're not intelligent people. Like, they're not like scientists or like
I know, they just want
sort of like
they want the hate clicks.
Right now, I'm thinking of like my favorite transhumanist film, like Ex Machina. That's like portraying it as bad, like the fear of the
I wanted to
future.
share with you guys that People Unlimited just emailed me back, and they said that we have, I think, a 30-minute slot to talk, and like I don't know if we should do like a group talk or something. I think I'll just ask them for more time. I think because that'd be kind of lame for us to like all three to only have 30 minutes, but that should be a lot of fun. That's going to be on Sunday, the day after the Mormon Transhumanist Association. And so, Alex, we need to figure out, are you going to go for sure?
Yeah, maybe I'll go.
Dude,
what's the date again?
It's like
Is it on spring break?
Okay, dude, look.
I got
it's gonna be, so Rowan can okay, yeah. So when are your breaks? Do you have a break in late March?
I have spring break. So at the end
late
of
March,
beginning of April.
Okay, so you'll have school then, and so you probably won't be able to go to the Alcor tour, which is fucking lame, but whatever.
So yeah, here's the backstory. I was gonna give a talk at the Mormon Transhumanist Association, given like my history with the Church of Latter-day Saints, but I guess that's not happening. But what I will do is, if these guys ask for help, I'll give them essays on whatever fucking topic they want. I'll give them topics they could address.
Well, you can go.
I can just write speeches for you guys. I bet
you
like
can
the guy
go to the Mormon Transhumanist Association.
It's fucking what?
You can go to the Mormon Transhumanist Association because that's Saturday.
Okay,
and then but Friday,
we'll see when it comes up because I don't know the exact date that I have off. Anyway,
dude,
what are you gonna say?
So yeah, let's talk about it. So Friday, I guess Rowan and the millionaire dude and I will just go. His name is, I don't know how to say his name, and so we're gonna tour Alcor and interview Natasha Vitamore, and I think Max Moore is gonna be there too. And then the next day we're gonna go to the Mormon Transhumanist Association. And so, Alex, you got to be there. And do you think you can make it there?
We'll see. I don't know the exact date.
The next day, we're gonna talk at People Unlimited, and then we're supposed to fit in Serious Sciences somewhere in there and interview Bill Andrews. So it'd be really helpful if you went, Alex.
Yeah. I got like midterms and shit, but we'll see when it comes up. So.
For sure.
What were we gonna say before we got on this tangent, Rowan?
Can't remember. Let's just watch. Oh, I was gonna say. Oh no, we couldn't think of any good examples, right? Of like where Hollywood actually portrays people living forever in a positive light. Really, Elysium. Elysium is the best thing I could think of because at the end, at least the poor people got the technology, so they were actually showing like a positive thing
So I got bad news. Elysium was actually a negative critique disguised as a positive critique. It was essentially if you guys are familiar with the term left accelerationism, it comes from like Mark Fisher. Essentially, it's the idea that there will be contradictions between the automation of the labor force and the ability of the working class to purchase the products and commodities produced by this automated labor force. And essentially, that contradiction will lead to the collapse of capitalism. So it's more about like global revolution, like accelerationism, than it is about like left accelerationism, than it is about life extension. The whole like machines that cure cancer, I think that's an analog for just how that's more of an analog to demonstrate income inequality than it is about demonstrating like life extension. So that's the central theme of the movie was kind of confusing to people, but I think it was about accelerationism more than it was about science fiction.
Yeah, I'll just comment real briefly on this. Unfortunately, it seems like every single Hollywood sci-fi futuristic movie I've ever seen is dystopian. And so you have to figure out why that is. Even when there's pockets of positivity in there, like, for example, another one we haven't talked about, one of my favorites, 2011, Andrew Nicole, great directed Gattaca. He directed a movie called In Time with Justin Timberlake. And I love that movie. I've seen it like 3 or 4 times.
I love that movie. I love it.
I think that film is also accelerationism. I don't think the main focus of that was the eternal life.
It is, and I agree. But I'm just saying, like, there's pockets in there of like, oh, people are living forever. So it intrigues and kind of pulls in the population who are interested in this, especially people like us. But when you watch the movie, you're like, oh, this is a total dystopian, futuristic type movie. And I think that the reason why Hollywood does that is because they're trying to stimulate your amygdala, which is the fear center part of your brain, to sell tickets. I think this is just a business model that works for them, and they don't want to change. They're resistant to change. So, you know, when I was involved a little bit with like the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project back from like 2008 to 2012 or so, we tried to get a major motion picture produced for the Venus Project and just purely produce a positive, not utopian, but just a realistic future of what it could look like if we promote science and people living longer in technology. And all I can say is that a lot of people worked on that, and it's just really hard to get done, and Hollywood doesn't have any interest in that. And I think that it could be successful if it was done right. So maybe that's something that we can continuously kind of talk about and brainstorm in our little network of people, and something that I think could be a real positive for the movement globally if we could actually produce something like that, like a major movie or a video game or whatever, some type of art to show that this world of...
We need more like singers and celebrities promoting it, right? Like, have you guys seen the quote I posted on Eternal Life Fan Club recently where Billie Eilish came out and she said that she wishes that she would never get old like snakes? She said, snakes never get old. They don't get physically old. I wish we could do that. Isn't that awesome? She said that.
Yeah. So reptiles, when they age, they don't age like normal mammals do. Essentially, a lot. It's more about them. Like when they die, it's more likely that they just get killed by something in nature. Usually us fucking up their habitats. But again, I sort of empathize with Brent on his whole take with the Venus Project. I used to share this like. I used to share like zeitgeist stuff too, like Jacques Fresco, and like how we could build these fucking ring cities, and we would solve alienation, we would solve the problem of like unsustainability, and then everyone was just saying like that's a fucking meme. And the reason behind that is it all starts with the algorithms, the social media algorithms. If you post positive visions of the future, they won't get any clicks, like you said about the amygdala. The amygdala is built for going towards fear. So when these algorithms, be it YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, they all focus on hate clicks that'll like something political that you can't change, but you will click on anyway because you're fucking scared of how that could affect you. So and then essentially fiction. If you want to make a successful movie, you have to bow to the hate clicks. You have to bow to the algorithms. And essentially, Mark Fisher has a book called like Hauntology, Lost Futures and 80s Nostalgia. And he comments how capital, since the fall of the Soviet Union and the rise of neoliberalism, tends to create more of itself. It tends to replicate itself like an actual thing. Like I think Nick Land compared capital to like artificial intelligence, like a self-aware thing which absolves critiques of itself, critiques of it into itself. So another sense in the sense like cyberpunk. I really like the aesthetic of cyberpunk, but it sort of goes back to this whole idea that our expectation of the future changed from like the Jetsons, like having these flying cars and these skyscrapers. Like that was what the boomers in the 60s were memeing. And essentially, if you look at memes of the future now, it's all cyberpunk everywhere. Whether it's that new video game coming out next month, whether it's Blade Runner, whether it's Altered Carbon, which Rowan is watching and he's really into, you see, again, this tendency for capital to just create more of itself, to sort of self-replicate the same image. And once it leaks into the media, everybody has this new conception of the future and it's all pessimistic. So you need to sort of take back the idea of the future before you can expect Hollywood to represent the kind of ideas we're advocating.
Right.
So
one idea I've heard, the reason why Hollywood paints such a dystopian future is because they're kind of trying to appeal to people's sense that they don't want to be in the future. They want to kind of pat people on the back and be like, oh, it's okay that you're not going to live forever, because who wants to live forever anyways? Look how crappy it's going to be, you know? Kind of like a coping mechanism, like, you know, playing into their idea of not wanting to, like, thinking the future's bad because it's almost like it helps them get by.
Yeah. Hey, I want to give a quick shout out. Today is Natasha Vita-Moore's birthday. So happy birthday, Natasha. You're an awesome person, and you have shared and spread the ideas of transhumanism longer and more than almost anybody on the planet. So I haven't told you this yet. I need to, but I need to reschedule my interview with you, Natasha. So it's coming up on my channel, hopefully sometime in March. And look for Bobby and Alex or whatever channel you guys are going to put your interview with her on there as well. What's that, Bobby?
You guys want to talk about Natasha? I think she's super underrated. Like what she's done for art and like transhumanist culture. Like I think a lot of her work's very interesting.
Like she's insanely underrated. Yeah, I feel like the whole movement though is underrated. Like Alex, I've been watching some of your videos. I'm starting at your oldest ones, and I'm like maybe 7 or 8.
Oh God, the worst ones.
Well, I like to start from the end on a YouTube channel just to also see where you started. Dude, they're really good so far, and yeah, it's pretty awesome. I'm gonna keep going when I find the time. But there's a lot of incredible art and ideas out there that I think we're just so far ahead of our time, honestly, and not to pat our own backs too much, but I think we need to start closing that gap if we want to be more successful, more heard. We need to start talking about like what's available right now. You know, that's why I try and talk about things. Just get good sleep, you know, like drink clean water, like do the things that we know that are essential to live as long and healthy right now, and then scale up from there if you want to do that. But bring people in with like the more normal, like judgmental and non-confrontational type things.
That's good. Let's throw some names out there for people who are advocating these things we could do right now. For example, Matthew Walker, his book Why We Sleep. Maybe pick that up. Another one is Stephen Gundry, The Plant Paradox. He talks about good plants versus bad plant vegans.
But Stephen Gundry, I have to warn you guys, he is against peanut butter. So just take that with a grain of salt. When he says about peanut butter.
Essentially, the reason he has this division between plants is the idea of lectins. Some plants are higher in lectins than others, and essentially that's how he makes the distinguishing factor between good plants and bad plants. Right. Another thing is Daphne Miller, the jungle effect, like essentially eating according to your ancestry, get your DNA tested, and see what like this gets into like very like weird territory where like the white nationalists want to see how white you are and shit, but you that's not the reason you're getting tested. The reason you're getting tested is so you can know, if you know what race you are, you can backtrack your geography to what these people eat tribally for thousands of years. For example, like for me, I can track it back to like Siberia and shit and find out what they were eating, and then from that I can understand what I might be better at digesting, what my body might be more used to in an evolutionary sense, and like how to sort of manipulate your epigenetics such that you don't throw your body out of balance. So that's another interesting avenue to look down. Some other names, Dr. Sandy Kaufman. So this is a big one for me. Pick up the Kaufman Protocol. So it's on Amazon. It's like, I don't know, $16, $12. It's not expensive. It'll tell you like which supplements. Like there's someone in the chat here asking, what do you guys take? Don't ask us because we're not scientists. I have like I'm still an undergrad in biochemistry, so I'm not a scientist, nor did I even graduate college yet. So don't be asking me. Go to Sandy Kaufman, and she will explain.
Definitely ask me what I'm taking.
She has this model, like the cell is kind of like a factory. Right? What's that?
They definitely ask me what I'm taking because I have a lot I can share with people.
Oh
The
yeah,
audio's
somebody
kinda-
asked that in the comments. They
Hey, Bobby.
asked what we're taking.
Oh, sorry, real quick. Bobby and I have to run. We have another meeting we have to join, but just real quick, it's she prefers to go by Dr. Sandy, but her name is Sandra Kaufman, is how she pronounces it. She's awesome. I've done an interview with her. She has an app as well that you can download, and you can just download the app for 1 month, get all the information you need by plugging in your data, and then you don't need to pay for the app monthly or yearly after that. But the key here is personalized medicine. So it's not really that important what other people are taking. It matters what you should be taking. What's your age? How much money do you have? How much money are you willing to spend? It's not an easy question of like just answering it right away. Here's my list of supplements. It's like, what are your financial goals? It's a really complex question that needs way more thinking in it than just like, here's a list of shit that I take.
True.
Bobby, we have to run right now. We got to meet with.
All right, everyone. Say bye to Bobby. Say bye to Brent. Thank you for your insight, Brent. That was very intellectually productive.
And Matthew Walker is the man as well too. I've done a book.
We'll be back. So the plan is, for anyone who's listening, I'm not sure how many viewers there are, but the plan is we're going to talk to some people, and we're going to ask them after we talk for like 30 minutes because we have to let you get to know each other a little bit. But there's some pretty cool people, and so we want to get them on live stream though. It's 30 minutes from now, so just kick it with Rowan and Alex. And we'll be back pretty soon.
That's a lofty goal. We'll see if that happens.
It's happening.
All right.
I believe you. All right, we'll see you guys in a bit. Thanks for having us.
All right, see ya.
All right, see you guys. So we haven't even watched the clip yet of Keanu Reeves.
Want to put that on?
Sure, yeah.
Let's do it.
All right, let me just change it back now. I have to move this thing. Okay, there we go. There. Now we're back. All right, let me go to the. Here we go. Oh, your video went away.
It's okay. I'll be. Let me fix it.
Okay. Here we go. I'm gonna play.
Finally, one from me. You're turning 50 this year.
Oh, yes, I am.
How do you feel about growing older?
It's fantastic. Glad to be here.
You're not worried about aging or?
Of course, yeah. Aging means death. Yeah, I'm totally freaked out.
You don't seem it.
I am. But it's okay.
Okay, Keanu, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lovely to meet you.
See that?
Yeah.
He is scared of death. Did you see that? He's smart. You there, Alex? Alex is not there. All right. Someone is mentioning in the chat. Gorka says a nice documentary of immortality, transhumania. Oh yeah. Alex, where are you? My co-host. Come back. Come back. We have a technical difficulty here. So I'll just give my opinion on this little aging. What is he talking about? Aging sucks because it's killing us. And the issue is that we don't know what happens after we die. And it's very likely to be nothing. There's different theories, but it's all just conjecture. And nobody really knows. Alex, we still don't hear you. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
I hear you now.
All right, Can you see me?
No, still can't. Now I can see you. Now you're back.
All right. There we go. Technical difficulty. This fucking camera sucks. I should get a new one, but I'm poor. Well, I'm not poor. I just like to invest my money because
it looks high quality.
That's the most fucking like fiscally responsible thing you can do for life extension. Is to just like think of your money as this thing that's going to grow exponentially if you invest it right. Otherwise, you're just getting fucked by inflation, right? So Yeah, what were you talking about?
So I was just talking about aging and why death is so scary, because there's no proof of the afterlife or anything like that. And why Keanu Reeves is pretty smart to be scared of death. The video is called "Death is Okay." That's what he says at the end of the video, but he says it's okay. He didn't really sound very enthusiastic about it. It sounds like he was.
So I like your idea that you want this like one celebrity to kind of represent our movement. If we could just get one fucking celebrity to like give a shit about us, and then start like parroting our talking points, that's the key to getting our foot in the door. That's the key from growing transhumanism from like a movement of like 10,000 people to like millions.
Yeah,
that's the key to getting us out there. But like I said, the things we need are earlier in this video, foundations. We need a universal ethic, and I think for Ernest Becker's book, The Denial of Death, could be a great place to start at figuring out why we do shit. Why do we have religion? Why do we have culture? Why do we have why do we want to make money? Why do we want to fuck so bad? Why do we want to have kids so bad? All this goes back to death. And I think that's a great place to start. I've started calling it Beckerism. It's kind of it's not scientific per se, because there's different ways in which we use the word scientific. So for example, let's talk about like some unscientific ideas. Like for example, Freudism, Marxism, and Beckerism is kind of unscientific as well. So what unscientific means is the theory is unfalsifiable, right? So if you want to create a scientific theory, it has to be falsifiable. Let's take Freudianism for example. So like, oh, everybody wants to fuck their dad. Every boy wants to fuck their mom, and every woman wants to fuck their dad. So that's called the Oedipus complex. Okay, is it falsifiable? So for example, let's say I write an essay on why not all boys want to fuck their mom, and Freud would be like, oh, you're just repressing your concern. You're just repressing your instinct to fuck your mother, and therefore it validates my theory of repression. So that's an example of an unfalsifiable theory. Another one is like Marxism. So you have class consciousness, right? And you write about actually it's more complicated than just seizing the means of production. You have to do other things to create a functional society and like determine what things have value and how you allocate value, and essentially be like, oh, that's just false consciousness. That's just you are so blinded by your own oppression that you stoop to writing these essays. So again, it's unfalsifiable. And it's the same thing with Beckerism, is essentially, oh, you're a deathist? Well, you're just repressing your concern for death to try and channel it to something different. I think we need a scientific immortalism, just as the left is trying to create a scientific socialism. We need an ethic that's rooted in actual research. And I've been looking into that, like sort of papers trying to prove terror management theory and prove Beckerism. So I think that's really an interesting place to start for this movement.
Interesting. Yeah, so that's deep. Really deep. Did you hear the quote by Keanu Reeves?
Yeah, so I don't know if he's for sure an immortalist, because he's like maybe not, maybe yes. But we do need, it would be cool to have him on our team, because he's also the poster boy for Cyberpunk 2077.
Yes.
So the kind of audience that would be receptive to our ideas are already fans of his. So if we could just get him on board, then it would work out.
Heck yeah.
But I don't think he's... One example, I think the best bet would be Grimes. Grimes is on board with this. Have you seen her new video with Akira? You ever seen Akira? It's an anime from the 80s.
Akira.
Her new movie. Her new music video was like
it's the one with Delete Forever.
Yeah, so so Akira is like this transhumanist anime, and she did like a music video referencing it.
Yeah, I made a meme with that. I'll show my meme that I made.
You ever seen the movie Chronicle with what's his face, the school shooter kid who plays fucking the Green Goblin? Yeah, so Chronicle is like the American version of Akira. It's not as good, but it's like, especially like the ending of Chronicle, where the two kids are like fighting with their psychic powers. I could totally see them saying Kaneda Tetsuo, Kaneda Tetsuo. Yeah, so it's not as good, but also a decent movie if you're looking for.
So did you like that music video by Grimes, Delete Forever?
It was okay. I
freaking love the sound of it. She's so good.
Her voice is a little freaky to most people, but it'll grow on you. So we already do have kind of one celebrity advocating for us, but she mostly uses it to meme and not actually create any sort of plan to go forward as we're trying to do. So as Brent is trying to do. I think Brent's done the most out of all four of us for life extension. He's actually talking to the rich people who can fund this.
Yeah, he's like doing what I wanted to do, but doing it way better as far as really interviewing people. That's what I set out to do.
I think Brent's the perfect person to sort of get this movement off its feet. I think I'm the worst person to do it because I'm too fucking edgy to ever do this shit. Like, we need you to talk to Zuckerberg to get him to invest in our movement. No, fuck Zuckerberg and fuck Bezos and their treatment of the working class. Fuck them all. So it's like I'm not the best optics for that. Maybe Brent would be better optics for getting people to invest in the movement, so we can reach a point where we can sort of have this Hegelian dialectic where the slave class switches over with the master class, and we have a new paradigm for social relation.
Do you have a favorite interview of Brent's? I haven't watched all his interviews, but recently I started watching the him interviewing Liz Parrish.
The Zoltan one was okay.
Oh yeah. I didn't seen that full one yet.
We're interviewing Zoltan too, by the way. Oh, by the way, you ever seen Dude Where's My Car? When we get Zoltan on here, we're gonna like before he comes on, all four of us are just gonna be like Zoltan. You know, like Dude Where's My Car? I think that'd be funny. Let's fucking do that.
Definitely.
But anyway, before they logged off, let's continue on this idea of like practical things you can do.
Okay.
Before this movement gets off the ground. So we mentioned the Kaufman Protocol, right? So, if you don't want to pick up the book, I think we could summarize it for the people who don't like to read, because I assume a lot of people hate books, not because they're like difficult to read, but because they have shorter attention spans because of the internet, right? So essentially, she talks about the body like a factory, right?
What smart drugs are you taking right now? What smart drugs are you like currently on right now? As we're talking.
Just this shit.
Oh,
so
okay.
Not nothing particularly good.
So no modafinil at the moment.
No modafinil today. I don't want to stay up all fucking night for.
Good.
Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see.
I'm pretty
Also,
out of
maybe-
it because I have been sleeping so bad. I don't even think I slept last night. My brain is like dead.
Oh, you didn't sleep? What
No.
happened?
I just couldn't sleep. I got too much energy or something. I just couldn't shut out my brain.
Did you take melatonin?
I ran out of melatonin. That's one of the problems, I guess.
Shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've become adapted to all these freaking sleep drugs.
So melatonin is actually one of the drugs Dr. Kaufman lists on her index for life extension. But before we get to that, we got to get to her theory on aging, right? So like Aubrey de Grey, she has a theory of aging where aging can be divided into 7 smaller things, right? So she compares the body, like the cell, to a factory. And what do we have in a factory? We have like a tech sector where you have all the fucking nerds making their fucking tech, their software and shit. We have an energy area, like an industrial area where we get our utilities, like our fucking electricity and whatnot. And then you have sort of like the transportation systems, like the highways. You have a government, like the center of the cell kind of determines which genes get expressed, which information gets expressed. So the kind of central censorship location of the cell. And then you have an immune system, which is kind of the cell, like a cellular immune system. It's kind of like the police. You have all these proteins going around destroying bad molecules so that only the good molecules survive. So essentially, here's her seven causes. The first is information systems. So this is DNA, right? Like our telomeres, the capsid of our DNA that shorten over time. So this is like the company operating manual, right? This is the constitution of the city is the DNA. So there's things that'll affect your DNA, like for example, radiation and shit, and then it has to be repaired. Like maybe the constitution of the cell will be eroded, and you have to rewrite it or try and remember what was there and reconstruct that. So a lot of her drugs are based on that model. Second, there's the energy station, so the mitochondria. We all know what the mitochondria is. Say it with me, everybody. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of
the cell.
There you go. I like to say like the midichlorian is the powerhouse of the Force. Everybody gets that. It was like Star Wars had like this lame ripoff of the mitochondria. And it's like, oh, because the mitochondria creates energy. Maybe that's where the fucking Jedi could get the Force from. And it was such a dumb idea because you kind of like destroyed the mystery of the Force. Like the whole, it was based on like Buddhist metaphysics and like Stoic metaphysics, but now that's all gone because you fucking whatever. Fuck midichlorians. Anyway, so the mitochondria, it's essentially the energy source of the factory. And when this erodes, you become old and weak and you can't move properly. Your cells, like your heart cells, can't pump properly. Your brain cells can't fire properly. And this relates to the whole sirtuins, the AMP kinase, the mTOR system. You've heard of those, right? Yeah, so that's the second cause.
I have to, I think, maybe end this stream. I might be going somewhere.
Where are you headed?
Going to a friend's house, hanging out with my friends here, so we're all maybe going to a get together.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
We're gonna have Bobby and Brent back on later.
Right. When's the next interview we're doing?
The next one is at let me check. Our next interview is fuck. I don't have Facebook open. Give me a second. Our next interview is at 5 with who's this guy? Bobby made two lists of people we're supposed to be talking to.
Yeah, the next person we're interviewing is yeah, I saw the list. Anyways, keep on going. I think
we got some comments here. You want to answer those?
I can keep on streaming. I decided
So Gorka Palomo says, I want to be a biomedical researcher and study aging to help defeat it. Do you think that's a good idea? Thanks.
Do you think that's a good idea?
I think that's a great idea because different people are going to contribute in different ways. So I just think don't find what your passion like. You ever heard of the Ikigai? Go on your Google Images and pull up the word Ikigai. I'll spell it out for you. IKIGAI. It's going to be like a Venn diagram. So it's like, look for like 4 circles overlapping on Google Images. So that's the Ikigai. Basically, the Ikigai is this Japanese model for a fulfilling life, right?
Found it.
You found it?
Mm-hmm.
So when you go into a life extension, when you're picking your major for college,
mm-hmm.
you want something that fits into all 4 of these categories, right? Let's list off some things that would be ideas for you to contribute. So essentially, you want your Ikigai to be something you're good at, something you love, something the world needs.
I feel like my answer to all of these is like eternal life. What do I love? Eternal life. My mission, eternal life. What the world needs, eternal life.
And what you can be paid for, eternal life. Because all those boomers are cashing out their stocks, and they're going to spend that money somewhere. Mm-hmm. And what they're going to spend it on is medicine so that they don't fucking die. Like at the end of the day, everybody, no matter how badly those boomers want the new car or the bigger house or whatever the fuck they're spending their money on, eventually they'll spend it on medicine because they don't want to fucking die. So I think this will be the big industry of the future once we see all the boomers retiring. I think it's like 10,000 boomers a day are retiring now, but in the future it'll be like maybe 200,000, or not a day, sorry, a year. And in the future it'll be like 200,000 a year. Mm-hmm. Right now there's like, I think 70 million people in the United States are boomers. So that's a lot of fucking people. So essentially, here's how you pick your major. Start with what you're good at, right? Immediately cross off everything you're not good at because it's not sustainable. Another thing is what you love. Don't do these like temporary bandwagon type shit. Like, oh, I'm gonna be like a fucking like a blogger because bloggers that was a fad. Like you can't make money as a blogger anymore. Back in the 2010s and maybe the 2000s, mm-hmm. you definitely could. But now nobody reads anymore. Everyone's doing YouTube. That's what you and I are doing. So first find something you're good at, and then this thing you're doing, it should be related to eternal life. So now the third thing is something the world needs. So is the world going to need your biomedical engineering degree? I would say yes. All these boomers retiring are going to fucking want your services. Mm. And can you be paid? Can you be paid for it? So this is interesting because I'm going to be the like. If you look at like communist Twitter, a lot of these people are very like deluded. Based on like what they're going to do after the revolution. Like there's people who are like, after the revolution, I'm going to be the commune slam poet. Fuck no, dude. They're going to send you to the mines or the farms. You're coming with us to the fucking farms. You're not going to be the commune slam poet. So it has to be something you contribute to society and something in which people feel you're doing your part. Mm-hmm. So once you have all 4 of those things, I'd say go ahead and do this biomedical engineering degree. But I'd say the biggest concern here is make sure you're good at it. Make sure you can sustain your efficiency at science. Make sure you can sustain your drive. What would you say about this?
What if they're only good at it if they take a bunch of nootropics? Should they do it? If they're only good at under those conditions?
is your nootropics program sustainable? Because if all you need is coffee, that's pretty sustainable.
Mm-hmm. That is pretty sustainable.
So here's some things you should probably not major in. Sorry. So college has become kind of a very corrupt system in which here's how it went downhill. So back in the day, like the boomers, they could pay $2,000 and be done with college, 4 years of college. That's all it took. Like that's a summer job, could pay for your entire college. It's not like that anymore. Right now it's like $250,000 to graduate at a private university, and maybe like $70,000 to graduate at a public university. So Rowan, when it comes to like I know Bobby's trying to get you back into college, but I would probably advise against it. I would say find a way in which you could do. It depends on your degree. For example, I'm going because I can't get lab experience outside of college. The only way I can get lab experience is if I do a lab in college. Same with your biomedical engineering degree. You're not going to be allowed in an engineering lab outside of college unless you go to a company and say, "Hey, can I work in the mailroom?" and then work your way up. But it depends on your degree.
Mm-hmm.
What I would not recommend is a degree in philosophy. And hold on, before you fucking start typing away at the comments like, "Oh, philosophy's," I know it's useful, I know it's fun, I know it's great, but no one's going to pay you for it. It has to be a side that you do, and I do it as a side hobby.
Yeah,
I'm not going to make that.
They make jokes about that in movies. Like that's like a cliche joke that you can't make money as a philosopher. It's so true.
Another one is theology. Ever heard the joke? Could God create a degree so useless even he couldn't get a real job? So that's theology. Watch out for
Right.
like these ministry schools that'll charge you so much money and you can never pay it off. Essentially, if you look up the average student debt in America right now, the mean student debt is 230,000. Like that's the average, and the median is like 40,000. So like if you look at like the average, like the typical American, they're tens of thousands in debt, and some of these people are $500,000 in debt. Like they'll go to Harvard for an English degree, and they'll be like, "Oh, what? Nobody wants my English degree? Now you have a fucking negative fortune. You're a negative millionaire. Congrats." So really fucking think about what you're going to major in, and how it's going to relate to eternal life. So I'm just going to write, "Oh, I'm just going to be an eternal life blogger." That might be difficult to sustain financially. You really have to think about what else you're going to do on the side to sustain that as a hobby. So again, the world, like the jobs that are fun, you're not getting paid for. There's a supply and demand, right? Like I want to be an ice cream taster and porn star. Yeah, well, everybody wants to be an ice cream taster and porn star.
You
and
really
that's why
want to be a porn star? Would you, if you could? Wouldn't you be afraid of getting all those STDs?
No, dude, fuck. I know it sounds like the bomb, but after like 1 month of doing it, you'll be bored. Like,
no.
I'll tell you right now.
I don't think it's the bomb at all. No, I was saying, do you really like want to do that? I was saying like it's not a good thing.
Like for example, if you before you pick any degree, find somebody who has the degree and interview them about their degree. Be like, "Hey, what's it like to work here? What's it like to what's your career like? How much does it pay?" Go talk to like a fucking male porn star, and they'll tell you they get paid jack shit, and like the first month of just fucking is fun, but after that it becomes monotonous and boring. Like all jobs suck. Every job sucks. Even biomedical engineering, that'll suck. Okay, because in order for a job to pay, it has to suck. The jobs that are fun forever pay very, very little, and that's why you got to find the sweet spot, like the center, the ikigai. You got to find that, and that's all I have to say about that.
Right.
Anybody else? Actually, hold on. If you have a career, I know there's like 7 people watching right now. If you have a career question, type it in the comments and we'll answer it. Because
what's
I think
the best career for eternal life? I would imagine something that is health oriented, something underground, maybe in a underground bunker. Is there any careers in an underground bunker?
Yeah, so that's one thing you could look at is programming. What you want to do is here's the best. If I could go back and do it again, I would do information technology rather than biotechnology, and here's why. With biotechnology, you're fucking nailed. You're fucking nailed to the ground. You can't move because all the biotech companies are either here in San Diego or they're up in the Bay Area where you guys are. So essentially, I can't move outside of these areas. And essentially, whenever Californians like politicians do something stupid, I'm stuck with their decisions. I can't fucking fight it. But if you major in like information technology, if you're like a programmer, if your major is computer science, you could fucking work your job anywhere. This is called digital nomadry. Like the digital nomad can go anywhere and do their work from online, right? Like you could go to some fucking rural town in Texas or Idaho where the rent is super fucking cheap and you're just raking in the cash, just fucking working on your computer, and you got your bunker nearby. So once the nuke hits, just fucking 10-minute drive to your bunker or whatever, and fucking get underground or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, that's another great thing is you could just go to fucking Thailand where it's super cheap to live, or the Philippines, and like all the girls are gonna want to bang you because the fucking little bit of money you have is a lot there. I think the exchange rate's like 10-1 or some shit. Like an American dollar goes very far there. You ever thought about that, Rowan?
But isn't it dangerous to live there? Thailand?
Right now it is because of the coronavirus, right? Because the coronavirus really likes tropical areas. So China's not that tropical, but Thailand is. So the more it spreads, maybe you might see it become even worse in Thailand than it is in China because it's more optimal for the virus.
Right.
So, but you don't have to go to Thailand. I mean, you could go to like if you have enough money, you could go to like Switzerland or Norway
Iceland?
or Russia.
I've always wanted to go to Iceland.
Yeah, Iceland, I guess so. Not a lot of people live there. It's like 300,000. So it's like a hometown. It's like a country that's your hometown.
Yeah.
Like you know everybody in the country.
Do you have any
Maybe
countries
not
you're really interested in that you'd like to go there? Like, let's say if flying wasn't dangerous in the future, if you could just
Oh yeah, I'd like to
travel
visit
anywhere.
Norway and Iceland. We already listed those. The Azores Islands, Argentina, Chile's got a revolution going down. So I mean, pretty violent there right now. Also wanted to visit like Australia because it's like I think Australians got like a really good fucking end of the deal. So essentially you have Britain, this dystopian, like it's like Victorian cyberpunk, steampunk or whatever, where you have this tremendous difference between the rich and the poor, and your father stole a fucking loaf of bread. So instead of putting them in prison, they send you to Australia because all the prisons are fucking full. And then all these convicts arrive in Australia and they're like, oh shit, you deported us from that gloomy, rainy, boring island to this fucking tropical beach paradise where there's plenty of fucking farmland and space to roam around. Fucking thank you. The Australians, man, they lucked out. I know it was like hard.
Except for all the freaking poisonous animals and insects over there, like it's
but it's
way more dangerous.
It's not so bad once you build a city and you get those things under control, because there's no like fucking dingoes that'll be in the center of Melbourne or Sydney just fucking killing people. But
I heard there's like spiders that hide under the toilet seat covers, like jump out and bite your butt. Seriously.
You have arachnophobia, because I totally do. Fucking man, if you deal with the spider problem, I'll visit Australia, but I won't live there. Speaking of which, New Zealand, that's the country where Lord of the Rings was filmed. So especially like the South Island, I want to visit that. So you can do everything on New Zealand: fucking skiing, surfing, fucking mountain climbing, everything on the same fucking island. I think that's a beautiful position to be in as a country. Also, I also want to mention like Japan. You ever wanted to visit Japan?
Yes, definitely. I love the Japanese culture. It's awesome. So minimalistic and like pretty. I love how they do their little tea gardens and everything.
So people will often say like, we already live in cyberpunk. I think that's kind of true, but in Japan it's especially true. Japan is literally fucking cyberpunk. You have these fucking highways that run through fucking buildings. You have these like their police force uses drones to fight like Yakuza drones, and they have drone wars, and it's like you have like fucking virtual waifus and shit. Like Blade Runner 49 is already Japan. 2049 is already Japan. So I mean, if you want to like see what your future is gonna be like, just go to Japan.
Right.
You're gonna see some bad things in Japan too, like the diminishing of human relationships. More and more men not getting into relationships because living is too expensive. Especially like Tokyo. Tokyo is not that expensive, but it's still expensive as a Japanese person who's not earning a lot of money. Because Japan's problem, like everyone thought Japan would be the new world superpower. Like in the 80s, they were like, it looked like they would be tied with America for like the biggest economy on earth. And then they had this huge fucking crash in the 90s that they never recovered from. And essentially, if you're born as a Japanese person, the society will fucking whip you to fucking work all day, so you can support the Japanese boomers who are like fucking there's twice as many of them as you, and you have to fucking work hard to support them, and they'll pay you jack shit.
Why do you think the Japanese live so long, anyways? I've always wondered that.
I think it's their diet. I think it's their diet, honestly. Like a lot of their protein, they get plant protein and fish protein rather than fucking like red meat that Americans get. I think people think the vegans are kind of like a truther movement in the nutrition, but I think there's more to it. I think there's a lot of scientific validity in veganism, and like I used to watch Vegan Gains all the time. I was vegan for a while until I started eating like omega-3s, so that's totally not vegan. But yeah, I'm still convinced. I'm still on the omega-3 bandwagon, so I don't know if I'll be going back to veganism anytime soon, but I'm pretty much almost vegan right now because I think there's a lot of scientific validity to it.
Yeah,
I'd say vegan and keto are
I'm
the
a
best diet.
pescatarian, so I don't eat any meat but fish.
Fish, that's yeah. I think there's there's a spectrum of like how angry vegans will get at the type of animal you kill. So like obviously the factory farming like mammals like cows and pigs is the worst. Maybe chickens a little bit less so, but still pretty bad. And like fish, I mean fish, they don't have facial expressions, so you have kind of less empathy for them because they're way back on the evolutionary tree. They're not that close to you,
Yeah.
and that's why I think pescatarians get less shit than the fucking carnivore diet people. Who like that's such a bad idea though. By the way, just because fucking Jordan Peterson does it, we should all do the fucking carnivore
It's
diet.
horrible. It's a really bad idea. So bad. I was just recently at a vegan conference thing, and they were trying to make me feel guilty for eating fish. They had a whole presentation. She was just lecturing up there for an hour about the suffering that the fish go through, how they suffocate to death.
Fish kind of get factory farmed too, like especially like inland. You have these like fucking areas where they breed them and like factory farm them, but they have more space to sort of swim around. I'd say the fish are better off than like the cows and pigs. Go watch our once we upload it, go watch our interview with David Pierce. He's got something to say about like animal rights, factory farming, and how transhumanism can sort of be used to overcome these controversies, so to speak. But yeah, so we were on this topic of like countries you wanted to visit. What were your top countries?
Iceland and Japan for sure.
Iceland and Japan. That's it.
Those are my top.
You want to check out? Do you think you'd check out China if they toned down their pollution so you don't have to wear
only
face
if it
masks?
was safe. I would never want to be there because it just feels so dangerous there. So foreign that everything works so differently. I could be targeted or something.
Yeah. Thing about China is like they're at the stage America used to be in the early 1900s. Like they got so much fucking lead in the air and like heavy metals. It's like I think this is gonna be controversial, but I think boomers are like dumber on average because of like the fucking leaded gasoline that used to be around in the 50s and 60s when they were being born, and that might have like fucked up their brain. I bet the boomer IQ on average is like 20 points lower, and that's why they do stupid shit like, oh, let's invade Iran. Let's like I think like citation not needed. Search your feelings. You know it to be true. Boomers.
Right.
Some of them are great, but I think this fucking leaded gasoline makes them vote for stupid policies that fuck us. Like Social Security, for example. That was a very, very bad idea. Basically, we pay taxes and we get nothing back for it.
Yeah.
I see America actually going down the route of Japan somewhat. Like our birth rate is shrinking, and we have more and more boomers, and the young people have to suffer more and more to support those boomers. Pay more and more in taxes and accept like worse living conditions, all while being told they're fucking lazy, even though they have like 3 jobs and shit. I really feel for millennials and even my generation, like the Zoomers, are put into this fucking position where we have to do more and get less back.
What's your opinion of the no fap movement?
Good things and bad things. So the no fap movement has a lot of like fucking pseudoscience behind it, whereby which like, oh, if you don't jerk off for a year, you'll have all these superpowers. I don't think it works that way. Like there's actually been studies on the no fap movement, and there's no correlation between like fapping and testosterone. You're thinking of serotonin is the hormone that's governed, the neurotransmitter that's governed by jerking off, right? You get serotonin and dopamine. It doesn't really do anything with testosterone. Like there's no spike in testosterone nor diminishing effect. It's at least on the week.
I thought there was like a spike in testosterone like after 3 or 4 days of being on the no fap.
I'm not sure. If somebody can find the citation, like put it in the comments and I'll check it out. But as far as I'm concerned, there's like no correlation there whatsoever. It's the same goes for like soy. I used to like like the soy boy meme. Yeah. It was on Paul Watson's channel. There's no real correlation for that either. I just think it's a funny meme.
So soy won't make you grow breasts and turn into a woman?
Yeah, the meme is that like soy is a xenoestrogen, which it is, but not enough to have any serious effects on your hormonal profile.
Right, it like just makes you feminized, like a feminized man.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at like BPA and like all these fucking plastics, they're also xenoestrogens, and I think those are way worse than soy. For example, if you're drinking out of a fucking water bottle on a hot day, where the BPA in the bottle is being heated up and leaking into your water, that's gonna turn you into a bitch, dude. You'll grow bitch tits, and you'll fucking, I don't know, start fucking canceling people on Twitter, and you'll become this like horrible human being.
Increase your chance of getting cancer.
Men really do need testosterone to be functional. It's like that's the hormone that governs our fucking biological foundation, like the Y chromosome and shit.
Do you do the red light to your testicles to increase your testosterone?
I just take stuff for it, like magnesium, zinc, DHEA. Let me find that shit. DHEA. Yeah, so you got this. It's gonna start decreasing once you hit 30. I'm nowhere near there yet, so I only take half a pill a day. But once I hit 30, I'll take like 2 or 1. Once I hit like once I hit my mid 20s, I'll start taking 1 pill a day, and then once I hit my 30s, maybe 2 pills a day. So, I mean, yeah, that's one way in which you could sort of get tiny boosts in testosterone. Another way is to just inject testosterone like the bodybuilders do. I wouldn't say like go into the performance enhancing drugs as a 20-something. I say like wait until you're like an old man who's running out of testosterone anyway. Because I mean, you ever seen Fight Club?
Yes, I love that movie.
Remember Robert Paulson? His name was Robert Paulson.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that's some of the things that can. That's just some of the bad things that can happen if you cross testosterone and PEDs and steroids with fucking testicular cancer. Bad outcome. Yeah, those are some things you could.
Played by Meatloaf.
That was Meatloaf? Really? Damn.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Show it on the screen for you, everyone. That's the guy with the tits, the guy with the fat guy with the tits. Yeah, it's Meatloaf.
His name was Robert Paulson.
Mm-hmm.
Meatloaf
in the movie.
Yeah, so that's to summarize the no-fap movement. I think you should look a little bit more into it. There's actually bad things that can happen if you don't fucking fap. Like I think there was one study that had like an increased risk of prostate cancer if you didn't fap 3 times a month. Here's why I think you should do some no-fap, because productivity. It's not going to do anything for testosterone, but if you're like busy watching fucking porn, it's going to kill your productivity. You're not going to get a fucking 4.0 GPA, or you're not going to make as much money, or your business will suffer, or whatever. So I think, yeah, do some no-fap, but don't fucking turn into a religious nut about it. Like fucking, oh shit, I haven't jerked off in like 9 months. Oh, I haven't jerked off in 7 months. And they use that as like a badge of honor. Mm-hmm. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Like a cult. But the general sentiment of the no-fap community is something you should adopt.
Well, they're all their legend and lore is that you get superpowers. That's what they're trying to get. They're trying to become freaking a wizard or something. So.
I like it as any more career questions in the comments. Take a look.
Maybe we could talk about Mormonism. That's pretty interesting. You're a Mormon. Explain that.
That's really a whole stream on its own, because there's so much to say about it. Like its history, it's like whether or not it's correct theologically, mm-hmm. how it meshes in the original Christianity. Like another idea is like the Nephites and the Lamanites, sort of the people who were here, like before the Europeans explorers. That's kind of controversial because we don't find scientific evidence of that occurring. Mm-hmm. So like perhaps as a historical theory of reality, Mormonism is not the best avenue to put your chips into, but as a religion, like I think it has graduated to the status of a fully functional Christian religion. Like Mormons are treated better now than they ever have been in history. Like the government fucking fought wars with the Mormons. Uh-huh. I think like Joseph Smith even had his own private army called like the Nauvoo Legion, and he was gonna like run for president as like a monarchist president, and he was gonna change the constitution into like a theocracy or whatever. And Americans like really fucking hated that. Mm-hmm. And every time they moved to like a new state, they'd always like the local people would always try and attack them for not being true Christian or whatever. I think Mormons are a true Christian religion. If you just spend some time with these people, you'll see that. Like they're not satanic. They're not fucking. They're not a cult. They're not. Because if you look at the definition of a cult, there's very specific things. I think this is now a fully functional religion with millions of followers. I think like there's as many Mormons in Brazil as there is in America now. It's gotten huge, even some in Africa now. But I would say give them a chance. Like just hang out around the church, or they'll have clubs at your college. Mm-hmm. Join one of those clubs. You could hang out with Mormons, and then you'll see that they truly are real Christians, and they like the religion really is just about love and helping your fellow human beings. It's nothing crazy, despite how many YouTube videos you might have watched about it. I don't have bad things to say about it, only good things.
Heck yeah.
Like I'll have bad things to say about the history of the church, but some of the nicest people I've ever encountered.
I agree. I went to a
What's
Mormon
the story
church
with
a few times.
what's your relationship with it? Like you talked about your parents.
Yeah,
and,
I went to Mormon church a few times. I agree. I thought they were very nice. My family, my mom grew up Mormon because my grandma she was a Mormon, and but yeah, they eventually got out of it, and they were featured in like a really famous documentary that was like trying to expose Mormonism or anything. But I never
oh shit,
really.
I want to go watch that. What's it
Yeah,
called?
I never researched Mormonism that much. So I don't know that much about it, but I heard things like I think the typical things you hear is that okay, Mormons think you're gonna become your own god one day and like seed a planet with all your Mormon babies, like be this like and polygamy. You hear polygamy and I don't know too much about it though.
One of the things that's actually very compatible. So that's something that's very compatible with is about like becoming a god or whatever. That's actually very somewhat compatible with Mormonism, whereby you have one heavenly father creating more heavenly fathers, and those become heavenly fathers who create universes of their own. I think it meshes really well with like the simulation hypothesis. Oh, and also like women. The Mormon religion is actually more progressive than some of these other Christian religions, where they have there's a heavenly mother as well, not just a heavenly father. And essentially, when you get married in Mormonism, your souls are forever intertwined. You become a twin individual, as I like to call it, and that becomes like the new creator of the new universe that you manage. So I think it's very fractal in its metaphysics, in a sense that it's an infinite regress that never ends. It's very psychedelic when you look at it.
Don't some Mormonists don't some Mormons think you have to be polygamous in order to get to the highest level of heaven? I think
that's controversial because the church has changed its opinion on polygamy in order to become like the U.S. government said Utah couldn't become a state unless they changed their laws on polygamy, and the church was like, okay, we'll fucking change the law on polygamy. You can still be polygamous, but if you want to register with multiple wives, it's not going to work out. But yeah, a lot of people have compared it to like the Christian version of Islam. I don't think so. Like I don't think maybe like Wahhabism, like the religion of ISIS, I don't think it's anything close to that. Like just go to Utah and spend some time with these people, and you'll see they're not fucking like lunatics.
Yeah.
They actually do.
Well, most Mormons aren't even polygamous. I mean, it's just the fundamentalist ones that are.
I'd say yeah. If you go to the Mormon bubble, which is like Ogden, Provo, Salt Lake, it's all very monogamous. It's really these towns across Utah, these secluded towns of maybe like 2,000 people, 1,000 people, a few hundred people. You'll find some polygamy there, like these no-go zones, Mormon no-go zones. There'll be polygamy there, but for the most part, it's monogamous.
Does polygamy enter the picture in your brand of Mormonism? Transhumanist Mormonism? No polygamy.
No,
not looking forward to that.
I like the idea of the heavenly father and heavenly mother more than this like polygamy thing, because it's not if you look at it on a civilization. Okay, let's dismiss religion for a second and see this as pragmatic. Okay, so pull up so this goes about let's talk about like incels for a second. So incels have this theory of reality where you got diagram. It's got like all the women on one side and all the men on the other side,
so,
and like make sure one.
They say this diagram. What did I type in?
Hear me?
Yeah, you were breaking up. I hear you now. Oh wait, you're breaking up again. You're breaking up.
So like,
it says poor connection. Wait, you're breaking up. Okay, I think you're back. It still says poor connection, but
okay.
Okay, you're back now. You're good. I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So type in hypergamy, and you'll get this diagram. Like men ranked 1 to 1, or women ranked 1 to 10, and it'll show you like a diagram of like monogamous societies where it's like everybody's paired off with their looks match, so to speak. And on the hypergamy diagram, it's got like the men and all the women are like paired off with like the chads, and like the people who are left, all the men who are left like unpartnered, they become incels and they start doing violence and shit. And I think this is part of the reason polygamous societies, especially like very brutal patriarchal polygamous societies, are doomed to failure. Because what is it? I like the quote, "Idle hands do the devil's work." If you don't have a family or like a relationship of some sort, you are very fucking bored. And what do bored people do? They seek out trouble because you're fucking bored, right? Maybe you'll do drugs, maybe you'll fucking commit crimes or whatever. You don't see any avenue in which you can contribute to society. You have no investments in society. A family is kind of like what invests you in society. So that's what the incels are saying, is that all these men are going to go around fucking shit up, and they'll have this like, they call it the beta uprising, where all the betas will just kill the Chads and Stacys, reinforce like a traditional society. I think this is one of the reasons polygamy creates so much chaos. And I think incels, some of them point to like Islam, whereby like some branches of Islam are like very polygamous, where you have like a few Chads with like a shit ton of wives, and the others become fucking suicide bombers. Those are just some of the arguments against polygamy. And I think there's a couple of these incels wanted to raise the age of consent to 25. That's right, raise, not lower. And I think the reason being that these 40-year-old men and 30-year-old men won't be picking up the 20-year-olds. They'll marry. And I think that's, out of all the incel positions, this is the one I sympathize with the most, because I can totally relate to it. Like in high school, I lost my virginity at like 14, 15, and like after, depending on whether blowjobs count or not. And like I had like a new girlfriend every 2 months. It was so easy to get a girlfriend in high school. It's so fucking easy. Like I don't understand how people can't do it unless you're like really, really fucking ugly. But then once I hit 18, suddenly everything changed. Like you less people respond to your fucking Tinder shit, your fucking Bumble, which is where the girls message you. It all goes downhill. And it took me forever to figure out why. And it was because, oh, I know, they're dating all these fucking like sugar daddies, right? And you never see that the other way around. Because like the sugar daddies are usually in their 30s and 40s, right? Some of them are in Dubai, and like these hoes will have like Instagram pictures from Dubai where like, oh, check out this pool, check out this car. And I was like, we know what you did for that car. You're banging like this really old sheik or whatever. This like 70-year-old guy, and like a video on like with this guy called Isaac Butterfield, and he makes a video on like what these fucking Dubai girls have to do to get all this money. You never see it the other way around though. You never see guys with like their sugar mommies. Like you'll never see like boys on TikTok going like, hey, I'm here in my pool chilling with my sugar mommy, and she's making me tendies and fucking tendies and fucking
right.
like
you don't
taking
see
out my piss bottles. You never see that. You only see this go in one direction, and that's, I think, raising the age of consent to like 25. I think like it makes sense because like men are becoming children in their 20s. Like the idea of what a child is has changed in society. I think like a lot of people in their early 20s behave like children and are treated as children, and I'd say that's the position I sympathize with them on the most. But for the most part, I oppose the incel ideology. I think it's fucked up. I think you want to know how to solve the incel crisis? I have an idea.
Sex bots.
So it's not transhumanist. It's not transhumanist. Here's how you solve the incel crisis. So type in, go to Google Images, type in gender balance, map of America, right? Gender imbalance.
Oh, gender imbalance. Okay.
So let's look at how the incel ideology came about. It came about because essentially post-industrial society reorganized us into cities. We used to live in like these primitive communes where sort of everybody knows everybody, and eventually you find someone who's like you and you pair off, right? So healthy, non-toxic relationships. There's no fucking misogyny, no misandry, no fucking no incels, no MGTOWs, no nothing. It worked. But then we had post-industrial society where everybody moved into the cities, and different cities specialized in different things, and men and women have different interests. So in some cities, you'll see more men than women, and in some cities, you'll see more women than men. So on the map Rowan has pulled up, you can see that some of these areas have more women than men. And what you'll see is like, you'll see resentment build towards the minority sex. So in these areas like New York, this is a very feminist area. Essentially, you have all these women who are the majority in New York, and men are the minority. So men have their pick. And the women who are left out of this equation will get very bitter, and these will become the female incels. These will become like the sex negative feminists who will get fucked. And it's not their fault. I want to help the feminists. I want to help the incels. But the problem is the location. So incels have this idea called location cell. And I think that's the only valid idea they've ever produced. All this other idea of like, oh, I'm too ugly to get like fucking Elliot Rodger is like a 7, dude. Fuck, I'm uglier than Elliot Rodger, and I fucking like that guy was just mentally fucked up. I don't think he was an incel because he was ugly. I think he was an incel because he was fucked up in the head. Like he was just crazy.
Right.
And like even if women did fuck him, it wouldn't be enough. He would always like, he was looking more for status than he was for actual relationships. Because like, go look at his manifesto. It's more about like how other people don't respect him rather than wish I had a relationship. So what you want, here's how we fix it. If you're in one of these areas, don't move to the areas.
So if you're an incel, they should move to the areas where there's more women.
Yeah. So if you're a feminist and you're trapped in one of these hang on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're an incel and you're trapped in one of these blue areas where there's more men than women, fucking move. Go to one of these. Don't necessarily go to the reddest area where there's all these where there's gender imbalances, because you'll find more feminists there. It's like an endless feedback loop. The more the majority sex is resentful of the minority sex, the worse the gender balance becomes. So in for example, the opposite of New York is like the Bay Area. So in the Bay Area, you'll find a lot of like Silicon Valley libertarian MGTOW ideologies. That's because there's so much more fucking men than women. If you're in the Bay Area, and you're a man, just fucking move. Otherwise, you'll get trapped in this incel ideology. Same with like Elliot Rodger. He was in a blue area where there was more men than women. And if you're a feminist, like stuck in New York, get the hell out of New York. Just find another city. Go to an area where it's more 50-50. And I think that's the way in which people can start to reconnect. Here's the problem, though. What if you can't find a job in your new city? You have to stay in your old city, right? So I think that's the big problem we need to solve, is major in something where you're not tied down to your city. For example, my major was biochemistry and like biotechnology, so I'm stuck in this fucking California coastal area and I can't leave because all the jobs are here. If you majored in computer science and you're like an AI researcher or a programmer, you can go wherever the fuck you want. You can go to one of these areas where you won't be an incel or a location cell or whatever. And that's like the first step to solving your like incelness or femcelness is to go out of your comfort zone and just get a job where you can work anywhere and everywhere.
Heck yeah. Makes sense.
So I don't know if that'll work, but I think that's the best solution to the incel crisis.
That makes sense. Yeah, but it's bad that there's such an imbalance in some places. So that could definitely make it worse for people.
How's your area, Sacramento? Is that male dominated?
I have no idea.
There's a website where you can look it up, like the gender imbalance. You can zoom in on like individual counties and see if you're in a male dominated county or a female dominated county, and just move out of there. Maybe like sometimes you don't have to move very far. Like your adjacent county will be just as good. You'll get more Tinder matches and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Or it'll be the complete opposite. If you're in a fucking female dominated area, sometimes you just go to the next town over and you're fine. So all depends. I think it's just location.
Right. What would you do? What would you tell someone who just really is super ugly?
Plastic surgery.
Plastic surgery. Just wait until technology can fix you. But don't do it now. Wait a few 100 years until the technology is cheap and better.
Yeah, I don't know that much about plastic surgery, but if you're 18, I would recommend not doing that, because as an 18-year-old, the bones in your face are still moving around. Like some people who are incels at fucking 18 become chads at 22. Look at Astro Sky on YouTube. He was an incel at 17, and then suddenly at 22, he became a fucking chad. He had the chad face. So you're still fucking growing in your early 20s. So don't go getting plastic surgery. But if you're in your 30s and you still look like the Call of Duty guy, you can get like a fucking rhinoplasty. I think that's the nose, or the genioplasty. I think that's the chin, or like jaw angle implants. You can make yourself into a chad. It just takes like fucking it just takes actual capital, because I think those surgeries cost like $3,000, $5,000. You have to save up. You have to like live like a monk for a while and not go binging on fucking fancy cars. Like Elliot Rodger, if you look at his videos, he's like, I got this fancy car and women still won't fuck me. Yeah, because women don't really give that much of a shit about your car. If you'd spent that maybe on like plastic surgery, which I don't think he needed. I don't think he needed plastic surgery. But if you spend it on something that will actually increase your sexual market value or whatever, you'd be better off than just being this like degenerate who spends it on fucking frivolous things, throwing money at the club and hoping that women will fuck you. I don't think that's the way. I think if you truly are like a 1 out of 10, plastic surgery could save your life. Another thing is, like, if you're incels have this meme called like the rope meme, where like they're gonna commit suicide if they can't get laid. Fuck that shit, dude. You have no idea what could await for you in the future. You have no idea like the extent to which we're going to be able to simulate other people or AIs, like create actual thinking beings that are smarter than you but still want a relationship with you. You have no fucking idea what's to come, and you're going to kill yourself before you even see. Like, your life has just started at 18 or whatever. How old was Elliot Rodger? He was like 20, right? He fucking killed himself before his life even really started. So
yeah, very dumb.
I am strongly against the incel ideology and the female version of incels, whatever they are. I don't think the female version of incels are that bad because they don't kill people, but they have the same kind of resentment towards the minority sex, because the minority sex always is in a position of power, and the way you fix that is by moving. It's a product of post-industrial society, and you'll have to correct for it. And that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah. Incels. Yeah, so there I didn't even hear about this rope meme. I didn't even know about that. That's really a thing. I'm looking
Yeah,
at
I
pictures.
checked out their Reddit, not to like bash them, but to kind of understand their ideology, because I'm actually intellectually interested in how we can solve the gender divide through technology, and we have to see what the problem is before we can solve it. I think their subreddit got shut down. It was called like Brain Cells or something. It's not there anymore. I checked it, but if you want to like know more about their ideology, there's plenty of fucking like feminists and bloggers who will talk about it. You can go there and find out too.
What do you think about that technology that they say that eventually they'll be able to? Well, they're already starting like dating sites based upon your genetics. Like, who's a genetic match? Would be a good genetic match and stuff for you. Is that pretty stupid?
I think that's kind of fucked up. I think that's kind of fucked up because we don't have the knowledge of genetics to start making those kinds of decisions. I think you're going to see very little success. I think it's mostly like a placebo, right? It can work because placebos are used in medicine. Like sometimes your doctor after a surgery, you'll be like, take these pills, and you'll be like, oh, I'll take the pills because they'll do something, right? And you feel that they do something. Like your mind sort of creates actions that manifest in reality because there's no mind-body divide. Your mind and your body are the same. They're connected. And then the doctor will be like, hey, how'd you like those pills? Oh, they were great. Yeah, well, they were a placebo. And he'll charge you like nothing for those pills or whatever. So placebos do work. And if you believe the snake oil behind these genetic dating apps, do it. Like maybe you could form a real relationship with someone you technically weren't genetically matched with, but just because you were told that you were, it could be a successful relationship.
Would you want to be in a relationship with a girl who didn't even want to live forever? Is that a deal breaker for you?
No, I could tell because people change. I could convince her otherwise. So I think most deathists just haven't heard the arguments for it. And I hope before society collapses, we can correct that misconception. If it doesn't, then pull out your guns because they're going to try and fucking rape you.
Then what if you couldn't convince her and then you couldn't convince her and meanwhile you're taking the anti-aging therapies and she's not, and eventually she dies and you have to have a broken heart. Wouldn't that suck?
Yeah. It will suck. And I think I'll recover from it. It could take anywhere from a year to a century. It depends on how good the relationship was. But you will I like this quote I really like: time heals all wounds, even romantic ones. So another reason for these incels not to fucking kill yourself, because things do get better if you just give it enough time. Yeah. Give it like maybe it'll take you 10 years to become happy. Maybe it'll take you 100. Maybe it'll take you 1,000. But the number one goal of your life should be immortality. Because by that you give yourself a chance for things to get better. If you're just going to be an incel and fucking kill yourself or do a mass shooting and then kill yourself once the shooting is done, you've accomplished nothing. You've just cut off the avenue for you to potentially have a better life.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a favorite like love story that you think is like, oh, this is the best example of a true eternal love story?
Oh yeah, totally. Fuck. Romeo and Juliet is a really bad example. That's like the deathest example of a love story.
Yeah.
But what I really liked is you ever seen the movie Passengers?
Passengers.
With ScarJo and Chris Pratt.
Oh my gosh, that's one I never saw.
So rather than continuing on with like their careers as a writer or whatever, they're just like, hey, this ship is a fucking paradise. You want to just live in the ship? And they live on that ship for as long as they could. And rather than go into the fucking planet, they choose the human companionship over the environment. And I think that's very true because like I've had relationships like that where it didn't matter what kind of a shithole you were in as long as you had the right people around you. It worked out. So I think at the end of the day, what matters in life is people, not things. So yeah, like I mean, yeah, put away money for your life extension treatments because you have to be alive to do anything. But a close second value is people. So if I had to rank my hierarchy of values, I'd say life first, then people, and then material things. Most people rank it the complete opposite fucking way. And they'll sacrifice their health just so they could appear more attractive or appear more successful or earn more money. I think that's stupid. I think your health should come first, relationships second, and then everything else last.
I totally agree. That's a good hierarchy there. Helping people live forever. Help yourself live forever. Help other people live forever.
So you had an internal love presentation from last time. Did you want to air that? I think this would be a good time since we're already on that topic.
Did I already finish that? I'm not even sure. Oh no, I didn't. Did I? That's still. Yeah, I never
Yeah, we
finished that.
we were gonna stream that, but we didn't because we ended up talking to Bobby about fucking how to fix MGTOW and hypergamy and shit, and how to make human relationships better.
Yeah. I don't think that'd be a good time for it because my brain is just fried. I just like fried.
You got any like caffeine pills or something you could take?
No, I mean I have guarana, but it's I don't know. I don't feel like I don't.
We could take a break if you want.
I don't even feel like the caffeine is good for me at this point. I mean, I just like shot out with all these drug like stuff. I need
When
to
was
take
the
a
last
break
time
from it all.
When was the last time you were on Phenibut?
Just yesterday.
Oh shit, yeah, then don't take it. Give yourself a break.
Yeah,
Because
nah.
if you take too much Phenibut like 5 days in a row, you'll be super fucking depressed coming off it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if you don't have depression but want to know what clinical depression feels like, fuck yourself with Phenibut. But don't actually do that because
Yeah.
you'll give the drug a bad name. I think it's a good drug. It's just misused by people.
Yeah, there's more subjects we could talk about. How about what haven't we talked about? I'm curious about your. When did you first decide you wanted to live forever?
So I had kind of a
I think
near
we
death
already talked about that, but I kind of
We
forgot.
did. So I had kind of a near death experience. That wasn't what made me want to live forever, but it made me want to reorganize my life. So I was like a total degenerate in high school. Like I was nothing like I am now. Like nothing. I was the complete fucking opposite. All I cared about was like chasing pussy and chasing fucking money and chasing like I just lived with my friends in like a flat and we like shared all our stuff. It was like a little commune and all we did was like throw parties. We'd bring like a keg and we'd just throw fucking parties in that house because it was great being in high school, 17, away from your parents, but you're the only one with a house you can throw parties in. It puts you in a great position of power. But essentially that like degenerate lifestyle carried on until like I was 19 and whatever, even after high school and shit. And I started like really fucking with my health because I didn't think life mattered. I didn't think we had a future. I think it was just going to be like the fucking boomers ruined the economy. The fucking Obama bailed out the bankers and the economy was never going to recover. We were going to be like Japan in the 90s where they have this recession and they're forever in a recession. They never get out of the recession. I thought that was going to happen. So essentially I had like this near death experience with methamphetamine. And then
Wow.
well, my gateway to that was MDMA, which has like methamphetamine in it. But
Wow, so you
yeah.
almost like overdosed on meth?
So that didn't make me want to live forever, but it was like, holy shit, I need to reorganize my life. And I think some of the good drugs that really did help me do that was psychedelics. So like shrooms and LSD. So when you take LSD, it's like if you know nothing about like Buddhism or Eastern religions or whatever, LSD will be like it'll help you understand what Eastern religions are talking about. You'll be like, oh my god, everything is me. That table is me. This computer is me. Rowan is me. All these other people are me. Holy shit, that's
Wow.
loud. And essentially,
Hey.
from that, it was from taking these psychedelics, I became like I'd say my political ideology changed too. I used to be a lot more right wing than I am now, because once you see you're like, oh, that black person is me, that woman is me, these people are all me. If once you have that perspective, even after the drugs wear off, your politics will shift a little bit. Like I think they'll shift leftward, but they do change upon doing these drugs. But essentially,
They make you more liberal?
not more liberal, because liberal, I'd say they made me more. They made me more
Compassionate.
holistic.
What?
Holistic, because I think liberals are still selfish, snake-like fucking parasites that are no good for society. Just go on Twitter and see how horrible liberals really are. I'd say the actual left, like
Classical
actual left, like-
liberalism.
no, not classical liberalism. I'd say that's more centrist. I'd say like the actual left that sees the earth as a living, breathing organism, and all subspecies and subcategories are interconnected in that living, breathing organism, and you're all the same thing. And maybe one day you will be one organism, and that organism will go out through the cosmos and find other organisms like it. And maybe as this one connected organism, we could like reverse the heat death of the universe or whatever. So I was really getting into these science lectures, like Michio Kaku. You ever heard of him? He's like this Japanese guy who has all these crazy sci-fi ideas.
Wait, is he the guy who? No, that's Dr. Emoto. I'm thinking of the water guy. That's different.
So Michio Kaku, he had these videos on Big Think. I think that's how.
Oh, I know him. Yes.
So I was just like, I had this fucking. This was around the time I became homeless. So me and my friends, our house got fucking broken into, and we were paying these like extreme fucking, like Vancouver and Calgary have these extremely high fucking rents. We're like, why are we fucking paying rent if we're just gonna get our shit like broken into, and like rent is just not worth it. So essentially, I became like voluntary homeless. Like I got like a storage closet, and I slept in that. Like I put a bed in the storage, like a giant storage closet. I put a bed in it. I put like insulation in it to make it like an actual house. And then like every night I just go in there, and I'd only pay like $100 in rent per month, so that was pretty sweet. And then I'd also get like a gym membership that I paid $100 for, so that's showers and like fucking working out. Because like if there's anything you should do to fix your depression or fix your degeneracy, it's working out. Like literally, if you're depressed, just go to the gym, finish your workout. After 1 hour, you'll feel like nothing can make you upset. It's your mind and body really are connected. There's no mind-body dualism. There's no mind versus body. It's all the same thing. Whatever you do to your body will impact your mind. And I think lifting could pull you out of depression. So anyway, I started watching all these lectures, and I was like, shit, I need to rethink my life. Maybe we don't have to live in this shitty economy that the boomers ruined, that we don't have to fight these stupid wars in the Middle East that serve only the fucking military industrial complex and like the Israel lobby and the fucking neocons. I think we can fix all this through technology. And then I discovered through Michio Kaku, he had this one video called like can we reverse aging or whatever, and he talked about like telomerase, and I watched that one. I was like, that's pretty cool. So I googled telomerase. I went on Facebook. I started looking for groups of people who were trying to fight death, and I found your group.
Awesome.
On Facebook. And then I think Bobby cut out, but whatever. I found your group, and I started like commenting on shit. I had like 4 different Facebook accounts, so you probably don't remember which one was me. But I was like, this is pretty fucking cool. And then I saw you start your YouTube channel, and I was like, wait, there's fucking people doing YouTube about this. Bobby says Keith is coming online in 5 minutes, so we'll wrap it up.
Were you Julius Parvis?
No, I was friends with him. That guy's fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah. Okay, I was wondering. And now you say you're like 4 different people. Now I don't even know who you were.
No, Julius Parvis was fucking based, dude. He had all these like fucking Warhammer memes and like life extension. He combined life extension with like lifting and shit. He actually took care of his fucking body. And I was like, fuck, that's what I want to be. I don't want to be one of these fucking fat people who are like, a lot of transhumanists are like just these obese people who don't take care of their bodies, and they're like, don't worry, man, the singularity is going to come and save me. I can eat fucking burgers and smoke all day. I was like, no, fuck that. I want to be more like Julius Parvis. Where I'm like fucking, it's like he was like a bodybuilder or some shit. He was like posting Arnold all the time. But yeah, I was in that group of friends, and then I saw your YouTube channel. I was like, fuck, people on YouTube are doing this. And the second person I discovered was Isaac Arthur, and he had a video on transhumanism. I was like, fuck, more people are doing this transhumanism shit. So what if I could combine like the Rowan topic with like the Isaac Arthur style videos, and like make my own fucking channel? And that's what I did.
Heck yeah.
And like the economy improved. So I was like, I actually took some time off of high school to think about what I really wanted to do, because I saw all these people getting into fucking debt over useless degrees, and I was like, fuck, if I'm going to do a degree, it's going to be something I love. Like not I won't love the job, but I'll love what the job is trying to do. So life extension was what I wanted to get into, and I was like, what's the best way to study life extension? I was like, the intersection of chemistry and biology. And that led me to having all these weird metaphysical views about the origin of life and what life will become, how life will evolve into non-life. And that sent me like down the transhumanist rabbit hole, and essentially got where I'm now.
Yeah, you gave me some interesting ideas. So one time you told me to meditate on the multiverse, and that would comfort me. You said because if there's something you don't do, well, then one of your clones in a different universe will do it eventually. So that should give me comfort. It doesn't give me comfort though, because it's like they're not me, right? Here,
let me guide you through it. So. Okay. We'll start with multiverse theory, right? We got to go back to the intellectual origins of this. So there was a bunch of people in Vienna. These physicists, Einstein was one of them, Dirac, Bohr, Schrödinger, all these famous physicists were all gathered in one place, and they had competing ideas about quantum mechanics. And essentially, you had these 2 competing ideologies. One was the Copenhagen interpretation. When you measure a particle, does it collapse the superposition into one, and then the other position dies? then there was this second interpretation called Everett's many worlds, whereby instead of the particle collapsing into state 1 or state 2, it's actually both that happens, and you observe one, but the other goes on to a separate existence. And if you look at the evidence in physics, modern physics, it overwhelmingly supports the Everett's many worlds over the Copenhagen interpretation. So then we developed this idea of the multiverse, and a lot of people are buying into it, including me. So here's one of the meditations I do, because here's the paradox of life extensionism. The paradox of life extensionism is you're going to be so stressed about living forever that this stress is going to up your cortisol level, and it will damage your fucking health in the long run. So this whole like, oh, I can't cross the street or I'll get hit by a car, or oh, I can't live here, I can't do this because there's a risk to my life, or oh, I can't drive because driving increases the risk of death. This will fuck you up. Like it'll fuck up your hormones, it'll fuck up your hormonal profile, it'll fuck up your neurotransmitters. So you need to meditate to dismantle the paradox of life extensionism, because by worrying about it, you will damage your life expectancy. So you do need meditation. And one of the meditations I developed was based on this concept of quantum immortality. So here's how it works. Just as the wave function stick collapse, just as like you ever heard of Schrodinger's cat, right?
I don't think so.
So here's how it works. Let's say I have a box. In that box, I have an atom of radium, and that radium is going to decay. It's going to send an electron into position 1 or position 2. If the decay happens in position 1, the radium will hit a Geiger counter and break a vial of poison that'll kill the cat. But if it decays into position 2, the poison will not go off, the Geiger counter will not measure it, and the cat will live. So when you open the box and you see the cat live or dead, it's not that the cat is either alive or dead. That's the Copenhagen interpretation. What actually happens is the cat is both alive and dead. Let's say you check it and it's dead. You know, in another universe, it's still alive because our universe just split. It reproduced. Universes reproduce just like cells reproduce. You have a cell, and you get 2 cells. That's just a basic, fuck, what's the word? God, for a biology student, I have a terrible memory. So mitosis, when the cell divides, you have 2 copies of it. So essentially, you only see 1 copy. If you see the cat that's dead, you know the cat is alive somewhere else. If you see the cat that's alive, you know in the other universe that it split off, it's dead. And this happens for people as well. Like, we are made of particles. Each one of our particles is a Schrodinger's cat. Every particle in Rowan's body is gonna decay, and the particles in your body are going to decay into smaller particles, and those will create universes. So right now, as we're talking, there are trillions of universes being created based on what I'm doing. And the meditation goes like this. There are copies of me, infinitely many copies, doing the exact same thing I am now. And even if I die, even if I fail to extend my life, I can melt all the stress away, knowing that another copy of me in these infinitely many universes will succeed. That's kind of deathist, but humans can't maintain this view forever. Eventually, you're going to go back to stressing out about it. But the whole point is that you take a break from being an immortalist and you become a deathist for 20 minutes using this quantum immortality. And it's a meditation. It'll clear out your stress, your cortisol. And then when you wake up and live your life, you will be, again, this is like terror management theory. You'll eventually want to go back to living forever. So I don't think it's permanent deathism. It's temporary deathism, like 20 minutes.
Wow, that's really interesting. Temporary deathism as a strategy to live forever.
Yeah, exactly. So the paradox of life extension is that by stressing out about living forever, you're killing yourself. So you need to take 20-minute breaks, maybe right before you go to sleep, just for 20 minutes, meditate on the fact that all this burden is lifted off your shoulders, because there's infinitely many copies of Rowan that have succeeded in living forever. There's infinitely many copies of Rowan that have fucking, I don't know, they find their eternal love or whatever. They're living on some fucking space station between Mars and Earth or whatever, and they have fucking a harem of sex bots or whatever, or AIs. Or you find someone you really love and you become a twin individual, or you mind upload or whatever. Imagine all these futures in which you succeed, and all that burden of living forever gets lifted off your shoulders for 20 minutes, and then you sleep and you wake up the next day and you're ready to be a life extensionist again. Wow. So I think that's a meditation.
I'm not sure I could actually trick myself into thinking that gives me comfort though, because they're just a copy of me. It doesn't add to my chances of survival. That's not real. That's not my survival though.
Exactly. But if you can, you don't have to trick yourself. You just have to clear your mind. It'll clear your mind of the stress, and just thinking about it, just thinking about the other Rowans in the other multiverses, whether they exist or not, whether the Copenhagen interpretation is actually true and Everett's many worlds is wrong, even if I'm fucking wrong, even if you're fucking wrong, just thinking about it will decrease your
Do you
stress.
ever use the hypothetical God to clear your stress? Like, well, the hypothetical God might help me do this. The hypothetical God might help me live forever.
That's another
If I'm good
meditation.
enough, that helps me a little bit with my stress to think that there's a God, a hypothetical God, that might help me live forever if I'm just good enough, right? Maybe.
Yeah, so here's another meditation you can do. So essentially quantum computing, right? Quantum computing advances faster than Moore's law. Moore's law is the idea that every 2 years, the amount of transistors that can fit on an integrated circuit doubles. So it's getting better and better. But quantum computing is advancing way fucking faster. First you have 1 qubit, then you have 2 qubits, then you have 3 qubits, and those 3 qubits are as good as 8 bits, so it's doubling in power for each qubit you add. And right now, Google has a 72-bit quantum computer, and with that, they've been able to match the strength of a regular computer and can do the same amount of computations. So that's called quantum supremacy, and Google just achieved that. So that's just 72 qubits, and it's already as good as like a supercomputer. So now 260 qubits, you can do more calculations than there are atoms in the universe. So let's say God, the hypothetical God, the God of Bostrom's simulation argument, the simulation hypothesis. Let's say God is the simulation programmer, the person who programmed our universe. Well, right? Like go back to the Mormons, right? You have this fractal of gods creating gods creating gods. Whatever God created you has this quantum computer with like just 260 qubits. It can resurrect everyone who's ever lived. So that's another meditation you can do, is that even if I die, as long as I lived a good life, the hypothetical God will resurrect me using the quantum computer, or future humans will resurrect everyone who's ever lived. This is Nikolai Fedorov, the Russian philosopher who thought we could all live forever and propagate throughout the cosmos. So, I mean, if you want to understand Fedorov, do psychedelics, because I think maybe he did psychedelics. We don't know for sure, but his ideology.
Have you ever considered that what if, like, to be resurrected, if that's even possible, it would need to be in a short time span after you were to die, like within 3 days? And like for instance, what if there's a natural process that the hypothetical God might have to resurrect someone, but like cryonics might interfere with that process? Like if you're frozen, then God's like, crap, I can't even help resurrect this guy because he's freaking frozen.
So that's a good argument. But if we return to this idea of a quantum computer with just a few hundred qubits, it can do more calculations than there are atoms in the universe. It can calculate the history of every single particle that ever existed and reassemble the universe at any point in time that it has ever existed in. By that means, even if you're in cryonics, it can resurrect you.
Well,
so yeah, hold on, I'll finish. Let me just finish this for a second. So I know this is crazy. This is like deathism. You don't have to believe this. Just think about it, and it'll decrease the stress. Just right before you sleep for 20 minutes, think about this meditation of a future civilization with quantum computers resurrecting everyone who's ever lived with a supercomputer that could do more calculations than there are atoms or particles. It can do more calculations than anything a particle has ever done, and by that means it can recreate the universe at every time period that has ever existed. This is called quantum archaeology. And just don't believe it. I don't believe people choose their beliefs. You can't choose to believe in this.
You're so right about that.
But if you just think about it, you don't have to believe it, just think about it, and you'll find your stress decreasing by just thinking about this.
Wow.
Another meditation my favorite meditation you can do is just to not think at all. Just lie on your back and think about your back touching the bed. Think about nothing else. Don't think about your work tomorrow. Don't think about your midterms. Don't think about how you're going to live forever. Just think about your back touching the fucking bed. That's all you're going to think. Like thoughts will come into your head. It's okay. Let them come in. Let them leave. They'll leave. If you're just patient, just focus. Like if your meditation is interrupted, don't worry about it. Just let the thoughts come in, let them leave, and just like lay on your back and think about that one simple thing. And by doing that, you will also decrease your stress because no other stressful thoughts will enter your mind. So that's just a few meditations you can do. What were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say someone needs to think that, well, in order for that to give some people, okay, so quantum archaeology,
Yes.
Even if that were true, a copy of you, right, it's not you. Like a copy of you is just a copy. So that wouldn't necessarily give someone comfort to have a copy of them being created if it's not them, you know?
Yeah, so a really good philosopher you should read is Derek Parfit. Derek Parfit has this idea called the teletransportation paradox. So he was a fan of Star Trek, and he had his thought experiment of like, if you take a person and you disintegrate every single atom and then use a quantum supercomputer to recreate those same atoms in the same order on Mars, is it the same person? He says not necessarily, because there's no continuity between the atoms of Earth and the atoms on Mars that were used to create a copy of you. There's no causal chain between those things. Just a transfer of a list of superpositions and a list of coordinates to make the new person. So that's not you, so to speak. And I think that's a very interesting idea on the part of Derek Parfit.
Mm-hmm.
So you are correct about that. And I don't believe in this quantum archaeology, but just thinking about it is good for your stress. That's all.
Okay.
That's what I'm getting.
For some people, it could be good for the stress. Maybe for others, it wouldn't. I don't feel like it would be that good for my stress. But I shouldn't knock it till I try it. I could try it.
Give it a shot.
I do the hypothetical God meditation though. Just
Yeah, that's a good
meditating,
meditation.
just like the Lord's Prayer. Do you ever do that one?
Yeah. Religion. I know a lot of people in our fan bases are atheists, but even if you're an atheist, just thinking about this will decrease your stress levels. There's a reason religious people live longer than atheists, and it's because they spend all day thinking about this, or they meditate. Religious people meditate more than non-religious people, and I think that also plays a part in their life expectancy. If you look at Dan Buettner's book Blue Zones, he finds that a large one particular reason that the Blue Zone people live longer than regular people is because they're all fucking religious, all of them. Whether it's the Okinawans, the Mediterraneans, or the Loma Linda Seventh-day Adventists in California, they all live longer because they engage in these fasting periods, meditative practices, healthier diets. So it's just the idea of temporarily becoming a deathist.
You know what's funny? How much coffee you drink, and like Mormons are supposed to not drink coffee.
I used to not take nootropics when I was LDS, but after I sort of broke with the church, I went back to my fucking nootropics because I think the
so you're like a rogue Mormon.
Yeah. Well, I was never baptized. To become an official Mormon, you have to be baptized, and you have to start like paying 10% of your income to the church. That's optional, by the way. But to be a good Mormon, like you'd want to do that because that goes back to helping people in your community.
Right.
Like in Utah, we build these homes for the homeless, like these tiny houses. We take care of the homeless people. You won't see that in many other red states where they just say, okay, whatever, fucking die, because we're not going to help you. But I think this idea of religious people, as a community, they have these practices that are very effective in increasing social coherence, and that's one of the reasons they have these norms against stimulants like coffee or really drugs in general. Like you can't drink alcohol, you can't take coffee, and I think those are good motivations because alcohol is like one of the worst fucking drugs we have as a civilization. Like the worst drugs for you are not the illegal ones. They're the legal ones. The fucking antidepressants.
Isn't like the effect
opiates.
of alcohol the same as Phenibut, but it's just bad on the liver? Alcohol is like
So Phenibut, if you want alcohol without the alcohol, just take Phenibut because Phenibut is like you won't have the clumsiness. You won't have
for Phenibut wouldn't make you violent. Like alcohol makes some people violent, right?
Oh yeah, Phenibut is the civilized man's alcohol.
Yeah.
But like I'm saying, is the illegality of a drug is not what determines how bad it is for you. For example, the psychedelics I took, I do not regret that whatsoever. Those were some of like the meth I regret, the stimulants I regret, the alcohol I regret. But what I do not regret are the nootropics and the psychedelics. Nootropics did help me improve my life. And I think a lot of religions haven't gotten into the nuance between the good drugs and the bad drugs. Just ban every drug just to decrease the risk of alcoholism. And I think that's a good practice in Mormonism.
Does the fear of God ever come into your religious beliefs? Do you have that, that typical like God-fearing attitude that like I talk about fearing the hypothetical God? Would you describe your relationship with the hypothetical God in terms of fear? Is it something you fear? Like, does that bring you stress at all?
No, and I'll explain why. So look at regular human behavior. For example, look at AI researchers. I make this comparison all the time. So what do we do in our AI research, right? We have these sandboxes. Whenever we create an algorithm, we want to see if the algorithm is useful to society or not useful. And by determining that, like not necessarily like the social media companies don't give a shit about the AI they're creating, but mindful researchers who do give a shit are going to put these algorithms in a sandbox and test out how they behave, test out what they're like. And the good algorithms, the nice algorithms versus the naughty algorithms, we keep the nice algorithms and then we toss the naughty ones in the garbage. So what if we humans are AIs and the hypothetical God, the simulation programmer, is an AI researcher, and he's created 7 billion AIs on this planet, and he's like, okay, let's see which of these AIs are nice and which of them are naughty, and we'll keep the nice ones and get rid of the naughty ones. So we humans are doing this. So is it so unreasonable that there's a metaphysical creator that's doing the same to you, even like just as we are doing the same to AI? I just think that's
not
interesting.
Unreasonable at all. It makes a lot of sense.
This is not stressful, because being a good person is actually it's actually going to help society in a way that helps you as well. So like I said, with these psychedelic drugs, I felt more holistic. Like I saw myself in other things. I saw myself in other people, and by helping those people, I'm just helping me. Everything is me. So no matter what I do for people, if I do something horrible to a person, I'm hurting myself in a way. So I'd like to do nice things to people. That's not going to cause me stress. Like, I mean, it's not stressful to be a nice person. It's actually more stressful to be a bad person.
Totally.
So I think fear of God isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just a motivation for people who can't be nice on their own. And I think it works to some degree. We have like 1,000-year-old traditions of the fear of God being used to make you a nicer person.
Yes. So that's cool. That's a good, interesting perspective there.
But yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily stressful. It's just it doesn't have to be unless you make it. I think some people are just very hedonistic and nihilistic, and they need religion more than the people who are capable of thinking holistically. They need religion less. But religious practices are still, some of them can be very rational if you take into account Bostrom's simulation hypothesis or AI research and the way in which this pattern could have happened many times before and will happen many times again. Maybe we are an ancestor simulation. Maybe we will one day create universes and populate them with AIs, and we will be gods in the same sense that God could be a simulation programmer programming us. And this could be like a fractal that extends into infinity.
So fear of the hypothetical God that we might be part of their simulation, and they're testing us.
Another thing is, you ever heard of Rocco's basilisk? So it comes from.
Oh, you were talking about this before, yeah, but I hardly remember. Yeah, go ahead.
So Rocco's basilisk is a thought experiment that comes from Les Wrong, and Les Wrong is ran by AI researcher Eliezer Yudkowsky, who we should totally talk to. By the way, he's super interesting. I read his book called The Sequences, and it talks about like a lot of things like consciousness, Bayesian rationality, how to properly reason, be skeptical, stuff like that. And essentially, Rocco's basilisk is this idea that one day we will create an AI, and that AI, like with these quantum computers, it'll be so powerful that it can retroactively create could be created right now, and we don't even know it. So essentially, if God is beyond time, what does it matter if God doesn't exist in the past or in the future? As long as God will exist, God exists. So perhaps one day we will create God. Maybe we will create an AI that will be like the Christian God, and it will punish those who are naughty and reward those who are nice. So that's another way in which you could fear God, so to speak, is try to do nice things, such that Rocco's basilisk won't harvest your internet metadata and be like, oh, you were a dick in the past, so now I'm going to torture you in a simulation hell. Or I'll send you to a simulation heaven if you did nice things. So that's another instance in which this idea of the Christian God could manifest in reality.
I think that's so smart. I think that bringing the fear of God into the topic, into the conversation, is really important. I think that's like lacking in a lot of transhumanist ideas. They're just very, they get the idea that they're gonna, live forever on their own. But what if, like, they're not accounting for the possibility that what if there's already the hypothetical God that has trapped us in some matrix and gets to decide, right? And that there's a test going on. Like, most transhumanists don't talk about that. So it's pretty cool. It's important.
You want to answer some comments so that they don't feel neglected?
Yeah, let's do that.
So I think we got a Mormon in the chat.
Really?
Gairi Zulsi, he or she or they say only fundamentalists practice polygamy. Alex Gibson says, "Have you read my?" Yeah, I've read your paper. It's interesting. I saw this. Reminds me a lot about this documentary I saw on YouTube about what's it called? Like E8 Lie group theory, like string theory, in which quantum mechanics sort of this idea that there's the reality is pixelated, and if you zoom in small enough, you can see like sort of frames of the universe. I think that's a very like go look it up. It's called what's it called? I'm trying to remember the name of the documentary. Quantum gravity research, something like that. It's a lot. It relates to the paper he's talking about. But let's look at some of these others. Women look for security. Wealth is a part of it, but a house will do too. Yeah, I don't think. Okay, so here's the thing about hypergamy. Hypergamy is not. I talk about it as if it's evil. It's not necessarily evil. For instance, hypergamy has gotten us where we are today. If women didn't select for men who had their shit together, we'd all be dead. We'd be fucking dead without hypergamy.
Right.
We're here because of hypergamy, because women selected men who had their shit together, men who were capable and actually provided for the women. So it's not like this, fucking metaphysically evil. I'm just saying sometimes society changes and things that used to be good for us become bad for us. Look at sugar, for example. We have brains that evolved to like sugar because sugar was so rare. Like you have so many calories concentrated in this tiny plant, and the brain says, oh yes, that's good. Get more of that plant. And that helped us survive because it helped us look for that plant. But now, today, there's sugar fucking everywhere. We put it in ketchup, we put it in fucking coffee, we put it in like ranch dressing, we put it everywhere. And now it's become cancerous. It's become horrible for us. And this thing that used to help us survive is now acts against our interest. And the same goes with men have a hypergamy instinct too. We want fucking young, fertile women, even if they're fucking thoughts, they're not good for us. Like we'd rather have a young 20-something woman than a 30-something woman who's like maybe a good person and would be good for you. And hypergamy causes us to act against our interests, just as it causes women to act against their interests. So I think it's not necessarily hypergamy that's the problem. It's society that's the problem. We move to these post-industrial societies where in some cities men outnumber women, and in other cities, women outnumber men. And in the cities where the former happens, you get feminism. In the cities where the latter happens, you get incels and MGTOW. So you need to sort of restabilize the gender balance. Like, just look at fucking China, dude. There's this video on the internet where a Chinese man proposes to a Chinese woman, and she rejects him, and he jumps off the fucking like rails of the mall and just kills himself.
What?
Because if you're in China, look it up. Pull this up on your Google images.
Okay.
World map, gender imbalance. So China has 115% men to women ratio.
Oh, it's because the
But
one
because
child
of the
policy, yeah.
Yes, the child policy caused parents to be like, oh shit, if I'm only allowed to have one child and I have a girl, the girl can't take care of the family. The girl can't go to work. The girl can't advance in society. So we're going to drown them in the fucking river and try for a guy. So essentially, you led this because of government intervention. This is why I hate fucking authoritarian governments. Because of this fucking flawed government policy, you have so many fucking more men than women, such that as a Chinese man, you are fucked in China. You have to leave China, go to Africa or Asia, Southeast Asia, and find a girlfriend there. And that's what a lot of Chinese people are doing. That's why there's so many Chinese men everywhere, all over the world. Like, I can't get a relationship in China, so I got to go. I'll take my money and my business and my entrepreneurial endeavors, take them to another country, and hopefully attract a woman there. They're not fucking. It's not like, I know this is like this replacement migration theory, or like the fucking non-whites are coming to like replace it. No, like they're just trying to get away from this horrible fucking policy that their government implemented. And what do you expect them to do? Just fucking jump off the rails of a mall just because women reject them? I mean, a lot of this is a product of post-industrial society, and we need to create technologies that'll fix the gender divide between incels and feminists. So like, if you're a feminist or if you're an incel, I am on your side. I'm trying to help you. I mean, like, yeah, sure. There's people calling me a cuck in the comments. I don't care if you call me a cuck. I'm still gonna try and fucking help you, because this is everybody benefit. Like,
there's really someone calling you a cuck?
Maybe, I don't know. I haven't checked. But fundamentally, I think being in a relationship is better than being lonely, and there's evidence to support that. There's neuroscience research, there's endocrine research, like your hormones. Everything is better. Like anti-aging, everything is better when you're in a relationship, and that's why I'm trying to fix this. I'm trying so hard to like fucking. Like, I think the MGTOW are correct that the divorce courts are just so fucking bad, it's not worth it to get married. But if we could just fix it in some way, we could fix the hypergamy instinct. They can go back to having relationships, and MGTOW will die, feminism will die, everything will die. Another thing is like the deconstruction of gender roles. So a lot of that gets attributed to like degeneracy and shit. I think trans people are actually helping in a way, as in the expectation of men to become more more providers. That's sort of going down, and I think that's a good thing, because there's less male suicides, less stress. If you get rid of a lot of the gender roles that used to help us but don't help us in post-industrial society, you could have better relationships between men and women. So, I mean, call me an SJW if you want, but I think some of them are doing really good work and decreasing male suicides and female suicides as a result. And a lot of SJWs are like, I'm a progressive person, but I'm not a woke person. And here's the difference between progressive and woke. The woke people on Twitter, they're just trying to like virtue signal for fucking social capital. They don't give a shit about you. They just want social capital. Whereas actually progressive people are just trying to create a better world. And I think because you want to create a better world, if you are everything and everything is you, you are creating a better world for yourself in a way. So you can still have self-interest is compatible with cooperation. That's why I think the individualism versus collectivism is a false dichotomy. You can have both at the same time and make the world a better place as a result. So
absolutely.
So
helping
check some
other
more,
people is helping yourself. That makes sense.
Go to some more comments.
Yeah.
You guys in the chat. Yeah, we're reading right now. Alex Gibson says, I'm working on modeling the function and emulating the limbic system. Yeah, so that'll help. So the limbic system is the midbrain, right? That's where the amygdala is. I think the hypothalamus is the part. I think the hypergamy instinct is in the thalamus-hypothalamus complex because that controls your pituitary gland and that controls your hormones. And I think fundamentally the hypergamy instinct comes from your hormones. So if you sort of backtrack from the hormones, you get to the pituitary gland. If you backtrack there, you get to the hypothalamus. And once you have this neurotechnology that can go through your brain, put in like maybe Elon Musk style neural lace, you can put this neural lace into your hypothalamus and make it not be so hypergamous. So that's I think that's good work Alex Gibson is trying to get into. Alex Gibson says, I've had my share of relationships. I just focus on work nowadays. Yeah, I would agree with that. I'd say MGTOW is the best option for men in male, like not all across America, but if you're in a male dominated area where there's more men than women, that's the best option because hypergamy is more pronounced in areas where the gender is imbalanced, like China, for example. So like the best thing I can tell you is just move. Find a job that lets you move to an area where the gender balance is more equal, and there'll be less feminists, less incels, better human relationships in general.
Can you see any downsides of like editing hypergamy out of the brain? Because
yeah, so many things.
Exactly.
We don't understand the brain well enough right now. So that's what I'm saying is like what the best thing you can do right now is to just get a job where you can work anywhere, become a digital nomad where you can move to wherever you want and work from there. And by that gives you the freedom to sort of move to places that are better for you, where you're like, go where you're appreciated, not where you're tolerated. This goes for both men and women. If you're a woman, get the fuck out of New York. There's too many women in New York. Like you're going to become a feminist and no one's going to date you. And as a result, you'll become a feminist. And in the Bay Area, you'll become an incel or a MGTOW because there's so few women there. Get out of the Bay Area if you're a man. So that's what I'm suggesting right now. This neuroscience, using neurotechnology to edit the hypergamy instinct, that's decades down the line. We don't understand the brain well enough to do that. But I think actually don't kill yourself because eventually we'll be able to do that. So
definitely don't kill yourself.
I'm butchering this name here. Jairi Sulci says ayahuasca is better and safer too. Yeah, do you take ayahuasca? Ever
never. I'm
psychedelic?
I'm afraid of it, that it might, take me down some psychedelic path and my brain can never get back to reality, I'm always afraid of those extreme psychedelics, aren't you? Are you?
So here's my opinion on ayahuasca. Ayahuasca is a good introductory psychedelic. Neither is shrooms. I'd say the best introduction is LSD. So before you do any of these others, try LSD first, and only a tiny bit of it.
Microdosing.
And sort of, it'll like better yet, while you're maybe watching videos about Eastern religions on YouTube, take a bit of like microdose the LSD, and it'll help you understand it a little bit better. Because Eastern religions are so fucking counterintuitive to Westerners. We don't understand what the fuck they're talking about. But once you take these psychedelics, you'll understand what they're trying to say. Like Buddhism, Taoism, Advaita Vedanta, that's a form of Hinduism that's very similar to Buddhism. All these religions will be aided by that. And LSD, it'll feel like brain damage, but it's not damaging your brain. It's unlocking parts of it you weren't using before. And there is a hangover that comes from LSD. It's like 10 hours. Watch out for that hangover. But so do it on a weekend, not on a fucking weekday where you have work. But oh God, I feel like a horrible person suggesting drugs to people. But I don't believe this idea that illegal drugs are bad and legal drugs are good. I think some legal drugs like alcohol are way fucking worse for you than the illegal drugs. The idea is completely subjective. Like, in the 1970s, Nixon made all these drugs illegal just because he wanted to fuck over hippies and black people. And he's like, what drugs are they taking? They're taking marijuana and LSD. Let's make those illegal so that we can put these black people and hippies in jail.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they did, even though these drugs weren't harming anyone. So that's why I'm very anti the drug war. I think we should abolish the drug and let these people out of prison so that they can have normal lives again. Wipe their fucking... I don't think you should... Like, holy shit. Imagine being caught with weed and being sent to prison to be raped for the rest of your fucking life just because you had a fucking dime bag of weed on you. That's so fucked up, dude.
So evil.
Fucked up.
That's so evil.
Yeah. I am very much anarchist in the direction of drug legalization, for sure.
What do you think of the Middle Eastern idea of like non-attachment theory? Say the Buddhists and stuff, they're into this non-attachment crap. But I feel like that's kind of deathist because aren't we supposed to be attached to life, right? Hold
on. So there's this I think that gets misinterpreted in a way. So let's go back to the Four Noble Truths of Buddhism. So the Buddha says, it's kind of an argument in a way. If you look at all Four Noble Truths, you get premise, 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 conclusion. So the first premise, all life is suffering. Would you agree with that? Essentially, the way he came to that premise was the Buddha, his name was Siddhartha Gautama. He was a prince in his like a Himalayan palace, like in Tibet. He was a prince who had everything handed to him. And his father was so overprotective. He was like a helicopter parent. He sent him to a separate palace where there was only young people. And there was essentially like 100 women that he could fuck whenever he wanted. Like everyone was young. All the guards were young. All the servants were young. He had no concept of aging. The Buddha didn't think aging existed. So he was just surrounded by all these young people. And one day, like he was never allowed to leave the palace. But one day he got really curious as to what's outside the palace. So he convinced a bunch of the guards to like help him leave the palace and come with him. So he went outside the palace and he went to a nearby village, and he saw three people: an old man, a sick man, and a dead man. So when he first came across the old man, he was like, "Holy shit, aging exists. There's such a thing as not being sexy and fertile and viral. What's the word? Having virility and strength. Yeah. Holy shit, you lose these things as you age. I did not know that." Then he comes across the second man, and he's sick. He's like, "Why are you sick?" Well, he's like, "Oh yeah, it's a result of aging. When we age, we get our organs start to fail, and we get sick more than young people do." He's like, "Holy shit, that's terrible. So this aging thing is going to make you sick." Then he comes across the dead man, and the dead man, "Holy shit, why is this guy dead?" He didn't understand the concept of death. He didn't think that people could no longer exist. It's like, "Oh yeah, when you get sick, that happens to you." Like the guards are telling him what happens to you when you get old and then sick and then die. And he came across the conclusion that all people, regardless of where you are, will eventually die. So it's like the existentialism, right? By the way,
right?
It's kind of this school of thought. And back then, there was no Aubrey de Grey, there was no science of aging, there was no transhumanism, nothing. Buddha just thought every person eventually dies. So that's the first noble truth: is all life is suffering. The second noble truth is that all suffering comes from desire, right? So, in this sense, we desire bad things not to happen to us, and as a result, we create more suffering for ourselves than there already is. For example, I'm gonna get this new car and then I'll be happy, or I'll get this new job and then I'll be happy, or I'll just fuck as many women as possible and I'll be happy. Siddhartha discovered you'll never be fucking happy no matter what you do. So, and in fact, you'll be unhappy once the new thing you get wears off. So he discovered the hedonic treadmill. So the second argument of Buddhism is all suffering comes from desire, and essentially what he's referring to is the hedonic treadmill. Watch my video on Age of M. In Age of M, I talk about the hedonic treadmill, and Siddhartha discovered it way before the Westerners did. So the third noble truth is all desire comes from the ego. When you recognize that you are a separate, isolated island, you try to grab as much as you can before you die, and this creates the desire, which creates the suffering. So he says, if you can see yourself as collaborating with other people rather than competing with them, you will be a happier person. And that is so fucking true. Like these psychedelics will unlock that for you. So that's why I think individualism versus collectivism is a false dichotomy, and that's essentially the third noble truth. Then the fourth noble truth is the conclusion. So premise 1, premise 2, premise 3. The conclusion is, if you want to eliminate suffering, eliminate the ego. And this is what my takeaway from Buddhism is: once we get these neural networks, this neural lace type shit, and we can see what's inside everybody else's mind, they no longer become good or evil. They just be like, "Oh, that's why he did it. I can see inside his mind. That's why he did the things he did. That's why he was such a jerk, or that's why he lived his life this way." And once we have a more connected population, we start to feel more like a single organism. And I think we could realize Siddhartha's dream of eliminating suffering once we become a more connected civilization. And I think like blockchain, neurotechnology, a lot of transhumanism overlaps with Buddhism. This idea of deathism, Buddha wasn't really a deathist. He didn't think like you should love death. Like the non-attachment just means, this thing's going to happen to everyone. Everyone dies. There's no technology that can prevent it. And he's a product of his time. We should recognize that there was no Aubrey de Grey in Buddha's time. There was no medicine, life extension medicine in Buddha's time. And that's why he believed death was inevitable. But I think we can solve that and erase a lot of the suffering as a result.
There's still like elixirs and stuff and herbalists trying to come up with the fountain of youth. He should have held out hope. I've already said like these people, even back then in the day, they should have like been like looking for the fountain of youth and trying to make it like an elixir of life.
So here's the problem with that. A lot of this fountain of youth, elixir of life shit, that happened in China in like the Han Dynasty. So that was like 600 years after Buddha. Buddha lived in like 600 BC. So this was way before the whole immortality tonics, fountain of youth. Like for Buddha, there was no afterlife. Like there was no elixir of life. There was no immortality. Like this was he lived in a time that was before the Romans even. So there was absolutely no social conception of technology stopping death. And I think we can rewrite the Four Noble Truths in a sense that the fear of our own death is what makes us create suffering in the world. And once we have immortality, we no longer fear our own death, and we become nicer to people as a result. So I think you can rewrite Buddha's Four Noble Truths in a immortalist context. So The Denial of Death by Ernest Becker, he's an anthropologist who studied why humans create religion and culture and all this stuff. He studied this the evolution of civilizations and why they believe these things. They believe these things because they want part of them to exist after they're dead. But if you don't have to do that, if you're just going to exist anyway, the ego disappears, desire disappears, and suffering disappears. So there's an alternative to Buddhism that can be created with these life extension technologies. So there is wisdom that you can take from Buddhism without becoming a deathist. That's just my take on it.
Definitely. All right, so we got how do you pronounce this name? Gairi Suisi.
Sulci. Gairi Sulci. Giri Sulci. Gairi Sulci.
She said the singularity is 25 years away. What do you think about that?
I don't think we should be putting a number on things. Anything can happen. For example, let's say there's a World War III breaks out. In that case, you better push it to 50 years. Or climate change takes off. Maybe you should push it to 100 years. It depends on how long you take to recover from the bad things that are going on in society. The future. Here's the problem with the future. I think this is Kevin Kelly's fault. This is fucking Kevin Kelly's fault because he was the first Silicon Valley intellectual to describe the singularity as something that will just happen at a finite point in time, rather than something we create. So we determine when the singularity happens. It's not set in stone when it's going to happen. Happen in 10 years if you want. If we fix everything in 10 years, you'll have the singularity. It all depends on us. So I'd say like don't have this defeatist attitude of once we hit 2045 and the singularity didn't happen, it'll never happen. It happens on your dime. Whatever you do to make the world better is if everybody does their part, it can happen within our lifetimes.
Well said.
So another question is the longer you live, the greater you risk of dying by accident. Yeah, also the greater risk you have by dying of sickness. Like the Buddha said, aging increases the prevalence of sickness, and eventually sickness increases the prevalence of death. So the longer you live without life extension technology, the greater the risk.
Other than having life extension and living in an underground bunker, what would be your other strategy to avoid dying by an accident? Avoid flying, of course.
Like I said, the best. I have a video on this called Existential Risk, or sorry, what's the name of the video? I don't remember my own videos. Let me think. It's called here it is. The video is called Risk Aversion. So essentially, the video is about you have this system called micromorts and micro lives, and the micromorts and micro lives are created in this database whereby you contribute scientific papers to rank the risk of dying from a particular thing, and you should look at the ranking of these things so that you can properly gauge your life in response to that. So be like, oh shit, so many people, I should donate my money to ALS research because ALS is going to kill me. No, it's not. Heart disease and cancer will kill you first. So you should really rank these causes of death and live your life based on what kills the most people. So don't be panicking over terrorists or especially like mass shootings. Like, oh, we need to ban guns because so many people are getting shot. Not that many people when you compare it to fucking disease. If you're investing your whole life on gun activism, you're wasting your fucking time invested in cancer research or heart disease or Alzheimer's research. These are the things that kill millions of times more people than fucking Elliot Rodger does. So
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't mean you shouldn't fight the incel ideology, because the incel ideology creates stress in people and it decreases their lifespan. For sure, yeah, it'll increase heart disease and cancer. So yeah, there's ways in which you could live your life to fight these things, but know what your enemy is. Watch my risk aversion video, and it will tell you what the greatest demons are in our society. And hint, it's not fucking terrorists or Russians hacking the election or fucking the fucking migrants killing everybody. That's not that dangerous when you compare it to death. Death is like the fundamental value across all human cultures is we want to survive and not be killed by disease. And once everybody recognizes that, we can build a better world.
Heck yeah.
So
Surrogate, what do you think of a surrogate? Want to plug into a surrogate robot so you can do all the dangerous stuff through the eyes of a surrogate, right?
I'd say that's down the line. I'd say rank our priorities based on my risk aversion video. It'll tell you what's most likely to kill us. And once you've defeated heart disease and cancer, then go for these surrogate robots that'll drive for us. VR workplaces, you don't have to drive to work, because car accidents are like the 4th biggest cause of death in the US. So just by having VR workplaces, we can eliminate the 4th biggest cause. That's great. I think find out what's most likely to kill you and invest your energy in that, rather than these pointless bouts of activism that aren't going to create that much change. Yeah. So next question.
Next question is
you might enjoy video Eli Azurikowski. Oh, I've seen that. I'm a huge proponent of Clee Irwin's quantum gravity research team. Substrate for Python. The reason for modeling the limbic system is to edit out unwanted traits from the system and create selfless love robot. Yeah, we talked about that. So that's neurotechnology. Alex Gibson says collectivism as a political concept is flawed because it denies the reality of human free will. Well, yeah, I deny the reality of human free will because I don't think it's true. If you look at the Texas bell tower shooter, this is a good example. So the Texas bell tower shooter, if you look at this person's life, he lived a perfectly normal life we consider healthy. He had a good family relationship, a good human relationships. He had a nice job. He never struggled economically. And then one day he started feeling crazy. He was like, fuck, I don't understand what's happening to me. And he started writing. He had the urge to kill people. And he was like, what would happen if I shot that person? Oh shit, why am I having these feelings? So he took out a suicide note and he wrote, please, neuroscientists, do an autopsy on my brain. Find out what is happening to me. And then one day later, he gets this urge to kill so bad that he goes on top of a university bell tower and just starts sniping people for no fucking reason.
Wow.
And then eventually the cops shoot him. And then they find his note. It wasn't a suicide note. He was just begging for help. Like, if something ever happens to me, please study my brain. So he was a smart guy. He went to like university. He was doing a bunch of research. And I think that's why he got the idea, like, oh shit, this must be something to do with the brain. So then they do an autopsy on him and they find this fucking tumor on his neocortex.
Wow.
And it was pushing against the parietal lobe, which is part of what gives you empathy for other people. In psychopaths, that part is also knocked out to some degree, and you have no empathy for the other. You're a psychopath. Like, psychopathy is a neurological phenomenon. No one is born a psychopath until their brain gets fucked up. Like somewhere down the line, maybe their mother's drinking while they're pregnant with them, and they have this weird fucking messed up brain that causes them to kill people. So they did an autopsy. So my question to Alex is, did the Texas bell tower shooter have free will? Did he really want to kill those people because he was a bad person? Or was it just particles in his brain that made him do that? So that's why I don't believe in free will. I think everything is neurological.
Well,
everything
why didn't he
effect has
he could have at least, instead of writing a note, he could have went to the actual doctor and said, I have something wrong with my brain, doctor, scan my brain. So he didn't actually have to go kill people.
So the thing is, this was in the 50s or the 60s. So like neuroscience as a concept didn't really exist. It was still psychology, and it was the science, the technology we had back then was still pretty poor. Like, MRI scans were bullshit. We had no way of telling what was wrong with people's brains until we cut them up. So there wasn't really much he could do. Also, I think the tumor might have impaired his ability to think rationally to some degree. But yeah, I mean, I don't think, like, even look at look at there's this meme on 4chan. It's like, despite being 13% of the population, black people do 50% of the crime. I mean, is that really because black people are born with like a metaphysical foundation to be bad people, or is it because something happens to their brain while they're growing up that makes them commit more crimes?
Oh,
Do you
like
think maybe,
not being breastfed or something like that.
yeah, I mean, like, their mother's doing fucking crack, and
Right.
they live in a fucking a neighborhood where there's still like leftover lead in the wallpaper from the 60s, because we used to put lead in fucking everything. That's why the boomers think they're such fucking dumbasses, because like the lead entered their brain and makes them do dumbass things like, let's invade Iran. By the way, you're invading Iran. I'm gonna sit here at my home in fucking comfort while you go die for fucking Israel and the military-industrial complex. Just go fucking die, bitch. So I think a lot of evil is caused by neuroscience. I think every effect has a cause, and in a determinist sense, humans are. Where is this free will coming from? So when we talk about causality, right? In order for a thing to happen, something else must cause it. So when we think about something, where is this causality coming from? Descartes says we have a mind that exists in a world of spirits, and this spirit is creating a causal interaction that creates your free will. But if you don't believe in the mind-body divide, if you think there's only one world, not two worlds, there's no material world and spirit world, there's just one world, this world, then where is the other spirit world that's creating your free will? Where's the causality coming from? The causality can only come from this world. And then there's this philosopher by the name of Spinoza, and he figured this out. He's like, oh shit, if there's not two worlds and there's only one world, then everything we do was caused by something else. And if like, take for instance a kid and his dad. He's like, Daddy, why is the sky blue? Well, because Rayleigh scattering creates the particles that make the sky appear blue. Oh, why does that happen? Well, because this does this. And you keep asking the question like a child, what causes this? What causes this? Eventually, you get back to the Big Bang. And Spinoza came to the conclusion like, oh shit, everything is predetermined. If there's only one world, and then that means there's no free will. And I think Spinoza's argument for determinism was really convincing, and that's why I don't believe in free will like Descartes did, or like Kant did. Because Kant also believed in two worlds. There's a metaphysical world where we get our free will from, and that creates the causality. But if you believe in one world, then material things create the causality.
Right.
So
I definitely agree with you that there's no free will as far as what we believe. We don't choose what we believe. But I don't know, I'm still kind of thinking maybe we have free will over our actions, but I wouldn't know how to explain that because...
Okay, so here's I can explain it. So we all understand we don't have free will, but you must still have a society. In order to have a society, you must have personal responsibility. So for instance, the fact that we're talking about being predetermined, or the fact that we're talking about not having free will, was also predetermined. So in the sense that we need to hold people accountable for their actions in order to have a safe society. And you have to do that whether or not you have free will. But what I'm saying is that maybe we could inject more ethics into our prison system if we believe in determinism rather than free will.
So if you believe that we don't have free will, then you must not believe that the hypothetical God sends people to hell forever, because there'd be no point to sending people to hell to punish them forever for something they didn't.
Because the hypothetical God also understands that to have a society, or to have a right algorithms like AI, they're deterministic too, and yet we still send bad AIs to prison and keep good AIs. So it's not an argument against that at all.
But what's the point of punishing them like an actual like torture forever?
That's the thing is this idea of prison, should it be for punishment or for rehabilitation? Because I think if you have a society built on free will ethics, your prisons, the purpose of them will be punishment. But if your society is built on determinism, the purpose of prison will either be to keep dangerous people out of society or rehabilitation. And that's why I think we need to reform our prison systems, because they're just prison. It's so fucked up. We have this cage, like a rape cage, where we send people who are bad. We don't make any effort to make them less bad, or to just remove them from society. We're just like, if you get raped for a couple decades, that'll make you normal. No, it won't. No, it fucking won't. It'll make you worse. It'll send you back out there. You can't get a job because of your prison record. You can't normally function in society because you're used to like violence every single day. So no, prisons are so fucked up. We need to reform them. I think like 95% of the police force should be like social workers and like scientists, neuroscientists and shit, who are just working on like taking fucked up people and making them better. And like maybe the last 5% is actual police who are employed in cases where your brain is so fucked up that you cannot be rehabilitated. I think there's some people like the Texas bell tower shooter. We just got to keep them in a cage until to keep them away from society because they'll kill people until we can fix them.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm trying to be practical here. We do not have the technology yet to fix criminals, and you still need some degree of prison to keep dangerous people out of society. But that's the purpose. That's what it should be for. It should either be one, rehabilitation for the prisoners that can be fixed, or two, a medium in which we keep dangerous people out of society. Right now, our prisons do none of those things. They're just like, oh, we send you there to be punished because you used your free will to be bad, and that's not what I believe at all. I think one day we'll have the technology to make people better people. And
so you basically think, how do you think the hypothetical God? You don't think he judges people based upon what they believe. You believe he judges people based upon he or she or whatever. You know, the hypothetical God. We don't know what it is, right?
Maybe you'll be okay. So like this goes into your idea of reality. Maybe they'll be sent to a different Mandela effect where they will be educated to reform their actions. So we don't know what happens if there is an afterlife or what the afterlife's purpose is. But perhaps hell, we could be wrong about hell. Maybe the simulation hell is actually a place for re-education. We don't know because we haven't been there. So, I mean, even Christians, like Christianity is not that dependent on free will. There's other ways in which you could recontextualize hell to mean a different thing than it does currently. That's the thing with religious texts is they're so subjective to interpretation. You can create hundreds of different interpretations, and you have to find the interpretation that matches the best with reality. Right now, we don't give a shit if our interpretation of the Quran or the Bible matches with reality. We don't give a shit. We don't care about finding the best interpretation. We just pick one and run with it, and I think that's fucked up. That's why we have so much like war in the Middle East, and why there's so much like that's why the Protestants and Christians were genociding each other, because they didn't give a shit if their interpretation of the text was most coherent with reality. And I think we should try to reconcile religion with things we see in reality, such that we don't create a separate worldview that makes you do fucked up shit that's incompatible with society.
Right. One interesting thing I asked the Christian transhumanist we were interviewing today is the idea of blessed are the poor, because he's a cryonicist, and I was saying, well, isn't that kind of a contradiction to that when Jesus said blessed are the poor, like cryonis cost a lot of money, right?
Yes.
So
unless you have insurance.
So how do you reconcile that? Do you believe that blessed are the poor, or do you think blessed are the rich?
Blessed are the poor, for sure. If you look at this is again goes back to the interpretation of religious texts. Was Jesus a capitalist or was he an anarchist? I think Jesus was an anarchist. If you really, really look into what he preached, there's a dark. You ever heard of Dark Matter 2525?
Yes.
Go look it up on YouTube and put on a video called The Alt Apostle. ALT Apostle. And then let them watch that for a second.
Apostle.
It's super funny.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah, play it.
Okay.
Blessed art thou when people persecute thee, insult thee, or lie about thee because of me. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of their righteousness.
I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Dost I spy a professional victim over yonder? Hast the oppression Olympics commenced? Being persecuted is thine currency? Thou art a cuck! Not up or shut up, am I right? Up high!
Do not divorce thy wife, or you'll make her the victim of adultery. And do not...
That's right, JC. Marriage is sacred. I love marriage so much I've done it 4 times.
Do not swear any oaths, not by heaven, nor earth, nor Jerusalem. 'Tis enough to simply say yes or no, and anything beyond that is of the devil.
Whoa, dude! Art thou seriously suggesting that we should take at the knee during the Pledge of Allegiance? I'm sorry, but Jerusalem first. Show some respect, Jesus. Art thou one of those JLM protesters? Hands up, don't crucify? Not cool, man!
Ye have heard that it was said, eye for eye and tooth for tooth. But I say unto thee, do not resist, an evil person.
Ye have heard that it was said, God is the Alpha and the Omega. But I say unto thee, Jesus is the Beta.
If anyone slaps thee on the right cheek, turn to them the other cheek also.
Ha ha! More cuck stuff. To hell with that. There's a reason I open carry my sword, dude. If thou should striketh me, I shall striketh thee back 10 times harder, thou best believe.
No, that is a poor attitude. For instance, if someone wants to sue thee for thine shirt, hand over thy coat as well.
I've got the best lawyer in town. Good luck suing me.
And if anyone forces thee to go 1 mile, go with them 2 miles.
Nobody's going to force me. Thou can shove statist coercion where the sun doth not shine. If thou has a problem with that, then 1776 BC shalt commence again.
Give to those who ask thee, and do not reject those who want to borrow from thee.
Can I borrow thy hammer and sickle? Jesus, Jesus.
Do not be hypocritical when ye pray. Hypocrites love to pray out in public and upon the books of face, and they pray with the tags of hash, so that they will be seen by others. Verily, I say unto thee, that is their reward in full. But when thou prayest, thou should do it in private. Go into thy room, and close thy door when thou pray.
Oh, so now we shall not pray in public? This is how it starts, I say unto thee. If thou do not liketh the way I practice my religion, then thou can get the hell out. Just go away if my prayer bothers thee so much. I'm praying for thee, Jesus, right now. Do something about it. Didn't think so. All of these problems in Jerusalem today are because we doth not institute public prayer at schools and sporting events and government meetings, and now here thou art telling people not to pray in public. Thou art helping cause the downfall of Middle Eastern society. I hope thou knowest that, Jesus. No wonder the economy is in the feces bucket. Everyone here needs to invest in gold for when the real manure strikes the fan.
Worry not about saving money. Thou cannot serve both God and money.
Yeah, right. Thou thinketh I want to live on handouts like thee? Get a job, lowlife. I thought I permanently borrowed thy hammer and sickle.
Worry not about thy life. Worry not even about what thou will eat or drink, for God will provide.
First of all, thou ain't going to be eating anything with all this commie crap.
That part right there.
Damn.
My mom always would complain about that verse. Because she'd be
Really?
like, well, what about the starving kids in Africa? God's not providing for them. You know,
Oh, yeah.
stuff like that.
Will eat or drink, for God will provide.
So the sort of the
First
end of
of
this
all,
video is where he talks
thou
about the
ain't-
poor, the part
Okay.
where they're in the church. So you could skip ahead to maybe like, I don't know, 9, when they're at the actual church.
Okay.
That poor widow has put in more than all the others.
How could you possibly say that, Jesus? The rich people are the ones who pay for everything. The bottom 50% only pay for like 2%. They're all leeches, Jesus.
The rich gave out of their wealth, not what they have to live on, but she gave out of her poverty, put in all she had to live on.
Get a job, freeloader.
Hey, can any of ye point out Jesus of Nazareth?
I can, but it will cost thee 30 silver.
Judas, how dare thee? I'll do it for 25. A profit for a profit. Ho ho! Am I right? Up high. 1776 BC. We'll commence again.
Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Forgive us? Hey, I fully support capital punishment. Don't do the crime if thou can't do the time. Thug. They killed him! Don't you get that? They killed our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And he said that the last days will be coming very soon. And what are you doing about it? Huh? You can't even cough up a measly 5 silver for this one-of-a-kind ivory end times pendant. How are you supposed to display to everyone how pious you are without an end times pendant?
Hey everyone, Dark Matter here within.
All right.
Yo, I'm back. We're just taking a piss. So, essentially, what this kind of argues is that Jesus was not really he didn't blame the poor for their lot in life, because a lot of the reasons people are poor correlate with it challenges the notion that Jesus believed poor people were poor because their free will made them poor. He's saying that perhaps there could be a determinist version of the Bible extracted from this. And the part about like Jesus being a communist, I don't agree with that. Like I'm honestly, I myself am anti-communist. I think like nothing has murdered more people in the 20th century than fucking Mao, Stalin, and Lenin. Even Lenin was fucked up, by the way. So I mean, like some people say like, oh, Stalin was evil and Lenin was good, and Stalin fucked it all up. No, Lenin was pretty fucked up too. And Trotsky, he was the worst of the three. So good thing Trotsky never came to power, because essentially his version of Marxism was we fight an international war until we either have communism or everybody dies. So Trotsky was like the most deathist of the communists. But anyway,
I'm gonna grab a coffee real quick. I'll be right back.
Sure. Right. So what I'm trying to say here is that Jesus didn't believe the poor people's decisions was the poor people's lot in life was their own fucking fault. But some people in the comments are saying, should we still hold people accountable for their crimes? What about people who use determinism as an excuse to commit more crime? And that's very interesting, because there could be there's a synthesis between determinism and free will I'm willing to explore, and it comes from the philosopher David Hume. So Hume asks the question: are we still he's like, yes, determinism is true, but are we responsible for our decisions even though we had no choice? So essentially, Hume is saying that what if instead of external causes are out of your control, but internal causes are things you have to take responsibility for. So if the action resulted from your brain being a specific way, we still have to keep you in prison to keep you away from society so you don't harm people. So compatibilism doesn't argue that we should make prison. It's more focused on like we shouldn't change the fact that we put people in prison. We should change the reason we put people in prison. So right now the reason we put people in prison is because you are bad and you need to be punished. Rather, we should change that to we put you in prison because you're dangerous to society, or we have to rehabilitate you in some way. Hang on. Are you hearing a weird kind of humming sound coming from the chat?
No, it's just not too bad. A little tiny.
Yeah, just
I joined. I don't know. Can you guys hear me? This is Brent.
Hey, what's up?
Did it start when I joined?
We're already streaming. Yeah, you're live.
No. It was here before. It was here before you joined. I think so.
So how was the meeting?
It's pretty awesome. I mean, we just met with Keith for a couple hours, and then Vladimir, the founder of Lev Sciences, was there. He's in Moscow, so he joined from like 3 to 5 a.m., which kind of just shows the devotion of the, life extensionists, community that we're in. And Matt put it together. Matt's in Berlin, and Bobby was there as well too. So we chatted about a whole lot of exciting stuff, and I learned quite a bit about a lot of stuff. So it was cool. Hopefully, we'll get him on your channel for a live stream sometime soon.
Awesome.
So yeah, just to catch Brent up on this idea, we were talking about this debate between free will and determinism. So the idea that everything you do is a result of something else, maybe in your brain that causes you to do that, or maybe in your genes that causes you to do that. So there's people in the chat like calling me out, and I'm going to say this right now. Determinism all that means is that we're not going to change the way we punish people for crimes. I'm just going to say it's going to change the reason that we punish people for crimes. No longer will we punish people because they were inherently evil. We will do it because either one, they're a danger to society and need to be physically removed, so to speak, or two, we make an example of them to other people, which is also deterministic, so that the determinism in their behavior does not make them do the crime. So yes, there is still prisons in a determinist society. But the main like the reasons which those prisons exist are different, and that causes us to treat the prisoners and the crimes with more mindfulness. For instance, like take the film. Here's an example of a determinist sci-fi, a determinist sci-fi film. It's called Clockwork Orange. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
So Clockwork Orange. It's about a murdering psychopath rapist who goes around just like from house to house, just like raping people and fucking killing everybody. And he seemingly is absent of all moral awareness. So in the future, we have these prisons where they're not used for killing people. They're used for rehabilitating people. But here's where determinism gets very dystopian, because the way they rehabilitate people is they inject chemicals into their brain to kind of edit the psychopathy out of their brain so that they're no longer a murderer or a rapist. So we know that the audience is supposed to view this protagonist as like a villain, because he kills, rapes, and tortures people. But once he's rehabilitated, he's let back out into society, and he has this kind of aversion therapy. Whenever he tries to do something bad, he throws up or he gets really sick, and essentially he has been rehabilitated. But it shows that he's not able to function in society because they fucked with his head. So what I'm saying is we shouldn't be doing this. I'm just saying we should find a way in which we do help. We keep the people who can't be fixed under some kind of control, but the people who can be fixed can be like by just education can be let out. So I'm not advocating for this dystopian transhumanist society where we just fuck with people's brains without understanding people's brains. So, I mean, so I just remember the name of the Texas bell tower shooter. So his name was Charles Whitman, and he went up to the clock tower in the University of Texas, and he shot 4 people, and he was killed by the cops. And everybody at the time approvingly declared that he was a psychopath who got what he deserved. But he wrote this suicide note that said, "Hey, please, I'm not acting like myself. There's something in my brain that's making me do these things." And I don't think people like this are evil. Like, let's go back to Hitler. Why was Hitler Hitler? Was it because he was inherently a bad person? If you look at Hitler's childhood, he wasn't like necessarily an evil child. Like, he did some weird shit. Like, he was kind of a NEET who stayed at home with his mom and like ate tendies and shit. Like, he was kind of the version of like the 4chan NEET today, where he didn't have a job or anything like that. But he wasn't necessarily evil. A lot of the reasons he was evil was speculated on. For instance, Hitler was a meth addict. He took a lot of meth to help keep him up at night, and as you know, that fucks with your brain, and you are more violent as a result. So, I mean, this idea of like rehabilitating people, it's kind of not necessarily biofascistic, but neurofascistic, as in we choose the brains that are acceptable. And I don't necessarily think we should fuck with the brain unless people want their brain to be fucked with. Sometimes, like this, if we had a prison system like in Clockwork Orange, where we arrested Charles Whitman and he said, "I would like to be rehabilitated by my choice," then perhaps we could go ahead with the procedure of scanning his brain and finding the neural correlates for psychopathy and then rehabilitating him that way. So I think and if he doesn't consent, we just keep him away from society. So I think there is a way to create a determinist prison system that is more humane to prisoners. And and the reason in which they are there in the first place is revised and reformed. What do you think about that, Brent? Do you think determinism is like a flawed concept philosophically, and we should just keep the prison system the way they are, or perhaps change the reasons we put people in prison, or just change the laws we have for prison?
Well, I definitely think we should do all of the above. I think we should be changing the prison system. I think we should be. So there's so many things that you asked me there. So first of all, like when we started this live stream, I think we were already live because we talked a little bit before we went live, but I think maybe we weren't live yet. But I use the word agnosticism, right? IG instead of AG.
So it's like so it's different from agnosticism, because agnosticism just says I don't know if there's a God. Agnosticism says what do you mean by God, right?
Yeah. Exactly. So that terminology that I use regarding that, I also use towards pretty much every other thing that's like subjective, these words that we use like love and evil and God and stuff. So first you have to get on the same terms with people to communicate effectively before you can start going past that. And so this is really frustrating. It takes a lot of time, and there might be people watching right now be like, all right, get to the point, Brent, but things are complex. And so when you use the word evil, I don't personally believe that any single person is evil, not even Hitler. And I've studied Hitler quite a bit. I've watched so much content on, Nazism and, about World War II. I've been to like most of the major Holocaust museums in the world, in Israel and in Germany, all over the US. I'm half Jewish. And I still don't think that Hitler was evil. I think that he was incredibly misguided. I think that he thought that eugenics was a legitimate science, even though the form that they were using was more pseudoscience. So he thought he was making the world a better place. And so he could justify all these atrocities that most of the world saw him doing as being good, because he thought that he was making the species better. And I don't know what's going on with Bobby. I'm sorry, I can't help but laugh. He's like halfway in the screen and he's like moving his hands. But so, and then regarding like, and that's true with pretty much every single person, to me, nobody's good or evil. You have to use more specific language. You have to look into their actions more of what's going on. And then regarding the prison system, it's horrible in so many ways. I don't think the answer is simple enough to just make everything private or make everything government run, because there's problems in both of those systems. There's even problems in a semi-government and semi-private run prison system. A huge thing that people don't talk about enough is that laws tend to just stay in effect indefinitely. That's a huge problem. I think that laws should have term limits, just like politicians should have as well, too. So, for example, there's some laws that we'll probably all agree will be in place forever, like murder. We probably shouldn't murder any other humans or allow that to ever be done, because I'm a human, you're a human. It makes sense not to murder people. But marijuana, for example, or cannabis, whatever you want to call it, now in some states and in Canada and other places, it's now legal. Whereas for so many years, it was so obvious to most of the baby boomer generation that marijuana is terrible. But to me, as a 34-year-old, I grew up like never thinking it was bad and being frustrated throughout my whole like teens and 20s, like, why is this illegal and stuff?
I feel you, man. Were you in like the Ron Paul camp when in the
Ron Paul?
I totally was.
Me too.
Right?
Like this idea of like social liberalism and fiscal conservatism. But yeah, I want to expand on what you said. So in a way, we're all Charles Whitman, we're all Hitler, and I think a lot of this determinism. If you're still not convinced by my argument for determinism, look at the alt-right. So the alt-right came out of nowhere. And I think the cause of it was perhaps the YouTube algorithm. So the YouTube algorithm, if you make a video on the Jewish question and it's just super edgy, more people click on it. Whether you like a video or dislike a video, that all publicity is good publicity for the YouTube algorithm.
The Streisand effect, right?
So essentially, the what takes over is the this effect whereby which the edgiest opinions are the most popular, and the algorithm created more Hitlers than there has ever been in history. And I don't think like a lot of the people who I saw, like a lot of my friends in university who became alt-right, and I see you in my like channel, like my fans, a lot of my fans are they call me a cuck in the comment section, so I know they're there. But a lot of my fans are alt-right, and I don't think they were like that before the YouTube algorithm started promoting edgy opinions over everything else. So everything you see in the recommendation video all comes from that algorithm. I think physical reality influences choices in a way that most people acknowledge. They still think there's this mind-body divide, like, oh, the material world could never influence the immaterial world, which is my mind. But when those worlds come together, you see that all causality is legit. So now I want to get into the, like sort of the science of determinism. So I'd say like the first real like neuroscientific determinism was actually Sigmund Freud. He was a psychologist, but weird guy. But he was the first to say we have two minds. We have a subconscious mind, which we're aware and a conscious mind. So like he called these the id and the superego, right? So the id is what makes you want to like kill people for food, or rape people, or it makes you want to like, oh, I want to fuck that chick, or it's very predetermined. Whereas Freud believed your superego it was sort of like your morality, like your neocortex was your superego and your reptilian brain was your id. So those things would clash all the time. But so people thought there was both free will and determinism. You were a combination of both. But then we get to Benjamin Libet. So Benjamin Libet, I think he was a neuroscientist, and he said this is called the Libet experiment. So he had a device. He had his patients wear a device on their brain which monitored their activity in front of a very quickly spinning clock, right? So while watching the clock spin, they were told to flick their wrist whenever they felt like it, and then the fMRI would record their brain, and they would see when they made the decision to flick their wrist. And what Libet saw was that the decision to flick the wrist.
Look at the list.
The decision to flick your wrist first happened in the reptilian brain before the superego, before the neocortex. So in a way, you don't have free will. It's your reptilian brain that notices what you do first, and then you reflect on that. So in a sense, your consciousness is just it's watching the reptilian brain act out and moralizing while the reptilian brain does things. So in that sense, Libet said that the decision to flick your wrist was made 550 milliseconds before your neocortex even knows about it. So this is a chilling conclusion that we are not in control of our own brain, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't be punished for your actions. And this goes back to like David Hume, and he wanted a sort of a synthesis between determinism and free will, whereby, yes, we are deterministic, but we're still going to have this personal responsibility such that it creates a deterministic effect that other people don't want to do what you just did, and it changes their minds. So I think this is a thing we could definitely look into. So like if free will, people argue that if you gave Hitler a pill that turns him into a hippie, you still can't leave him unpunished because he did bad things. But I don't think that's the right answer. I think we should be rehabilitating people, because maybe Hitler's neocortex, it was an observer, and his reptilian brain was manifesting through his actions. And there was probably something really fucked up that he did with the meth he was taking that made him do the things he wanted to do. And I think, do you think there could ever be like a synthesis between free will and determinism? Could we ever create a society that has none of the dystopian aspects of free will, but none of the dystopian aspects of determinism? Is there a middle ground we can take?
This may not be super relevant to all the great points you just made, but there's even camera footage showing Hitler like with a trimmer. A lot of people think
really?
Yeah, a lot of people think he had Parkinson's. He did a lot of drugs. It's very well documented. I don't know if we want to go down that route. I haven't really studied this stuff in probably about 10 years, but from age like 10 to like 23, I studied World War II and Hitler like an insane amount. And I've watched so many World War II movies and documentaries that I'm kind of like over it at this point. But I know a lot of crazy things about Hitler, and I've read Mein Kampf and stuff. And I also took persuasive speaking courses. I was a communications major in college and did public speaking in high school. And you can't get through any type of a public speaking course without studying Hitler. I mean, he was and still is one of the most persuasive speakers. His use of repetition in his speeches and things like that. But yeah, I mean, I guess to get back to one of your main points there, Alex, like if we're going to be living much, much longer, indefinitely, immortal, forever, what language you kind of want to use, if we're just going to be living a lot longer, I think that we need to be creating a much more compassionate and scientifically driven society where we don't just kind of throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak, and, just throw everybody in prison for these super long terms. And, look at right now what's happening. Let's just look at right now. We have people who are in jail for selling or distributing, cannabis, marijuana, whatever you want to call it.
It's all Nixon's fault.
Right. And exactly. And so many others. Nixon's to blame for sure, but many others. But in states now where cannabis is legal. And we should have laws enacted immediately where it's like anybody who is in a state, at the very least, it should be obvious that anybody who's in a state where cannabis is now legal and they were put and they're in jail for selling or distributing cannabis, they should just be out like immediately.
Oh my God, absolutely. Like every second you're in there, it fucks with your head. You're living through this daily cycle of violence, and you're made to think the outside world is like that too. So every fucking day you spend in prison is making you more and more unable to reintegrate into society. So all these people who are in there for weed, just let them out and like let's fix up their life, like let's wipe their record too, so they can get a real job and integrate back into society. I think we need to like fix the evils of the past. And that starts
if the moral argument doesn't get you, or the logic I use too, like just the economics, like I would highly recommend people just study economics. If I could recommend a book, Henry Hazlitt, Economics in One Lesson. The book was written in 1946. It's still incredible. And so just understand economics. You know, we're spending so much money, maybe like $40,000 a year to keep somebody in a prison cell and then make them like worse and worse day by day.
And they can't contribute economically back. So they're just
exactly. So yeah, and so I'm always very reluctant to just throw somebody in a prison cell. Anytime that we can rehabilitate, teach, learn, that's why like my last job at LinkedIn was e-learning. I'm a lifelong learner. I want other people to be lifelong learners. The world's changing fast. We're on Skype, streaming on YouTube, live stream with people chatting, interacting. Like this is the future of communication. And you know,
dude, that last talk was dope.
Develop skills that you can improve upon. One thing I wanted to talk about with this theme and things that I want us to be talking about in general is what are big skills that you can gain that are not going away, right? So IT skills, you might be good at programming, but those skills might be gone in 2 years from now, whatever you're using to program. But sales, marketing, English, communication, finance, stock market, things like that. Those things are not going away anytime soon, it looks like. So I would just want to say a general big idea to people is to gain skills that are not going to be going away soon and that can compound in your life.
Have you watched my video on VR? I'd say like the middle of that, it talks about this idea called the imagination economy. And what it's talking about is like there's 4 eras in history. The first era was the agricultural age, then we had the industrial age, then the information age, and then the imagination age. So essentially what this refers to is that there's different ages will want you to have different skills. So in the agricultural age, what you wanted was physical strength. Once you got to the industrial age, that didn't matter. What mattered was your labor and your location to proximity to a factory. Then in the information age, what mattered was your skills with computers and technology. But once we get to the imagination age, even these programmers, these software engineers, and even some scientists and doctors like radiologists will be put out of work by AI. And essentially, the philosopher who was arguing this, Charles McGee, he had this idea of the imagination age where we need to cultivate problem-solving skills, adaptability, and creativity to overcome the AI revolution. And we need to focus on jobs where we are using our human ability to intercompare and synthesize, to create, to sort of direct AI as to what to do, rather than just trying to process information. Because AI will always be better than you at processing information, and we need to start moving away from even jobs like not necessarily just like jobs like trucking or driving cars. We also need to start moving away from accounting and pharmacists. All these people are going to accounting, pharmacists, lawyers. These are high level skills, but AI can do them better than we can. It's because they can process information better. So the kinds of jobs you people watching us right now should be looking for are jobs where you can exercise your insights. You can exercise your ability to compare abstract concepts and direct AI rather than process information for it. And so before we move on to like AI and stuff, I just want to quickly close this discussion about determinism. Is that all right with you guys?
Yeah, real quick though, Alex, I just want to say, I think I told you, I'm loving your videos. I'm not just saying that, I really am. And I'm watching them from the oldest to newest. And you did say that idea of those 4 time periods in one of your older videos. I know it because I heard you say it there. So you didn't go into as much detail as you just did, but yeah, I completely agree. It is good to know skills like accounting and stuff to a certain extent for me. I'm an investor, but it's not super important with my type of investing because I'm doing long-term investing in a company like Tesla. So I generally just want to make sure they're not doing shady accounting practices to make sure they don't screw up a company I'm invested in.
Entrepreneurship is an imagination economy job. It is a creative job. So yes, entrepreneurship definitely. Also, even I hate to say this, but like artists will be making a lot more money in the future than they are now. But yeah, go on.
No, that was basically it. So yeah, if you want to close out your determinism type idea, that'd be great.
Yeah, so I know there's people chimping out at me in the comments like, oh, you want to just let all prisoners go? Or no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's solutions that are neither free will nor determinist. There's another idea called compatibilism, and I've been looking into that, and I think we could employ that philosophy as a way to run our prison system. So I hope you guys like thought experiments, because here's a thought experiment. You ready? Okay, so imagine a guy, right? Guy, he fucking hates his boss. But one day, he gets kidnapped by an evil neuroscientist, and the neuroscientist takes him back to a secret lab underneath secret laboratory in like some cave, and he injects his brain with nanites the day he wakes up, and then like the day before he goes to work, and then he puts him right back in his bed. So now he wakes up, goes to work, and sees his boss. Now imagine two scenarios. Scenario one, the scientist pulls a lever, the nanites fuck with your head, and you kill your boss. It hijacks your brain and you kill your boss. That's determinism. Now imagine scenario two. You get to work, and before the scientist can pull the lever, you kill your boss because you want to. He's such a dick, and you just want to kill your boss. So that's the free will scenario. Now, in the second scenario, the scientist is he's so surprised that you want to kill your boss, he doesn't bother pulling the lever because you're going to kill your boss anyway. And here's the kicker. When you get into this whole shooting spree and you get killed, the police do an autopsy and discover the nanites in your brain. They were noticing how they were activated in scenario. So how do we punish you? And there are three ways we can punish you. So Dolbach, Kant, and Hume. Dolbach was the determinist. Hume was Kant was the libertarian, so the free will guy. And I mean that in not libertarian as like political libertarianism, but like free will libertarianism. And then the third guy was Hume. So Kant, the libertarian, he sentences you to death. Like let's say you were caught before you committed the crime. He sentences you to death because you decided to want. We see your brain scan and you decided to want to kill your boss. Scenario two, both scenario 1 and 2, we kill you. So whether you chose to or whether you were forced to, because you have free will, we're going to kill you in either scenario. So the presence of the nanites doesn't matter for the people who believe in free will. So next, Dolbach says, he's the determinist. He says you're innocent in both scenario 1 and 2, because whether it was the nanites that made you kill your boss or you did it by yourself, that was still your brain making you want to kill your boss. So that's how you'd punish. That's how determinists would punish you. Now compatibilism. Hume, the third philosopher, he says it does not matter whether it's not nuanced enough. Determinism and libertarianism aren't nuanced enough to make a good ethical judgment here, because it doesn't matter if the physical atoms caused you to do it or the nanites caused you to do it. The human mind, it does not matter whether you wanted to kill your boss. All that matters is that you did. So he would punish you for you would be punished for let's reimagine this. Let's say you had an EEG cap, right? And you are a soldier in the U.S. military, and you fight. I'm going to explain it a little bit better here. So you fire a missile at a terrorist target, and you neutralize them. But it also turns out you killed an innocent Middle Eastern child in the process. So during your court-martial, these same three philosophers decide your fate. Kant, the libertarian, punishes you for making a bad call. Dolbach, the determinist, lets you go because it wasn't your fault, because he can see your brain scan and you were fucked. But Hume, the compatibilist, let's say he uses the brain scan to find out you were a psychopath and you were purposely trying to kill the kid. Then you're guilty because the EEG shows the data that you had no intent, whether you had intent to kill the child. So here's what I'm saying is compatibilism. It's based on your intent to do things. If you had an intent to kill the child, then you would be jailed. But if you had no intent and you did it by accident, you would not be jailed. So this is the idea of a nuanced justice system. Determinism sucks. Free will sucks. This compatibilism is the most nuanced way to decide whether you're guilty or not, because we can use neurotechnology. One day we'll be able to use neurotechnology to find the neurocorrelates of your intentions. If you had the intentionality of doing a bad thing, we need to lock you away in society because you're harmful to the society. But we can avoid putting an innocent man in prison because he didn't mean to. He didn't know the missile strike would kill a child. So that's what I think is one day our justice system will move away from both determinism and free will, and we'll be able to employ this third philosophy that's so much more capable of ethical nuance. And I just want to end the free will discussion right there and go back to talking about AI. So the people chimping out at me in the comments, I will still change my mind in the future, depending on what kind of technologies we have available. Okay, so it's not set in stone. I am open-minded enough to change my mind with regard to a determinist prison system or a free will justice system, so to speak. So yeah, go on.
Wow, good thoughts.
Yeah, that was a lot of stuff. I just want to say one thing real quick before we move on. My dad's an attorney, and uncles on my dad and mom's side are both attorneys. And I just kind of grew up thinking I was going to be an attorney. I was pre-law. I was in Phi Alpha Delta, the law fraternity in college. And I took the LSAT, and I was going to go to law school. And I thought my parents were going to just pay for grad school because I was a stupid, like 21-year-old that didn't talk to my parents about something so simple. And they told me they weren't. I was doing a internship with the DA's office locally and talked to some other attorneys who were young, 25, 26, just out of law school, just practicing. And they had...
Wait, just one question. Were you in a top 14 law school?
I didn't even go to law school yet. So I'm still in college. But I was thinking I was going to go to law school. And keep in mind, this is like 2006. And they told me they were in like over $100,000 worth of debt, in 2006 dollars, which is kind of more like $250,000 of debt now, give or take, based off inflation. And I just basically decided that I didn't want to do it. I wanted to go into work, but I know quite a bit about the legal system, and it's really unfortunate that it just doesn't change very fast. And that even if a law or a case is set that's like wrong and bad, like for example, marijuana being illegal, I would say that that's like wrong and bad in my definition of wrong and bad, in my language I'm using here. It takes so much to change something like that, overwhelming to overturn laws like that. And we're seeing that play out now over, years and decades now as this slow movement in society. And so I agree with a lot of the things that you're saying, Alex. I just think that timeline here is going to be much longer to get to that world than people might hope for, unfortunately.
Well, would you agree with the idea that rather than free will or determinism, we should punish based on intent? If we can figure out that you had an intent, compatibilism is the idea. If we can figure out that you had the intent.
Yeah, we saw your screen, Bobby.
Or
you can see my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Generally speaking, Alex, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, it should all be about intent for sure. And that's one of the things I really didn't like about, the more I learned about law and like talking with my dad with cases and stuff. Too much of it was just not focused on intent, like manslaughter and things like that. It's if you look at car wrecks and when, people die in car accidents, they're not looking at like the intent. They're looking at like other things. And it's like, well, why should I end up going to jail if I just, made some mistake or something was out of my control, with the car or the automobile. So in generally speaking, I think that it should be focused on intent for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like there's so many legal cases right now. Like for example, take the idea of like rape culture or like the way we judge rapists. The free will people would be like, oh, the woman said you did not have consent, so you used your free will to rape them. We're putting you in prison. So that's the libertarians. Or the determinists will say, no, we're not going to put you in prison. All rapists were just innocent children who had bad brains, so we're not putting you in prison. But then the compatibilists, maybe they'll be able to scan your brain and be like, he did not have the intent to rape. You changed your mind after the act and put him in prison. So we can have a more nuanced justice system with compatibilism, where we can find if you really are a danger to society and put you away based on that. So both the determinists and libertarians are wrong in that sense. And perhaps one day technology, maybe even today, we can start implementing compatibilism into the justice system.
But, kind of like what we were talking about before, I mean, I've watched every episode of Black Mirror. We haven't talked about, at least with me and the discussion with you guys, we haven't talked about Black Mirror yet.
Oh, dude, have you seen Crocodile? The one with the murder? Have you seen the episode called Crocodile? The one where the woman murders people and the gerbil sees it and they scan the gerbil's brain and they see the murder?
Is that in Black Mirror?
Yeah, so there's an episode of Black Mirror called Crocodile, and it tells the story of a woman and her boyfriend. And they're on a car. They're going down a cliff in their car, and they accidentally hit a biker. And they're like, oh shit, what are we going to do? We're going to go to jail. So the boyfriend says, let's throw his body into the ocean. And they do. And then 10 years later, the boyfriend, he comes back from like this meditation retreat, and he's like, I'm so at peace. I'm ready to confess my crimes to the justice system.
Yeah.
He's like, don't do it. You'll put us in prison. And so in order to stop him from narking, she kills him. But like this was an intentional murder. The murder previously was not intentional, and then essentially people start investigating the murder of her boyfriend, and she kills the investigator, and then they send another investigator to investigate the investigator, and she kills them too. And eventually they scan the brain of a gerbil, and he sees the whole event. The gerbil sees the whole event take place, and they put her away. And what I'm saying is, this would never have happened in a compatibilist justice system, because the moment the couple hit the car, they're like, okay, let's call the police. They'll do a brain scan on us. They'll find out if we did truly intend to kill this person, and they'll be like, oh my god, it was just an accident. We're so sorry this happened to you. We're going to let you go. We have your statement from your brain scans. But that never happened in Black Mirror. They had the very flawed justice system where they use the technology to catch criminals and put them away rather than create nuanced sentencing. So I don't know if you've seen that, but you should check it out. It's episode,
I've
I think
seen every
season 4
episode of Black Mirror, and I remember that one now. And it's, they're in one respect, they're super awesome episodes that get you to think, and futuristic technologies, which people like us and people watching this channel love. However, they're so dystopian. And you just gave a great example of how if we did incorporate these type of ideas of intent into our justice system, then, hey, you accidentally kill somebody on a bike, like that's horrible. But if we have the right type of technology to show that it was an accident, hopefully we can have some type of rehabilitation or some other form of punishment or whatever that's not so extreme, that doesn't lead to more and more death, as that episode showed, right?
Yes. So what were you going to go about before I interjected with the compatibilism tangent?
Well, let's have Rowan and Bobby hop in. It's been us talking.
Oh yeah, sure. You got, what's up, Bobby? Can we hear you?
The stuff is all too advanced for me. My brain's not smart enough to figure it out.
Okay, you know what, Rowan?
I'm low IQ,
I'll be there.
man.
I'll be there in like.
I don't have the Jew IQ. I'm like medium IQ.
It's okay. I'm not Jewish either. I'm not Jewish at all. But one day I'll make videos about Kant, libertarianism, Hume, compatibilism, determinism. I'll explain it all. Don't worry.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yo, what up, brothers? Hey, you want to see something dope?
Yeah.
Check it out, man. We're giving a talk to the homies.
Vanessa Forrest.
People Unlimited.
Oh.
All right, you guys want to help me make this?
Do it. Yeah, after the stream. Do you have anything you want to talk about during the stream? Or do you guys want to answer some questions?
Bro, we're living forever. Okay? What's there not to talk about? All right. First off, can we start with Alex going from sexy to sexier with the black tie on top of the blue?
Double glasses? You guys have seen double glasses, right?
Yeah, I'm using double glasses. I'm getting laser, like, you ever
Hey, should we talk about a little bit about Keith?
Wait, what's that noise?
You're at Starbucks. You have so much noise in the background.
Yeah, holy shit, dude.
You want me to a little bit?
I'm super high right now, so it's kind of hard to manage things.
Oh, Bobby, we were talking about psychedelics earlier. You got any experiences you want to share with like LSD or DMT or shrooms?
Yeah, I'll share that with you. But Brent, can you tell me about what Keith said about the YouTube and stuff?
Yeah, so Bobby and I, we were on the beginning of the live stream, and then we were just on with Keith Comito for a couple hours with a couple other people too. And Keith is the founder of Lifespan.io, and he has a lot of other really interesting background in his career. I mean, he's essentially really, really, I want to be careful with my words. He was very instrumental in creating Disney Plus. So like, this guy's an IT wizard, right? And other pretty incredible accomplishments he's had in his life. So we learned a lot, and he gave us a lot of really good tips for growing our YouTube channels that I kind of want to, maybe we'll talk about that offline a little bit more. And he's just a really good guy to partner with. Hopefully I can interview him, on my YouTube channel, and all of us, at some point can bring him into our little world. But, he's tied into some super big names, big people, George Church, David Sinclair. He communicates with the NIA, National Institute of Aging, and so on and so forth. So I don't know if now is the best time to go into a bunch of details, because I think we talked about some proprietary and somewhat private things. But we had a really good conversation with him, and maybe I'll go big picture, because it should all be big picture. network, man. Get out, people who are watching this right now in the comments section, connect people on LinkedIn, on Facebook. Think about what skills that you have that can contribute to longevity, escape velocity, happening faster. That's a big thing I want people to know.
What's your email again? Nally@gmail.com, right?
Yeah, my email is just my name. It's brentnally@gmail.com.
I'm going to message Bill.
Oh, yeah, Bill Andrews.
Did you see the screen?
Yeah.
Hey, Rowan. Holy
What?
shit, dude. That's a lot of noise. Rowan, you want to get into the comments? I think we've been neglecting the comments, people.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll answer, and then you'll answer, and then we'll alternate. Or Brent can answer too, actually. Now that you guys are here,
Alrighty.
I got some
So
of
let's
the
start with,
comments on my iPhone.
we go to like the middle of the comments.
All right, so here's the comments.
they're talking
I'm
about
showing the
IQ.
comments right now.
Jairi Sulci says 140 IQ here. Alex Gibson says, I got the Jewish IQ, 165, 168.
I'm envious.
Thing is, I had my
high
IQ,
IQ people.
I had my IQ professionally tested, and all I got was 94. I'm actually super dumb, but I don't think IQ is all that matters that goes into a person. Like, I might be really dumb because I fucking fucked my brain up with, like, I took all the good drugs, but also all the bad drugs like meth, and I fucked my brain up. But what I do have is like long time preference. So while I'm not smart, I do think in very long time. I do think in very long time sequences, and I think that helps me survive in the world more, even though I'm a low IQ person.
How could you say you're not smart? You talk very smartly.
I had my IQ tested and I only got 96, 94, something like that. So I don't know. I'm not
Your
as smart
IQ
as I
is
like.
that low. How much
You ever heard
low
of
IQ would my IQ be?
You ever heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect, where you think you're smart but you're actually not? I think that might be me. I might be under the influence of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Maybe I'm not
This goes back to like defining your words as something that you'll hear from me all the time. Love,
IQ, intelligence.
Things like, evil, God, like define your terms. And Alex, you're clearly smart. I mean, anybody watching here, I think, would agree that you're smart. So IQ is an outdated and just poor way of measuring intelligence, in my opinion. And most people don't even know how the IQ system works. If you look at things like SAT, ACT, things like that, they're actually really good. And that's because these systems are really outdated that we're living in. So I would encourage people to, if they haven't yet, Google, look in the marshmallow test. That's actually a way better predictor.
Yes. So here's the thing. While I have a low IQ, the marshmallow test is the test for testing time preference. So the marshmallow test, I'm going to explain for the audience. So these psychologists invented this test for time preference. They'd have a bunch of kids, and they'd give them a marshmallow and say, if you eat this marshmallow in the next hour, you are not getting any more marshmallows. But if you can resist for the next hour not eating this marshmallow, we will give you 2 marshmallows. And if you can resist for another hour, we will give you 3 marshmallows. So this essentially tests their time preference. And what they did was they followed, like, regardless of IQ. So then the scientists followed these kids into adulthood, and they found that the kids who ate the marshmallow, and that was it, they ended up, like, even if they were high IQ, they ended up really stupid. Like they made stupid decisions. Like they were poor, they were stuck in like ghettos and stuff, and they didn't advance in their careers, or they were homeless. Whereas the kids who didn't take the marshmallow and said, no, I'm saving this, and I'm going to get the next marshmallow the next hour, and I'm going to save for the future. These long time preference people, they were all successful. Like they were CEOs and shit. Like, you ever heard the notion that all the A students in high school inevitably end up working for C students? I think even if you have a higher IQ, that doesn't guarantee success. Just because you're smarter, you also have to have time preference. So if the C students have a more time preference, you might end up working for a C student one day, because they'll be the entrepreneurs. These time preference people, they can understand the growth of markets. They can understand where to invest. They have a conception of the future. They know how to navigate. The rise and fall of civilizations. Go on. What were you going to say about the marshmallow test?
Well, this was started at Harvard. I'm going off memory here, but I've researched this quite a bit. I believe it was in the 1970s when they first started this. So they've actually followed a great deal of these people and even their descendants. And so the good news is it's not really genetic. It doesn't seem to be. It seems to be more things that are taught. So, I have a 13-week-old kid right now, and my niece and nephew are 4 years old and 1.5, and they're doing marshmallow test type teaching and parenting to their kids, because it seems to be the most predictable way of success. And when I say success, let's define terms there as well too. Alex kind of did that. Financial success, but not just financial success, just like happiness, health, all sorts of those relationships. These are all things that are really important for you to build good habits to do every single day, to build, a life of, to build a great life, essentially. And so you could have people who are like really smart, high IQs, get good grades, but they just have like shitty habits and they don't think long term. And so, there's lots and lots of people with high IQs who work shit jobs, like getting paid, around the poverty line. You can look up that research as well too. I'm not just talking out of my ass. So research the marshmallow test. And then if you have kids or if you can influence kids in any way, definitely influence them with those type of time preference, because it's not just marshmallow. It's all about delayed gratification. And so we're in a world right now that's so focused on short-term gratification. If you can start focusing on delayed gratification, building something for the long term and building new habits for yourself and for your loved ones and people who you want to influence, then you can greatly improve your life and those around you as well.
So a controversial segue here. I want to comment on what Brent just said. Rowan and I both have channels. We have a lot of alt-right fans. So I just want to use this as an opportunity to sort of educate them on whether their worldview is as concrete as they think it is. Rowan, can you pull up a map called World Map IQ? So pull that up. So essentially the alt-right ideology in a nutshell is we must create an ethno-state because the IQ of Europeans and Asians is higher than the IQ of, let's say, Latinos or Africans or whatever. And on this world map of IQ Rowan's about to pull up, you can see the different IQ scores. And essentially, what I'm trying to say is IQ isn't all that matters, like Brent says. There's a delayed gratification. So I would rather have, rather than an ethno-state of high IQ people, country where everybody is high time preference. Everybody wants to delay gratification. So let's look at Europe, for example. So my parents were refugees from the Soviet bloc. So when the Soviet states collapsed, they came to Canada and then the United States, of course, for me. But as you can see, it's like the lowest IQ European country. So I am like the dumbest race. But yet I can still find financial success, relationship success, all these avenues of success despite being stupid and 96 IQ. So I'm saying if you have a low IQ like I do, it's not the end of the world. You can still improve your life if you can delay gratification. And I think you can teach that. You can learn to delay gratification. You can teach time preference to people. And maybe it's not genetic, as we came to believe.
There's hope.
Like Brent says, we don't know how time preference is transmitted among the genes. But if we could find out, maybe we could put those genes into people. We could edit genes such that people are more time preferent. I know that sounds like eugenics, but we could make it voluntary. But I just wanted to sort of expand on Brent's idea. The people watching right now, don't base your ideology on creating an ethno-state of high IQ people, because there's more kinds of intelligence. There's KQ, which is kinetic intelligence. There's EQ, which is emotional intelligence. So how well do you socialize? How well do you build social capital? There's a VQ, like visual intelligence. SQ, which is spatial intelligence. There's so many kinds of it, which is great for engineers and architects. So there's so many different kinds of intelligence. Don't just write it all off as fucking Mexican people or black people are useless because they have low IQs. Give them a chance to show them to show you what they can do. They want to show you how they can improve society. And I want a country, rather than mono-ethnic high IQ people, I would rather have a country where everybody has delayed gratification and they all contribute to making the future a better place to live. So I don't know, just random segue. Go on.
Hey, check out scripts I have. Hey, we need to start passing these around to each other. You see them?
That's all really good stuff. Bobby, you go.
What's up?
I said you go.
Yeah, dude. You guys, we need to start passing these scripts around and making like a vlog, like podcast deal. And I'll send one to Keith Comito too. And yeah, do you guys see it on the screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I see it.
Dude, and Alex, you said you have a pretty big list, right?
I do.
Dude, let's combine our list. No homo.
Cross-pollinate our.
I want to do this one super soon, like fucking Monday. I'm gonna start making that. Rowan, we should work on that. But we really need to do the debate, dude. This is super important. Like Gennady, is kind of like relying on us.
Yeah. So speaking of which, we're all gonna be moderators for the transhumanist debate soon with between Zoltan and Ben Zion. So we need to decide on one of us moderators and which one of us will step out. So perhaps maybe the most biased people should not be moderators. Partisan people. Because
you're not supposed to do that. Don't look at my toy. Yeah, so if anybody wants to help with that, that'd be really helpful. Because we have so much to do, it's gonna be difficult to even do this. And they seriously want me to contact like all of these people, and it's like, come on, can you guys at least help a little? So if you guys could help me contact some of these people, they have a list that they sent me. It's on my Skype. I don't know if I can get to it though. But yeah, so we gotta start doing that. We need to get organized, dude. You said we're gonna use Facebook Calendar.
Yeah, we're already. Yeah, let's just get that set up and then we're good. So anything else?
Dude, fucking, you want to talk about my PP size?
So we went from talking about like IQ sizes to PP sizes. PP size ethnostate now. Big dick ethnostate.
Did we keep with Ira, dude? Ira, no, he's kind of, dude. So freaking Keith, we might get him on like on a podcast because he's about to set one up, and so since he has so many followers, like we can do a podcast with them and have like a bunch of us. Here, I'll show you kind of something I was thinking of doing, like what we can do. Because, dude, like we would just grow so much faster if we could share the information and stuff. You know what I mean? You have to die me. You have to die me, dude. I'm like really high right now.
Yeah, Rowan.
I did so much high.
Rowan, what were you gonna say anything before we went on our segue?
I can't think of anything to say.
It's okay.
I'm just tired. Okay. I mean, my brain is kind of. I'm just kind of slow right now up in the brain because I'm.
It's
really
okay.
tired.
It's okay. Take a little mental
I'm just
break.
like zoning out. I'm listening to all you guys. You guys are sounding very smart. I love it.
Brent, do you want to? Okay, so Rowan's having fun observing. Brent, do you want to go into the comments section and maybe answer a few of these?
Yeah, I was looking at some of them. There weren't many questions. It was Gira, which, by the way, I've seen Gira on my YouTube channel commenting some, so what's up? But they were just kind of, I think they were kind of commenting with each other, Alex and Gira and Tristan, talking about like IQ and Israel and different countries and collectivism and things like that. I don't know if I really see any questions.
Well, okay, we could comment on comments, I guess. So Giri says the way countries function proves the viability of their IQs. Well, not necessarily. For example, I think a lot of the alt-right agrees that like the Nordic countries like Norway, Sweden, Finland have like the highest IQs in Europe or whatever. But if you look at this historically, what were the how civilized, quote unquote, were the Nordic countries? I mean, like they have this meme about like Africans, like, oh, you were just like spear chuckers and you lived in mud huts. Well, if you look at like the Vikings, like they were basically just spear chuckers too. They didn't have like Roman style civilization. They just raped and pillaged and whatnot. So, I mean, high IQ doesn't guarantee civilization. I mean, what you really want is a way in which people actually care about civilization. You want, again, this delayed gratification because that's what gets people to invest in society. That's what gets them to see the long-term development of societies. But yeah, I know Rowan and I have a lot of like alt-right fans, and hopefully we could convince them to maybe rationally see the world is a little more complex than all these theories that the algorithm is promoting.
Yeah,
but
I especially don't like that the alt-right is the anti-Jew. They don't like the Jews.
Yeah, that's a huge contradiction I find. Is like the Jews have the like on that map you pulled up. Jews have the highest IQ. It's like 115, but they want to kill all the Jews. I thought you wanted like high IQ.
Exactly.
Countries. So what's up, dude? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll say two real quick things on that because again, I like to go high level on all this rather than sorting through the weeds. So on the high level concepts here, we should be focusing on ideas, right? So if you like a specific idea of a specific groups, like the Jews, for example, then great, applaud them for that. And if you don't like certain things about their culture or their ideas, then call that out and say why it's bad and why it can be better. rather than denigrating an entire, group, whether it be a race or a religion, or Jewish is kind of like both of those. So like for me, as an example, I certainly wouldn't consider myself to be Jewish from a religious standpoint, because I'm not religious. But from just a pure genetic standpoint, my mom is Jewish. And so that whole side of the family is Jewish for me. And then the second idea, that the thing that I was trying to communicate, so I'll make it crystal clear, the marshmallow study is the most effective way of determining success, not IQ. It's crazy, right? Google the marshmallow study if you don't believe me, if you don't understand the things that Alex and I were talking about, and just research it a little bit. It is absolutely mind-boggling to me and just fascinating that this little tiny simple test of handing a marshmallow to a little kid when they're like 4 years old or 3 years old, around that age, and explaining to them that they'll get another one if they can just wait another 5 minutes or something, is just absolutely fascinating to me. That's a better predictor of success. And when I say success, I mean all the things that most of us want: financial success, career success, other things that we want, than like an IQ test. It's remarkable. And so look into those things and let's get smarter together. That's what I'm doing sitting here right now. I'm trying to not focus on the past and my previous beliefs. I used to think IQ was like so important. I used to think grades were like really important. But when you find out that those things really aren't that great of a predictor of the things that you want, you should probably applaud that and then figure out how to get what you want better. And there's more ways to do that now than ever before. So.
Right.
Yeah. Again, I'd agree with Brent. We want higher time preferences, delayed gratification.
Where is
anti-aging? Anti-aging is the ultimate. Anti-aging is the ultimate long-time preference ideology. Is because you're thinking of what if.
Hey, what is the where's the calendar at?
We'll show you later.
Dude, you don't just want me to make it right now?
No, we can make it later. It's fine. We got time.
We'll do it after. Man.
We'll do it after.
I just wanted. Just tell me where it's at so I can look at it.
Rowan, do you know where it's at?
Where what's at?
The calendar, so we can start planning stuff. I think you have to make a group first.
Know.
Then it's a group you find.
Damn, there ain't shit on fucking Facebook right now. Usually there's heck of good stuff.
But yeah, speaking of time preference, what do you think we should do ecologically? How do you think we could sort of live in harmony with the ecosystem? And if it's just like if there's a better way to do it than just carbon taxes, because so far all that happens is we pass the responsibility of climate change from companies to the consumer by raising their gas prices.
That audio is pretty bad.
Yeah, Bobby, if you can mute, I think you're at Starbucks and we can hear like all the orders being placed and silverware scratching.
No, you can't. All right, bro. I'll pause it.
Also, you're sharing your screen. It's kind of taking up the, people can't see the people who are speaking because you're sharing your screen. I'm not sure if that's a good idea.
Yeah. Wait, can you? Okay, yeah.
Alex,
how do you edit his screen off?
Alex, if your question was being posed at me, like, my big thing that I talk about all the time on my YouTube channel and other things, and that I tell myself in my head all the time, is focus on things that you can actually change. People waste so much time on things that they cannot change and they cannot influence. And that will just lead to cynicism. It will lead to like a more of a negative mindset. So improve yourself. Don't try and save the world. Try and save yourself. And so, yeah. I hope this doesn't come across as like a narcissistic type of thing.
No,
that
not
I'm saying.
at all.
Yeah, because it's actually, once you can improve yourself, then you can kind of get to the point where you're above water and you can help other people and change the world. If you've ridden on a plane, they tell you, hey, in case plane goes down or whatever, oxygen mask comes down, put it on yourself first before helping your neighbor, because you're no good if you're like dying, and can't breathe. So, in that respect, to get back to your question, it all goes on like the big thinking here. What can I do to affect, if you don't believe in climate change, right? We're clearly polluting the planet, right? But even forget about climate change, polluting the planet. If you don't believe in that stuff, that's fine. I don't care. I'm not here to argue that. one thing that's very, very obvious is that we need renewable resources. Oil, there's only so much oil on the planet, and we have a global economy right now that's based off oil. So I love a guy like Elon Musk who just focuses on that single truth, and he is just trying to create sustainable, renewable energy, right? We have this massive sun that creates all the energy for our Earth and our solar system. That's where all the energy originally came from. So cut out all the other stuff, coal, oil, everything. Let's get all the energy directly from there. That's called solar. Let's work on that. And then let's find ways to transfer that. That's his power wall, right? The battery pack. And then let's find a way to power everything with that. And that's the solar, the batteries for the cars, electric vehicles. So personally, that's why I'm an investor in Tesla, and I'd love to be an investor in other, companies if they were doing more innovative things in this type of sector that can actually make the world better. Because if you're expecting governments to do it or other things, like I wish that they would, but they really can't do that. They can try and change laws to put incentives for private companies or public companies to do things better. But that's really all that they can do. They can change laws and things like that. So my message is be the change that you want to see in the world. What Gandhi told us, think about how you can contribute to creating the world that you want to see. And, I'm getting rich off becoming a Tesla investor that I have been for years. And I'm also, in my opinion, making the world a better place as well. So that's how I kind of see it. That's how I answer that question right now.
Whether you agree with Jordan Peterson or not, the one piece of advice he has for you, which he's most famous for, is clean your room before you sort out yourself before you sort out the world. I think whether you agree with his politics or not, that is a universally good piece of information. And I know we know that famous Gandhi quote, right? Go online and self-righteously abuse other people until they're the change you want to see in the world. Obviously, that's not. I mean,
that's what Gandhi said,
is
right?
the correct version of the Gandhi quote, and we should take that to heart. And I mean, we see individuals in society who are doing this. Look at two different strategies for fighting climate change, right? We have Greta Thunberg and Boyan Slat. So what Greta Thunberg does is she goes flying around the world in her private jet, polluting the atmosphere and saying how dare you, fuck you, fuck you. Does that? We don't know if that's actually creating any change. But Boyan Slat, he's a 16-year-old entrepreneur who created a company that cleans up plastic from the ocean and then reuses it. Recycles it back into society. And he's something like 22 now. He's got 2 talks with Joe Rogan, and he discusses his company. He's enormously successful, and he makes money from it. And it's really interesting. I think perhaps the best thing we can do is not just raise carbon taxes again for the average Californian person who just wants to drive to work. And maybe we should sort of take responsibility on ourselves to see what we can do. For example, Elon Musk is starting his companies. Maybe one day you could be just like Boyan Slat and start your own company. There's a lot of things we can do. I mean, one instance is the sulfur dioxide engineering. For instance, there's this idea that we could. There's this idea going around called geoengineering. Let's see if we can, instead of slowing down our emissions, can we actually reverse the pollution of our atmosphere by perhaps putting reflective particles. Essentially, these we put sulfur dioxide in there, and it combines with the water in the atmosphere to create sulfate particles that are reflective, and it creates aerosols. There might be some sulfuric acid a little bit as a result, but it creates reflective particles that'll lower the temperature of the Earth. Essentially, that's what happens when you have volcanic eruptions. They also inject this sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere, and it's actually an anti-greenhouse gas. There's things we could do like that. Another thing is seaweed farms. If we can start growing more plants in bulk, perhaps it only takes 9% of the ocean to grow enough seaweed farms to meet the entire planet's biofuel demands, all while reversing climate change in the process, putting more oxygen into the atmosphere. There's just so many things we could do. I mean, another thing is carbon freezing. You heard about this, Rowan? It's there's this compound called I think it's monoethanolamine or something like that. And what it does is it binds to CO2. So let's say we release this monoethanolamine or something like that. We release it over a cold place like Antarctica, right? And it'll cause CO2 to snow out of the sky and freeze onto the Arctic ice sheets. And those will keep piling on. It'll be trapped below the permafrost. And essentially we'd have a negative feedback loop where we go back to previous temperatures. That's another thing we could do. I mean, just going around telling people that they're horrible people. I know Rowan really idolizes Greta Thunberg, but I think you can be you can there's other ways that you can sort of another example is like I think you ever heard of like lumina oxide engineering. So like Al2O3, so it's like alumina oxide. It's also very reflective, and we can have like high altitude air balloons that sort of sprinkle that into the atmosphere, and it'll also sort of or we could have like maybe 4 artillery stations firing 5 lumina oxide shells per hour, 24 hours a day. I think that would create enough to lower the temperature by 1 degree. Like individuals can do things to change society, and it starts with just an internal locus of control. Like Brent was saying, if you have this external locus of control, we fall into the tragedy of the commons, and you need to sort yourself out before expecting everyone else to sort of bow to your whim, so to speak. And I think I fully agree with him, and I think there's other things we could be doing that we're not exploring.
Yeah, super cool. So there's a few more comments here. Geary, and maybe I'm pronouncing that wrong, Gyri, has made some...
Geary, yeah.
Some comments here. And Alex Gibson, wow. Alex said, I'm more of a lay down on the wire kind of guy. If I have to take a grenade to the chest to save my squad, I will. That's quite a statement there. I don't know how to really reply to that. I mean, all I could say is personally, having a child, I have a 13-week-old son now, and that's kind of, love is kind of the only thing that I could see doing that, for my child or maybe my wife, but then I think about, like, I guess I would do it to save them, but then they would be really upset if I'm gone. So I try not to think about those kind of things and just hope I'll make the right decision if I'm ever presented in a scenario like that. Wow. But there's some deep things. I don't really know why Alex talked about that. I'm trying to scroll up in the comments to see why.
So you want to answer this one? Denmark pays stupidly high prices for energy and we have lots of wind turbines. Oh, okay. So Jiri is from Denmark. So yeah, essentially, this isn't the fault of like climate change. This is the fault of governments trying to capitalize on that. Sometimes they'll try and get extra income by using it as an excuse, or sometimes opportunists like lobbyists will take advantage of green technology to sort of make a profit for themselves by knocking other people down. I think, yeah, the climate change ideology, it can be used in negative ways, but I don't think it's fundamentally like a conspiracy by the Chinese to make U.S. manufacturing non-competitive. I think there is some degree of pollution which we are responsible for, and we have all these like technology. I'll do a video on it soon, like geoengineering. Like there's all these really interesting things we're doing. Like, you ever heard of carbon capture plants, for instance?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's like one really interesting idea. So essentially, there's a lot of these companies we could start investing in that are actually doing this. It's a Carbon Engineering Ltd. Rowan, you want to pull that up?
Sure.
Carbon Engineering. So it's a Canada-based company. So from my old country, it's been running a lot of like pilot capture programs since 2015, and they've raised enough money to build like their first commercial negative emissions facility. So negative emissions means we're capturing carbon dioxide and storing that in a medium that we can use for making a profit. So essentially, they store it at a rate of like $100 per ton. That's not that good, but what it does is it creates a new kind of thinking, whereby which we see that we're not doomed, and we don't have to just start like returning to this primitive way of living. We can still have a technological transhumanist future with like life extension and fucking 1 trillion people on Earth. It's possible. We just have to create the kind of technology that would allow that. I don't know if we're all going to be like uploading our minds into computers and having like 100 trillion humans in these vast databases, but I don't know how we're going to do it. But there are ways. What this does is it shows there are ways in which we can do it. And I think here's how it works. I think what it does is it uses like a slight electric charge to attract carbon dioxide. Then it collects it and it pumps it underground into what's called like basalt lava. So what it does is it has properties that allows it to capture CO2, and it forms like carbonate minerals like limestone and stuff like that. A lot of the compounds are useless, but you can use it to create sort of compounds with geochemical properties that you can then repurpose. I think it's I think the way some of these, I don't know how carbon engineering's plant works, but I think what it does is it redirects CO2 into these basalt lava flows, and after only 2 years, the CO2 disappears back into the rock. So we suck it out and we just trap it in the planet, such that it doesn't come out for millions and millions of years. And I mean, even like limestone and calcium and stuff like that, they have like geochemical properties, so there could be a profit incentive for creating these new kinds of like sediment using carbon capture technology. So I mean, like it's just, there's so many ideas. I don't know if you guys, but we should be mindful that all these things can still go wrong. I don't know if you guys have seen the movie Snowpiercer. Have you seen that?
Yeah, with Chris Evans.
Captain America. So, oh man, so essentially, Rowan, have you seen that?
No, I'm looking it up right now.
Another dystopian, futuristic Hollywood movie they pumped out. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, so the premise for that is it actually uses a lot of this technology that I'm talking about, like injecting like sulfate particles into the air that create these aerosols. And what it does is instead of reversing climate change, it cools the planet down too much such that it's a new ice age. And the only people who survive are the people on this train going around the world so fast that it doesn't freeze. And essentially, it's more of like a political movie.
It was a book, I believe, too, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a Korean graphic novel,
right?
That it was based on. I thought it was really interesting.
It's a pretty ridiculous concept. The movie was entertaining at parts, I felt like, from what I remember from it.
I thought the ending was good, like how eventually the train crashes and then a bunch of polar bears show up and then like, oh, life is possible outside of the train, and we've been trapped in this this oppressive system. When there was an exit to the system, all we had to do was stop the train, and we would stop being so horrible to each other. Yeah, in the movie, like they turn human beings into like these gelatinous protein blocks, and they feed them back to, like, it's cannibalism essentially. Oh, wow. And whenever on the train breaks, like they take one of the children from the back cars and they use the child as a human part for the train. It's so fucked up, and it's a lot of political commentary. Like, we do weird things to each other. We do horrible things to each other when there's scarcity. And if we can find ways to decrease scarcity when everybody's happy, I think the idea of like racism, like classism, all this shit, I think people will be more happy in society when there's more to go around.
Definitely.
And you'll see. And the first step, like I said, is just creating these technologies, and that starts with you at home right now, being the change you want to see in the world. So,
I want to pivot back to something real quick, if that's cool with you guys. That I was talking
go ahead.
Which, like, when I said like government can't do much, I mean, government has a role. You know, they can have subsidies, right, to help certain like technologies, come along faster, for example. But I want to use a real life example of something that happened in my early career. So this was 2010. You know, the economic crash was still having massive effects on the economy. I was living in San Jose, California, in Silicon Valley at the time, and I was commuting to the East Bay, Fremont, and working at a startup called 3PAR. It was an enterprise sand storage company. Storage Area Network is what SAN stands for. And it was right next to Tesla, where they have their manufacturing plant there that they bought from GM and Toyota. And actually right in front of, I drove north from San Jose to Fremont every day. So just south of the Tesla plant was Solyndra. I don't know if you all remember Solyndra.
Was this another electric car company, or?
No, so you guys, I'm showing my age at this point. Rowan's closer to my age. So this was 2010, and the Obama administration, through the Department of Energy, I believe, injected like $500 million into Solyndra, which was they manufactured solar cells. So they were a solar company. But they were very incompetent, and they had corruption. And so you had the Obama administration, so essentially the federal government, trying to do good and trying to improve upon something that, like solar, that I was just talking about, is so important, right? And I still believe that. But if you have a incompetent government, which I would say the Obama administration, and more specifically the Department of Energy was in this case, you know, giving them all this money, it still didn't help anything. And in fact, it made Solyndra even worse. And so I knew people who were at 3PAR who knew people who were high up at Solyndra, And so long story short, you'll just kind of have to trust me on this one, but they were super corrupt at Solyndra, and they were just collecting tons of money at the executive level, and they failed. So I literally watched the building Solyndra be built every day as I'm driving into work, working my ass off. And then there's Solyndra, there's Tesla, and then there's 3PAR where I was. Well, we got bought by HP, and then Tesla is where it is now, and Solyndra just crumbled. And now those Solyndra building is now owned by Tesla. And you can see Tesla took that over. So my general point with that story is that government can help out by doing the right type of subsidies. I personally wouldn't recommend it. I'm more of a free market guy. But in the right scenario, the government can incentivize the right things at the right timing. Timing is really key here for the right things. But if they don't, then we can also just disincentivize the things that we actually want to be incentivizing. And that left a really sour taste in a lot of people's mouths, particularly people on the left, because the people more on the right at the time in politics were saying, don't do it. The Obama administration is corrupt and they're incompetent and they're just pissing money away at a time where we can't afford to do this. And sure enough, those people were essentially right. But what that did is it stalled and hurt a company like Tesla, who is trying to do good. And I think it set them back a little bit more too. So, hopefully from that story there, I portrayed, the end of that is that we really want to be, and the devil's in the details, is really what it comes down to. You got to be really careful with how you're allocating money and resources. And I tend to want to hold that in more of the free market than the government's decision making. So
I think there's a lot of nuance in what you just said with the idea that the government is a double-edged sword. I used to be an anarcho-capitalist back when I was very, very young, like high school days. And I essentially, I looked at these companies that they were in sort of like the African savannah, and they were rounding up all these endangered species and breeding them, and they were mass breeding the endangered species for the hunters to come hunt, and they would pay them to do it. And I was like, oh my God, the free market can solve animal extinction, it can solve climate change, it can solve everything. But then you realize no one can afford to be ideologically pure. It's just society doesn't work like that. I think this all goes back to Kant. Essentially, Kant's deontologism says you have to be morally pure in everything you do. If you're not lying and Nazis come to your house and they're like, are you hiding Jews? You have to say yes, because you don't want to violate your principles. You don't want to lie. I think that's fundamentally flawed. There has to be room for situations in which we can't be ideologically pure. And that's fundamentally why I left. The sort of ANCAP ideology was just kind of, it was too dogmatic in the sense that you can never, ever sort of employ a sort of centralized solution that everyone agrees on decentrally. And I think there's just fundamental flaws in all ideologies, and none of them can afford to be ideologically pure, especially like communism. This doesn't just apply to one part of the political compass. Everywhere, nobody can afford to be ideologically pure. And I think we should be thinking more about, like Brent says, specific ideas, not ideologies. We need to find the best ideas and sort of create an amalgam of these morally impure ideas, but ideas that work. So I think Tesla was one situation in which this did work, because we're seeing this company, I didn't think it would grow to what it is today. Every time they release something, the whole world is in awe. And I remember Tesla when it was just a baby company. I was like, oh, this isn't going to go out anywhere. I don't know if you saw Who Killed the Electric Car. It was very.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
And I've also seen another one that I recommend is Return of the Electric Car from around 2010. I think it was when that was made. And then I watched that Third Row podcast, the whole 3.5 hours that Elon Musk was on a couple weeks ago. I watched that entire thing, and I thought it was really good. And Elon Musk mentioned that documentary again. He said it's really good, The Return of the Electric Car. So I went back and watched it again that night, 2 weeks ago. And it was really weird for me because I watched that in 2010 and seeing how much the world has changed in certain ways, but hasn't changed. The head of Nissan, this guy, Carlos Ghosn, who's now been in the news for being in Japan and jail and stuff. He was like, we are the leaders in electric cars and we will be, 150,000 electric cars. What happened? They all failed. But Tesla, they had all the resources. They had all the knowledge. They had everything you would think from these manufacturing companies, all these big automobile companies, and they've all failed miserably except for Tesla in creating electric cars that people actually want. It's crazy.
I just looked it up. I think it's called Revenge of the Electric Car.
It is. What did I say?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Tesla. A lot of his other companies are very successful too. I think if Rowan, if you could pull up my Twitter and scroll down to this graph I showed of like how SpaceX was replacing all these other space like JAXA, Roscosmos, NASA. All of them are sort of like being crushed by SpaceX in its efforts to offer like competitive prices for getting a pound of anything to space at increasingly smaller and smaller costs. I don't think space technology is advancing as fast as like the utopian transhumanists of the 2010s predicted it would, but it's still remarkable the kind of progress made here.
Dude, space technology is advancing slower than anyone would have predicted like 100 years ago.
It is still impressive though, the amount of money we can put things into low Earth orbit now.
Dude, everybody would have thought we would have had a moon base at least by now, easily. Moon base, 100%. I mean, we don't even have that.
The whole idea of terraforming the moon or terraforming Mars, until we can terraform our own planet, we shouldn't have these grand dreams of like Jetson-style cities on Mars or the moons of Jupiter. I think those are interesting sci-fi ideas, but things need to come in order. Different technologies. There's a certain order in which we must pursue them for the sake of our well-being. And I think until we can like geoengineer the Sahara or geoengineer Antarctica or geoengineer Greenland, we can't be doing any of this terraforming Mars stuff. I think Elon had a crazy idea. Like we sort of nuke the polar ice caps on Mars and they release a whole bunch of CO2 into the atmosphere and create like a greenhouse effect. And then we put like genetically engineered bacteria on Mars and it like sort of creates photosynthetic organisms, and eventually we get plants. Just this like very interesting.
You don't think we should go to Mars?
No, I think we should go to Mars.
Dope, dude.
No, I think it's dope. I just think we should prioritize technologies in order of the amount of lives they can save. This is called effective altruism, whereby which the money you donate to a specific cause, it should try to save as many lives as possible. So I think feeding the world, that's something we already have the means to do. And
dude, what are you like an SJW now?
Well,
Schindler would agree with you. Schindler would agree.
Here's the thing about SJWs. So SJWs, the reason I
Alex is an SJW.
Yeah. So here's the thing. SJW ideology, like the theory, is like I like it. Certain aspects of the SJW theory I like, but I want to like make the distinction between progressive people and woke people. So woke people are actually some of the most horrible people that have ever existed in our society. They hijack all these progressive causes. And they go on Twitter and like abuse other people and do these horrible things to other people in the name of accumulating social capital. We call it clout. You can call like social capital. I like the word clout. It's nice and easy, but it's all for clout. It's a lot of these people like the Starbucks Marxists or the Apple Marxists. These people who they don't want capitalism or they don't care about changing the current order of things. They don't care about improving people's lives. They just care about appearing as if they're improving people's lives. And that's why I think we should, the SJW ideology, it was born in the 2010s and I think it should die in the 2010s. They were not, I know they believed they were on the right side of history, but I think they'll be condemned to the dustbin of history for like how little they actually accomplished and only accomplished more hatred and division in the world. I mean, I discussed that in my like the Hive Minds video. You could go check that out for like my opinion on SJWs. But I don't know. What do you think, Brent, about the whole social justice movement? I think you've probably got a take on it that's much more nuanced than mine.
I know. I mean, I'll say in general, I agree with what you're saying. And I want to get back to something you were talking about earlier, how you're saying you were anarcho-capitalist, like when you were a teenager. And, you know, I went to Anarcho-Poco a couple years ago, Jeff Berwick's conference, which was awesome in February.
Did you get to see that guy T speak? I think he put his talk on his channel. Yeah, I was subscribed. You ever I was subscribed to all these like YouTube channels, like NCAP YouTube channels. You know Adam Kokesh?
Yeah, so I met Adam Kokesh there. I've been watching him since like the early days of YouTube, so it's pretty cool to meet him and chat with him. I was actually supposed to go to his Airbnb one night to play poker. He hosted a private poker game where Roger Ver was playing there, you know, one of the, you know, pioneers of Bitcoin who I'm now like friends with. But he like sent me wrong directions or something. Like, because we were in Mexico, we just had to walk there. So we're walking like some some like dark alley at night, and I'm like literally yelling out, Adam! like,
oh man, that sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, Jeff Burke was there too, host of the conference. So, I watched his YouTube channel, and man, I was so pissed because I'm a pretty good poker player and I wanted to hang out with them. But in any event, yeah, I got to meet Adam Kokesh there and Luke Radowski and some other cool people I've been following on YouTube for years. It's a cool conference. I would be there like basically right now if I didn't have a 13-week-old son. But
dude, freaking Elon Musk had an AMA like 4 months ago. I heard like the BMW CEO tried having an AMA, and everybody only talked about Elon Musk.
Oh, dude.
I want to expand upon why that is here in just a little bit, because I have a few things to say. But
Okay.
just to really quick finish up. So I've tried to convert so many anarcho-capitalists to something that I believe is a better ideology, which is something called voluntarism. And voluntarism is like very similar to anarcho-capitalism, except it's very simple. It's a very simple concept, right?
Yeah,
all four of us are here under our own voluntary, beliefs and whatever. Nobody has forced us here. Nobody's coercing us here. I don't think anybody here watching is here for anything else. So it's how we live most of our lives as adults. It's different for children because children are children. So just remove children from this, but sticking with adults, the only time where you get cut into this voluntarism is when the government gets involved, because they're using violence or the threat of violence to get you to do something that you might not want to do, or you wouldn't do otherwise if they weren't using this threat of violence or actual physical violence. Because the government has a monopoly on violence and they have a monopoly on money. So that's why I'm such a big Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash and cryptocurrency advocate, because I don't think people understand how money works. In fact, I know that most people on the planet have no idea how money actually works. I've studied money very, very in depth, the history of money, how it works. And I can tell you right now, if we get real cryptocurrency adoption, it can have the most profound effect on this planet, how it's run, and shifting the power to the individual and taking the power away from all these plutocrats and government oligarch type people and stuff like that. So it all starts with understanding the concept of voluntarism and the morality behind it, the philosophical understanding there. So that was quite a long rant, but I just really want people to look into voluntarism more. Type it into YouTube, Google, do some research on it.
Yeah, look up Auberon Herbert. So he's the philosopher who came up with voluntarism. I think he was like in the 1860s or something like that. He was fighting against slavery.
Is this,
and I think
it's different than volunteerism, right?
No. Voluntarism is when you do you believe control your own beliefs. So that's different. That's an ethical concept. We're talking about political voluntarism. So essentially, I think voluntarism is something that perhaps anarcho-communists and anarcho-capitalists will sort of converge upon, because a lot of these economic issues of the anarcho-communists can be solved by sort of this more interconnected society, whereby which the people who don't want to associate with bad things will have the opportunity to know about those bad things and de-associate from them. So I think the anarcho-capitalists and anarcho-communists, they fight a lot, but I think you could find an ideology that they'll both asymptotically approach the more they engage in discourse between the ideology. And I know, like, if you call yourself a voluntarist or a libertarian or ANCAP here in like my part of California, you're gonna get your ass kicked. I mean, to find a way. Okay, here's it. All the SJWs watching, all the progressive people watching. I know I have SJW fans. Listen to me. So you're in California, right? You do yoga with people, right? So when you're in your yoga class, bring up ahimsa. It's the first principle of yoga philosophy that says, do not use force to get what you want. In other words, no slavery. It's essentially this non-aggression principle of voluntarism, whereby you have to explain to people what you want, or you need to work around the idea of like using like prohibiting other people's will and directing it with your own will. The reason you do not use force, okay, and this is really important when you're explaining this to your lefty friends or your SJW friends. I know they all really hate libertarians, but you have to explain that the reason you do not use force to make other people do what you want is 3 reasons, and each of these reasons is progressively worse than the last. So the first reason is incentive, the notion that people will not work as hard than they would have had you just aligned your interests with theirs rather than enslaving them. So at the very least, let people choose the type of labor they want to use to serve to collaborate with you. I think this is a big problem of like the authoritarian ideologies of the 20th century. The workers pretend to work and the government pretends to pay them. So in the Soviet Union, the whole economy was just for show. It's just a joke. Say with Maoist China and North Korea. It's like look at all these like look at the railroads, for example, in the gulags or Mao's Great Leap Forward, where many of the famines were a direct result of people not being required to work as hard as they previously did. So that's the first principle: is incentive. You want people to choose the way in which they contribute to the world. That is so important. They have to figure out what they want for themselves, not just have this dictatorship of the proletariat that enslaves everyone to do what they want. That's part of the reason I'm an anarchist, is because I don't, and by that I don't mean just like I do support in legalizing everything, but there has to be this idea that we're going to collaborate with people and we're going to make them, like, we want people to serve us in the way that they want to serve us. Everyone will find something they're good at. Everyone will find their niche, and we have to let them find their niche. Otherwise, they're just going to pretend to work. So the second is innovation. The second reason you should have this voluntarism. So first reason is incentive. Second reason is like you want people to make inventions, and people who are not truly invested in their lives are not going to bother finding shortcuts to do the work that they're doing. AKA, they will not invent new technology or labor-saving practices, and that's why you never find this in these like Marxist-Leninist, Maoist societies. Like the workers didn't give a shit about going to their overseer and saying, "Hey, I found a shortcut for how to do this work," because they didn't give a shit. The government assigned them a job that they didn't want. So essentially, take a look at the Civil War, right? The North and South. Why did the North beat the South at the Civil War? The answer is they beat them before the war even started. They had different economic policies, and they both had a labor class. Yes, I know capitalism, dystopian, horrible, whatnot, but like the underclass of the South was the African slaves, of course. The underclass of the North was Irish immigrants, and they were treated just as badly as the Southerners treated their slaves, right? But because the North simply gave their laborers the element of choice, the North was able to create technological innovations that allowed them to win the war against the South. The slaves didn't give a shit about finding innovative ways to make cotton faster or how to make better guns or whatever. They just didn't give a shit the same way the Irish did, in the sense that there was a chance, there was this hope of a better life if you just invent something. And another thing is like the institution of slavery, it actually delayed the prevalence of the cotton gin. And the cotton gin would have saved so much time and money. Like and you would not have had to have slaves in the first place had you just accelerated these inventions. So that's first reason, incentive. Second reason, innovation. The third reason, most important, sabotage. So this is the notion that workers will actually work slower and perhaps even stop working, or might even resent their slavery to the point where they will sabotage your production. And let's again go back to the Soviet Union. This is why like all the people are like, "Oh, Alex, you're such a counter-revolutionary. You're such a fucking you're a utopian anarchist. You need to support scientific socialism and Marxist-Leninism." Here's why I don't support that. I know Jordan Peterson again. Read the book "The Gulag Archipelago" by Alexander Solzhenitsyn. So essentially, the people enslaved in the gulags knew that they would never ever be able to get revenge on these communist like bureaucrats in Moscow. They would never ever be able to extract revenge. So here's how they channeled their revenge. They purposely left weak points in their work that could not possibly be traced back to them. For example, like, oops, I'm going to purposely forget to put this screw into the railroad. And then train derails, causes millions of damage of value to the Soviet Union. All because you are forcing these people to, like, they said something naughty. They said so they were canceled. They said something naughty on Soviet Twitter 100 years ago, and then you put them in the gulag. And because you never gave them an opportunity to redeem themselves or to choose the type of work that they wanted to do, live the type of life that they wanted to live, because you violated ahimsa, or the non-aggression principle, because you violated this principle, they now sort of allowed the work that they were doing was purposely made horrible. And that's why you see people like in the United States back in the 20th century, all the products made in Russia were just so horrible because people, not only did they not give a shit, they would actually sabotage their products to get back get back at revenge. Yes, I know. Like here's the rebuttal to these. So that's three things: incentive, innovation, and sabotage. And now here's the possible rebuttal that you're probably going to give me in the comments. I know there's socialists on YouTube, on Rowan's channel, and on my channel. And essentially you're going to say, "Oh, but capitalism does these horrible things to people too." Yes, but again, the element that you are giving me to to do something. For example, I worked in a capitalist gulag, right? Capitalist gulag, like in northern Alberta. There's this place called Fort McMurray, right? And that's where all the young Canadians go to work on the in the oil fields, right? So it's so cold. Temperatures are much colder than Siberia. I was in a capitalist gulag, and it was so horrible. But just knowing that the money I would get from this gulag would one day help me escape the gulag and come to America, and I could buy stocks and then never have to work again. Just this thought, just this idea kept me warm in the capitalist gulag. And essentially,
that happened to you? Is that what you said? Did that happen to you?
Yeah, no. I'm saying I worked in the fields of Alberta, and that's just it's
nice, dude.
It's kind of like a gulag, but except
hey, Max,
in the gulag.
Max and Brent and everyone else. We need to talk to, or I'm gonna set up a vlog tour, an interview with Aubrey Gray at Sens. So, you guys down to go?
If I can, I'll go. I mean,
like 2 months from now.
I'll tell you what, though. You know, I interviewed Aubrey in July, and I interviewed him in his office. I've been to Sens. It's not exactly a great looking place. It kind of looks like a sweatshop in there, kind of, for Silicon Valley. And he says that on purpose. Like, you can find vlogs of Sens. And he actually told me, he's like, you should be, as a Sens like donator or supporter, you should be glad that we're not spending your money on like nicer office equipment, nicer chairs or cubicles or whatever. We're spending all the money as efficiently as possible, in their opinion, to advance research.
Let's go there and interview him in person and talk to his primary investigator. And then, of course, you know, kind of like how it did this time for next month. We'll do a bunch of other things. You know, we'll talk to other facilities, to go talk to Human Longevity Corporation and like Singularity University, and we'll fucking go do all of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's on my list of things to do, you know, basically I'd love to interview Aubrey again. You know, I was thinking about maybe interviewing him like once a year, because he's a big guy.
Hey, so my friend Max is listening, and he's going to come with us too. He's going to, like, you know, kick it with us. He's hella dope, dude. We're going to become billionaires together. I swear to fucking God. I'm not even joking about that.
I feel him.
Just to quickly wrap up the point I was going to make. So if you're a anarcho-communist, anarcho-syndicalist, and you're watching like Brent and I explain voluntarism, these three principles are ways you can explain voluntarism to other anarchists, to other anarcho-socialists, anarcho-communists, anarcho-syndicalists. I know this, like during the Trump era, there's this whole
get off the drugs, dude.
Hold on, shut up. So there's this whole rediscovery of Makhnovism, or Spanish Catalonia, and anarchist Ukraine, and while you're rediscovering the things, you need to bring this voluntarist principle into your anarcho-communist society. Otherwise, these Marxist-Leninists and tankies are going to come into your anarchist society and corrupt it. They're going to be like, oh, you're a revisionist, you're a counter-revolutionary, and we need a dictatorship of the proletariat where I choose what job you have from my comfy Moscow palace or whatever. You need to ideologically guard yourself against this. And that's all I'm trying to say is, I know California is very leftist and very like traditionally a lot of Marxist-Leninists here, but if you can make them see that people work the best when they're allowed to choose their own labor, that is truly how you'll get a flourishing society. And that's just all I wanted to say to expand on Brent's introduction to voluntarism.
Alex, thanks, man. I just want to say something else real quick too. Just think about this one word: incentives. You know, incentives are everything. And you can read books, and reading books are cool, and I advocate that, and I read a lot of books and will continue to, but experience trumps books like almost every single time. So if you actually, you know, I've worked at startups, I've worked at big companies like Hewlett-Packard, LinkedIn, Microsoft, and, you know, when you get into these massive bureaucracies, you know, of companies, you know, I'm not saying anything bad about these companies. The bigger a company becomes, or an entity, it becomes a bureaucracy, or it has bureaucratic tendencies. So it becomes even more important to get the incentives aligned properly. And so socialism is just basically bad incentives. It sounds great. Yeah, everybody's going to be, you know, kumbaya around a campfire, get everything they need, you know, whatever. But if you just study history, and if you look at countries who have tried to do this throughout history, it just doesn't work over and over and over again. Like, some aspects of socialism can work in certain scenarios, but if you're talking about like extreme socialism, If you study history, it just doesn't seem to work. And it's because all the things that Alex kind of laid out there, the incentives just don't line up for people who, feel like they're not getting any type of incentive to work harder, to be creative, And in fact, sometimes they're disincentivized. If they do something to improve the system, it actually makes their situation worse. If you're at the low part of the totem pole and you're trying to improve the system that's holding you down, why would you do that? Right. So just think about that in your own personal life and how you can, incentivize yourself and others around you to do more, not less, and build relationships with others and network to incentivize each other properly, I think is way, way easier said than done, but it's something that we should all strive to. And tying it back to Elon Musk and people who build incredible businesses, this is what they're really, really freaking good at. And that's why Elon Musk does not give a shit about your college degree or your PhD or whatever. He doesn't even care if you graduated from high school. He cares about two things. Number one, do you have a track record of success? And number two, is that track record of success aligned with like whatever he's trying to hire you for? Because, if you have a track record of success at like, I don't know, doing good at a certain video game, that might not translate well to like building electric cars, for example. So, and then since I'm talking, I'll just keep rolling on what Bobby said about Elon Musk earlier. It's totally true. Nobody cares about these other CEOs of these other car companies because they have no social media presence. Nobody, relative to Elon Musk, 31 million Twitter followers. They're just not tapping into the zeitgeist of social media and the way the world's going, whereas Elon Musk is. What does that give him? Completely free marketing. Tesla does no advertising, no marketing, spends $0 on it. I'm watching Tesla videos on YouTube to get smarter. These are just random people making Tesla videos for their own YouTube channel. Meanwhile, they have an advertisement of an electric car of a different company. And I just laugh because that company is objectively just pissing money away because they don't know their audience, which is me, who's never going to buy their electric car. So it just reinforces my thesis even more that these companies don't know what they're doing. And I want to reply to Gyri or Gyri, Gyri, what they said earlier. Tesla didn't have an entrant.
The disruption will be fucking amazing.
The others have billions of assets that haven't been written off yet. That's why they resisted EVs. That's pretty much true. Like, I understand what you're saying, and that's everything you said there is basically true. But what I was saying about with the revenge of the electric car from 2010, that documentary, it was fascinating because these other automobile company leaders, like Nissan, Carlos Ghosn, who was in that documentary, and other people at Ford and GM, they were all saying like they were going to do electric, let's do it. But they didn't do it because of the reason that Gary said, but they could have. And now it's kind of like it's too late for them, because I've heard reports that within just about 2 years from now, like by the year 2022, the average, all things being equal, no tomfoolery, no subsidies from governments or anything, the average price of making a electric car may be equal to an internal combustible engine. And once you hit equality there, it's like basically game over, because an electric vehicle is just better. The engine's better. It doesn't break down as much. It can go faster. So it all gets back to the big picture. You want to focus on the big picture, long-term thinking, what is true. And in this case, what Elon Musk and Tesla has figured out that these other car companies might have known, but they haven't been able to change because of what Gary said, their infrastructure of the automobile, traditional ICE, which is internal combustible engine, or otherwise known as ICE. They're so entrenched in that. They're so invested in that, with billions of dollars of these manufacturing plants set up that way, that they still couldn't change on what they might have already known, which is that electric is objectively the future. One day, I don't know when it's going to be, we're all going to be driving electric cars, and the internal combustible engine for automobiles is going to be dead. Just like I know, as long as we don't destroy each other, or have some crazy asteroid hit the planet, we're all going to be living much, much longer and healthier, and maybe one day, indefinitely. These are just fundamental truths that if you just keep focusing on, instead of getting caught up in the noise in the short term, you'll do better, and you'll attract these longer term minded thinkers, into your life. So that was a long rant, but I hopefully tied it all together with what Bobby and Gary was talking about as well.
So, what do you think about China's plan to sort of have all their citizens driving electric cars by 2030, or I think it was 2035? Do you think that's doable for a country that size with that many people?
I mean,
still in the middle of their industrial revolution?
I think it's possible, and I think it's a very advantageous goal. And I'm happy now to be a Tesla investor with them setting up a plant in like 10 months. They set up their Shanghai plant in 10 months. Like, that's unheard of in the automobile industry. And, you know, I'm not typically a big fan of China in certain ways, but it kind of goes back to one thing that I've said all the time, you know, focus on the ideas, not just the particular group of people, right? So don't just be against China or the Chinese. Don't just be against Jews or, you know, anything. Be for and against the ideas. So when it comes to China loving electrification and understanding that that's the future and that they want to maybe even subsidize and make it happen faster to get a longer term competitive advantage against the rest of the world, boom, they get that. I love it. I'm all for it. I support that. Does not mean that I support a lot of other things about China, because I don't. China is doing a lot of really, really bad things in other ways.
Yeah, I mean, even with like socialism, you spoke about socialists earlier. You don't have to adopt these bad ideas from Marx. You can take some of his ideas, but you don't have to take all of his ideas. It's you don't have to go with the herd and follow every single idea they have. Just take what you need and go.
There's China's social score system.
One example is like just.
It's like that episode of Black Mirror, right?
Yeah, the nosedive
rating. Like, that's really happening in China right now, and people don't even really know about it. I read an article on Twitter from Charles Hoskinson. He's the founder of a cryptocurrency coin that I kind of liked a little bit back then called Cardano. I got burned a little bit on that investment. I made a lot and lost a lot. So a little, you know, emotional feelings about it. But I followed him on Twitter, and he linked back in like October 2018 of the lowest people on social score for China. Like, if they have a 1 star out of 5, essentially, they're going off to slave labor camps. Like, this is happening now. The same stuff that happened in Nazi Germany is happening right now in China.
Yeah, he looked up the stuff about like the Uyghurs, the Muslim minority in Xinjiang,
right?
Where they're being sort of taken into these re-education camps where they're not really being educated. They're just doing forced labor for the state. Again, to these anarcho-socialist types, you don't have to adopt everything Marx said. This idea of letting people choose their labor is such a valuable idea, and it shouldn't be explicitly capitalist. Everyone, like, society is just better when you allow people to choose their own labor. And I'm like, if I can think of one word for like the socialists watching, just exit. Find other people who believe in socialism, form your own, not co-op, but perhaps your own society, a state within a state. And in that sense, you could have your, you could each own dividends in the company you're working towards. You can collectively own them. You can create your own little societies. You don't have to force the entire world to change for you to have socialism. You can create micro-socialisms. You can create micro-societies with like this idea of the blockchain is going to revolutionize the way we do politics. And you can actually have perhaps like even AI could do the calculations of value that they could solve the economic calculation problem. That's what usually used against socialism. You could use all these technologies to create something unique. You don't just have to religiously follow everything Marx wrote. You can create your own society that has that, and you should. We live in different conditions than Marx did. And again, like I want to go back to Brent's main theme of choosing ideologies or ideas individually and putting them into this basket that'll help you survive the 21st century. So that's messages to capitalists, socialists, whoever. That's really what we're getting at. So
and be an independent thinker, you know, understand that times might be changing. So something that was maybe a great idea in the year 1834 might be a horrible idea in the year 2020. So, you know, everything isn't always the same throughout time as far as like the idea that you have and what you should be putting your time and energy into. So like, think about that a lot, keep an open mind. But as Dr. Michael Fossil said when I interviewed him, which I found to be hilarious, don't have too open of a mind to the point where your brain falls out, you know? So
yeah, like not you do want certain ideas, but not all ideas are compatible per se.
Exactly. Bobby's flexed it. Bobby's got, we got to comment on Bobby. Let's go back to you. What's going on?
Yeah, what is that? Berberine there? Berberine? Yeah, so a lot of the blue zones in there's a blue zone in Tibet, and they have this plant that grows nearby called like rock lotus, and I think berberine is a compound within that. So it's just one of those compounds the blue zone people are taking. You got 2 they them pins now. Holy shit! Are those pinned right on your nipples? Okay, so don't misgender Bobby. He's gonna fuck you up because he's reminding you twice now his pronouns. Anyway, go on, Bobby.
Geary wanted to know, where are you, Bobby? I believe he's at the Starbucks somewhere in Sacramento, right,
I think
Bobby?
he's like the back room now where there's less noise.
Yeah, he was at the library earlier today. I think his roommates were, kicking him out of his house there. Geary also said
They're on hella acid.
Yeah, his roommates are having a fun day today.
So I didn't want to mess with.
Wait, your roommates are on acid? Did you ask if you could?
Acid and shrooms.
Did you ask if you could broadcast that to the internet? Gary said Tesla's got a plant in Germany too. Yeah, I think that one will take a little bit longer than 10 months to get up and running, before it's actually pumping out Tesla cars. Hopefully it's going to take more like 2 years, but I hope to be pleasantly surprised as an investor and just forget about money, just as somebody who's rooting for humanity and us to clean up this planet, and having electrical vehicles is a way to do that. And,
sorry, what were you saying?
I was just going to say one thing real quick. People point out that like electric vehicles have all sorts of things in them, that have been contributed to by, carbon and pollution, like coal was maybe used to create the batteries and the materials in there. Yeah, that's all true. I get it, but they last way longer. They're so much better in so many ways. And if we can get to the point, which I think could be as soon as like 10 years from now, where we have so much of the world's energy, if not, all of the world's energy on solar, then we actually have a way to, transfer that right into the electric car, through the Powerwall or some other types of forms of transferring that Tesla's building as well too. So it's such a better strategy that Tesla's working on long term than, the existing fossil fuel oil automobile internal combustible engine model that we have right now.
Right. Do you ever worry that the Teslas, the electric cars could emit like EMF radiation? I heard there could be health concerns with that.
Bro, Teslas are going to be so great, dude. Honestly,
like a cell phone, could it have like emit like negative, bad, unhealthy frequencies potentially?
Yeah,
like 5G.
Looked into it quite a bit with EMF, and Elon Musk doesn't think it's a problem. And the truth is that like you have to look at people who are super smart and kind of trust their opinion. So that's what I'm doing in this sense. I understand he has a strong incentive to lie to me, but I think that he's shown a pretty strong track record of being a pretty like moral person when it comes to big things like that. Like I'm sure Elon Musk is willing to maybe cheat and bend the rules a little bit on some smaller things that are less like, crucial to people's health and well-being and stuff like that. Long story short, like I believe him that EMF is not a problem for Teslas.
So like, how about 2 months from now, we go tour, vlog, and interview Science Research Foundation and Human Longevity Corporation and Singularity University and one more person?
I think all 3 of those should be really top priorities. I mean, like Aubrey's one guy, which is great because
scientists we talk to.
Right, because we have a relationship with them. I've interviewed him. We're on email communication. You are as well too, Bobby. But I'll just reiterate. I mean, people have vlogged sins before, and it's not like super impressive. I mean, I've walked around like I think pretty much all of Sens. It's not like a visually incredible experience. Whereas HLI,
we'll be putting edits and stuff. It'll be dope. The dopest.
I mean, how can you make a cubicle that looks like it's 1987 look dope? I mean, I've been there.
It'd be entertaining. It'd be like some jokes and like dope edits and dude, we'll make it.
How about this? Why don't you look up? Have you seen a Sens tour on YouTube? I'll find one. I'll show it to you.
They're fucking lame. Ours is gonna be good though.
How is ours going to be different than other ones that they've done?
We have to game plan it, or we're going to practice with Serious Sciences and Alcor and etc.
And we're all gonna
But
go
I'm
to
just saying,
we're
like,
all gonna go to a cemetery, right, and do a tombstone talk
for
together.
vloggers, bro,
All I'm saying is you can put
dope.
lipstick on a pig, but like
make out with a freaking hobo or something. I don't know. Do whatever you want, dude.
I think HLI, and that's really close to Alex too, so that wouldn't be far for him to actually travel.
For sure, yeah.
I have like a whole list of ideas, like different edits and stuff. It'll be like so dope. Promise.
Well, I love chatting with you guys, but we've been busy like all day long, and I haven't really seen my wife or kid yet today, and I haven't really eaten much food either. What else did you guys want to chat about?
I think we need to go on to one final topic and apply some of what we learned here to AI research and existential risk mitigation. That could be our final topic if you're down, Rowan.
We need to talk about being in a group with Keith Camito, right?
What's that?
Because we're gonna start adding Keith Camito to our interviews. Like I'm gonna invite him to Peter Voss even, and he probably won't, or I won't say that. And so it'll be like that video I showed you on my screen of like Elon. There's like 6 people like interviewing him, and so we're gonna do that stuff.
Yeah, Bobby, I think you signed off for a moment there, but I said I watched that entire 3.5-hour podcast that you were showing earlier. I don't know if the audience could see that, but we could see it. And it was really good. And I think that's the future kind of communication, like all being in one room and podcasting like that with everybody being on there. I thought it was a really good format in the way that they did that. And the fact that they're bringing in Elon Musk and that people actually want to watch this, try and do that with like the CEO of GM or something, or, Toyota. I mean, it's just not going to be as popular. And so, I'd be down to do something like that for sure.
I really like this idea of brain internet, that one day the internet as we know it today, it's going to be radically different, and the amount of our mind we're going to be able to communicate to each other, it's going to be so much more extensive than what we can do right now. But a lot of that will sort of cross over with AI, and I think that's one of the way in which we can mitigate AI risk. So before we get onto this topic of AI, I just want to talk about like how we can scientifically kind of define make like educated predictions about what AI will do. And I think we get a lot of these crazy scenarios like the Terminator. I think when we interview Peter Voss, we should ask him like, hey, how would you feel if we put a Terminator on the thumbnail of this video? I think he'd freak his shit out. But what we really need to do is create like a scientific study of AI risk. And I think the way to do this is called instrumental convergence. So instrumental convergence refers to the notion that a superintelligence by nature will be a reflexive machine that behaves like an agent. Essentially what I mean by that is it's going to have goals and it will take actions to achieve those goals. That sounds super basic, but essentially what we're saying is that a superintelligence by definition is going to be directing its own activity to accomplish the most core goals of its programming. That's what we humans are. We humans are super intelligences too. And the core goal of our programming is to replicate the DNA molecule, or persist the existence of that DNA molecule, propagate this DNA molecule into the future. So we do have programming, just like the AI, and instrumental convergence for us is terror management theory. And that's what I talk a lot about in my videos. But essentially, one common example we could look at is chess, right? So we take out the queen first because it increases our chances of winning in chess. And then from taking out the queen, you can backwards rationalize to smaller goals and create bigger goals as to how you're going to do this. So we can have convergent instrumental goals for so this idea of convergent instrumental goals, that's what I'm using with term. How do we look at everything humans do? Religion, relationships, children, politics, money, businesses, politics. How do we find convergent instrumental goals and sort of contextualize those mediums in a way that we can tell what our core programming is? And that's essentially how I got to the conclusion that before we can solve anything else, we have to solve death, because that's the origin of all our problems. But this works for AI too. So we look at an AI's programming, and then we can from things that it does, we can backwards rationalize to the core of its algorithms, why it's doing what it does. So for one, when we program an AI, what we want to do is, for one, give it self-preservation, because that's what we have, right? As humans, self-preservation. That's the reason we care about fighting death, because that's written into the very core of our programming. So these convergent instrumental goals, like money, we all have, are for helping our self-preservation, right? So all these AIs we're building, and algorithms we're building, we have to program in this idea of self-preservation if we want it to be like us. We have to tell the AI that, hey, there is a possibility that you could die, and your goals of these algorithms should be to help you not die. So we've given it. So in order for AI to have human-like ethics, right? Like you've heard of the thought experiment of the paperclip maximizer, where we tell an AI, for instance, to make more paperclips, and it says, okay, I'm going to kill all the humans, kill all the trees, and then turn the entire Earth into like a nano factory for producing paperclips. The way we avoid that is we make the AI like us so that it'll think like us, and giving it self-preservation will help it to think like us. So we've solved half the problem. The other problem we have to solve is so that it doesn't kill us, right? So I mean, if we tell the AI to clean up the planet, solve world poverty, solve world hunger, or curing aging, it'll likely be researching like biotechnology and nanotechnology, and we have to give it an incentive to do that, so that such that what helps us is also what helps it, and that's why the core of its programming should be related to like the human idea.
The viewers have any
I can't hear you, Bobby. Bobby, I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
You're skipping.
It's better.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that just that AI is going to consider itself suboptimal for performing that a task, no matter what task you give it, and it will program itself so that it could do that task better. So the intelligence explosion, by which we build an AI that'll build other AIs and that'll upgrade themselves faster than we can, this is called the intelligence explosion, and it's going to happen whether or not we like it. So all these AI researchers are trying to prevent that. Like, how do we prevent AI from creating upgrades to itself faster than we can? How do we stop the YouTube algorithm from making changes to itself? Because a lot of people don't even understand the YouTube algorithm. The programmers who made it, they don't understand it. They just let it do what it does and sort of self-correct its own code such that it does that more efficiently. And you get huge social problems as a result of that. You get like street violence, demagogues, like so much political division. And the reason that's happening is because we haven't given it the right goals, the right core to it needs to navigate itself. And just as we humans use money as a universal goal, an AI is going to use more computing power as its universal goal. So money helps us propagate ourselves. For AI, computing power will help it propagate itself. So almost any goal we give an AI can be accomplished more optimally if that AI just had more computing power. And like it could, like to do this, it'll probably hack every laptop in the world, demolish cities just so it could access the computers, and or make nanobots to make itself more computers and thus more computing power. Just as we use our money to acquire more money, it will use computing power to acquire more computing power. And to prevent all that, we have to look at these convergent instrumental goals and give it a sense that it is dependent on humans for its survival. We have to convince it that it's dependent on us for survival, and that its own survival is at stake if it destroys the humans that are able to sort of give it the values it needs to propagate itself. We need to create an interdependence on AI. So
it's actually, Alex, it's crazy how similar all those details that you just described there are to what you were describing a few moments ago. It all comes back to incentives, whether it's people or AI. It's all about how you incentivize a system. So you could be like super genius, high IQ, doing all these incredible things, but you didn't get the foundation, right, of the system correct with the incentives. And so, the foundation is key, right, with the incentive structure.
Yeah, I mean, what we want is to give it the same incentives we have, such that if it understands that it's a being just like us, like I understand that I want to live forever. I understand that Rowan and Brent also want to live forever. So I realize, hey, I could reach my goals easier if I collaborate with other beings like me. And we want the AI to think that. We want it to understand that humans, they can think in ways that the AI can't. We can think creatively. It could use us for its own goals, just like we could use it for its goals. And I think like Elon Musk's company Neuralink, this is far down the line, but perhaps creating a language in which humans and the algorithms can communicate back and forth, or just creating like open source social media networks, because all these algorithms are closed off. We can't see what they're doing. Like if there's another alternative to YouTube that lets the people who use it see the algorithm and perhaps vote on changes to that algorithm, I would use that social network in a heartbeat. Because right now it's just a black box, and we don't know what it's thinking. We don't know what these AIs are thinking and how they're going to affect our society. And it's all about instrumental convergence, like I said. So
well said.
That's good shit, man. That's good shit. I just want to reply real quick. Gary said 16-8 fasting, Brett. Like normally I do more like 18, 19, 20 hours. I broke like a 19-hour fast when we were in between like vlogs or a meeting earlier today around 3. That was like 5 hours ago. So ideally I would have loved to eat some more food a few hours ago, but I kind of want to eat one more time before I start my next fast because I'm pretty hungry right now. But yeah, that answers, I think, your question on there. Sorry, I'm just trying to get more engagement answering some of the comments on there.
Yeah, let's look at the comments. Rowan, how do you feel about should we let Brett go eat and end the stream so it doesn't go too fast?
Whatever you guys want.
I love chatting with you guys. I should just probably roll. I haven't seen my wife or my son much today, or my dog, and I haven't eaten much. So real quick before I roll, so what is tomorrow? We have a big day.
So we were doing Zoltan, I think also Peter Voss and Bobby. Is Bobby still online?
Yeah, he's still there.
What's our list of?
I just interviewed Zoltan a couple weeks ago. I'll let you guys roll with him, and I definitely want to be there for Peter Voss. I've done quite a bit of research on him recently. I watched his Church of Perpetual Life presentation and Q&A, and I thought it was good. So I'd love to be involved with that one with Peter tomorrow.
Yeah, so I'll save all these AI discussions for Peter Voss then.
Yeah, that'd be a good one to
Final
do.
thoughts, guys?
So you guys are all going to be ready tomorrow, right?
Sure.
If,
How about we all say why we want to live forever?
Yeah.
If any of the viewers want to help out with questions like Peter Voss and stuff, you can send those our way. And if you want to help develop our projects, like our YouTube channels and Life Extension event on August 8th, that'll be super dope. And,
yeah, sure. Alex Gibson is saying, you guys got to bring me on again.
Contact us to help us out, volunteer or and give us money.
Yeah, so you guys want to go in a circle and say why you want to live forever before we end the stream?
Mm-hmm.
So to take it back to the first topic.
I want to live forever because life is precious. Life is the most precious thing I can think of.
I want to live forever because instrumental convergence demands it. Bobby?
Bobby?
I think he's dead. Okay, Brent.
Here's Bobby not paying attention again. I don't necessarily know if I want to live forever, and I love Ray Kurzweil's reply to this. Is like, you can never live forever. You can never say, I've done it, I've lived forever, because there's always another second that ticks by. Mm-hmm. So we don't fully understand time. We think that we do with our little monkey brains, but I don't think we fully do. So I'll just say I want to live as long and as healthy as possible that science will allow. And I want to do that because life is cool and I want options. Options are great. If I ever decide that I don't like it anymore, I can always end it. So that's pretty much how I think about that.
You want to answer? I like it.
Yeah.
Nice, man.
Final thoughts?
Dude, you must defeat that.
This is great.
So, you got to give us your answer, bro.
What? Mine, I said I wanted to live forever because life is precious.
Because he wants to do it with
the most precious
Tinkerbell.
thing I can think
Especially.
of. Want to find eternal love, live forever with my eternal love, and be happy.
Dude, you know how dope it's gonna be to be super intelligent? Okay, dude, connect your freaking mind to all the internet and have all the knowledge at the same time, expanding exponentially. Okay, it's gonna be freaking amazing.
Okay, so we got life is precious, freaking amazing, live as long as science can, and live forever because that's the core of your programming. So these are some 4 reasons for you guys watching to pursue eternal life.
I want to live as long as science will allow me because I love life. So my answer is kind of the same as Rowan's. It's like, it's precious and I love life. I just don't see any reason why I'd want to stop.
Super intelligent. This is going to be freaking unreal, dude. Okay, we're going to go from ants to freaking geniuses, dude.
All right.
I agree.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thank
May you live forever.
Thank you in the audience. Thanks for showing up.
All right. See you guys.
May you live forever.